Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Attraction File by Elizabeth Lynx, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Alexander Sendies. 1. Eveline, October 31st. Love was essential for human life. But let's be realistic. Ask any psychologist, or better yet, ask any cardiologist if love began in the heart, and they would say no. Love was a concept of the mind that never actually touched the heart. That was fact. Most people would rather hear the emotions spoken to them in a flowery idiom, rather than understanding the meaning of the words. I was not most people. Action was love, not sentiment. Action that held respect, understanding, and a willingness to risk everything. Something that was hard and perhaps risky, but worth it in the end. Call me romantic, but facts don't lie. Love was not a Sasquatch groping me while waiting in line. It wasn't even flirting. It was everything I hated about how men thought they could do anything they wanted to women. Hairs on the back of my head rose as I stiffened. "Remove your bear paw from my ass," I said through gritted teeth. With tremendous restraint, I turned from facing the very large back of the unusually hairy blonde woman in front of me ordering coffee to face the fur-covered creature behind me. He held up his brown fur hands in surrender, and my rapid heartbeat eased. The bear paw was attached to a very sweaty, slightly dough-faced man holding a large fur-covered mask in his right hand. "I'm Chewbacca." Why do men believe touching a woman inappropriately was something she desired? Despite folding my arms and glaring at him in warning, he relaxed his posture. "As you can see, I am not a Wookiee. I am a real human being from Earth. Here on this planet, we don't grope people we have never met, as it's against the law." I paused and glared to make my point. I continued. "Since you are from Kashyyyk, you should know this if you are going to wait in line at a coffee shop." His thin lips curled at the corner from my statement. "Are you a Star Wars purist too?" "No, I'm a woman," I said, as I smirked right back at him and narrowed my eyes. A woman standing in line, waiting for a grown man dressed in a fur costume to leave her alone so she can order her coffee in peace. Turning back, I noticed the blonde woman, her sweater stretched thin due to her thick muscles, ordering at the counter, was still there. How much longer was this towering woman in a brown plaid skirt going to take? I had an interview in less than 30 minutes and was running out of time to get my caffeine boost. I thought for a moment about tapping her on the shoulder to ask her to hurry up, but based on her shape, I figured she was a bodybuilder, or at least worked out a lot, and may not take too kindly to being told to move along. I heard the fur man pipe up behind me, and was thankful his fur hands were not on my body this time. "I am the original 1970s Chewbacca, not the current Disney version." A headache bloomed with each word out of his mouth. I wished in that moment the coffee gods would take pity on me and push the woman at the counter aside so I could order my drink. "Because it's Halloween. We get to dress up at my work." I tilted my head to the side and yelled back at him, "Whatever you need to tell yourself, Chewie." "So, is there a Halloween happy hour after work today? I don't know if you work around here, but I would love it if you join me. I have a Princess Leia costume at home. I can run and grab it for you if—" I turned back to end this conversation. "Listen, Chewie. Albert. My name is Albert." He leaned closer and wrinkled his forehead in such a way that made it obvious he was fishing for my name. He can keep on fishing, because that was on a need-to-know basis. My mother always said, "Eveline Beckman? You are being paranoid. But in the age of the internet, giving him my name could be as powerful as giving him a knife. In a way, I felt bad for Chewy Albert. The poor guy obviously never learned how to deal with a woman. He believed groping me and refusing to take the hint that I didn't want to go out with him was normal. And that's just sad he's so oblivious. Okay, Albert, you seem like a nice, if not handsy, Star Wars purist. You've got a killer costume that any other Star Wars purist of the female species would love. I hear ya. He winked, nodding as his eyes perused my form. Sighing, I realized in that moment the Wookiee wasn't getting it. I shouldn't be surprised. Every man I had met hadn't gotten it. They touched and they took, but they didn't understand. That's why I avoided them, preferring to remain alone. I am not that female, Albert. I am the type of female who chooses to not dress in fur costumes or skimpy princess costumes or costumes in general. This female just likes to stand in a line and be left alone. So, good luck finding your princess, but I am as far from a princess as you will find around here. His shining brown eyes dimmed as my words began to sink in. Before he could get any more Wookiee courage, I turned back to find the blonde still at the counter. Normally I left people alone because, unlike Albert, I respected their space. But surviving on only 3 hours of sleep before an interview for a job that I needed, action was required. Taking a step forward, I tapped the blonde on her bulbous shoulder and took a breath. Excuse me, miss, but I believe it has been 10 minutes, which is plenty of time to order your drink. Some of us don't have the luxury of time, and were kept up by our roommate doing gymnastics in bed with her boyfriend until 4 a.m. I gritted my teeth and shook my head, trying to get back on point. So, if you wouldn't mind placing your order and letting the rest of us have a turn. Just as I finished, the woman turned to face me. She had a beard. Also, an Adam's apple. The woman wasn't a she, but a he. He had a beard, lush and blonde like his long hair, not fake and matted like Albert's costume. His eyes were the most beautiful gray, like smoke rising from a smoldering fire. They slid over my face. I shivered. Miss? His deep velvety tone came out thick as butter and rendered me utterly catatonic. The timbre of his voice like a sonic boom under my skin. His skin, on the other hand, remained still, smooth, and my fingers, for reasons I am attributing to lack of sleep, twitched to touch any part of him. His eyes widened at what I could only assume was disbelief. Disbelief that a woman of 26 years would be referring to a fine specimen of a man, a manly man, if you will, as a woman. Despite his thick blonde mane and skirted attire, he was all muscle. I realized this man was in costume, too, like Chewy. Only this man was dressed like the Scottish hero William Wallace, and not a sweaty sci-fi version of Sasquatch. He even painted his face blue and white. One would think that a tall man with thick muscles and a wild painted face would instill fear in me, but no. Instead of running in terror, I did the opposite. I laid my hands on him. My fingers caressed his chest, working their way down, doing the exact thing I just lectured Albert not to do. I should have stopped, but I didn't. Never in my life had I taken advantage of anyone in this manner, but he gave off some pheromone that screamed, "Sex me with your hands." Sensing quickly how firm his chest was, it propelled me farther down to his abs. The man had a 6-pack, or maybe even an 8-pack. Whatever pack was hiding under that brown, threadbare piece of cashmere was making my heart race and lady parts start to turn savage themselves. "What are you doing?" He was still there and I was still in the coffee shop. This wasn't a dream. The kilted blonde's voice broke me out of my self-gratifying pawing, and I realized I was feeling him up, or down, as the case may be. "What are you doing, Eveline?" I froze before snapping my hands away. I began to smooth out my unwrinkled brown blazer, as if I wasn't a chest molester and nothing out of the ordinary just happened. Clearing my throat, I tried to salvage what little dignity I had left. I was all I could get out before I turned to look at the raven-haired barista, who either had a rare eye condition that caused her to shoot fire at anyone she laid eyes upon, or she hated me right now. I was going with the latter. So I turned my gaze to the line of customers who had their phones turned up to face me as they filmed what had been occurring, including Albert. Great. Not only am I mortified, but I will now be some viral internet sensation known only as the woman chest molester. Now it was the kilter's turn to tap his foot as he folded his thick, strong arms in front of himself in protection from the mad chest molester. He'll probably tell tales to his future kids and grandkids of the crazy chest molester. "Be wary of her," he'd say in a low warning, with his dialect suddenly turning from American to Scottish. After all, he was dressed as William Wallace. As he crept down to their eye level, and as the window panes would rattle from the storm that swirled outside his Scottish castle, he would whisper, "For if we girls and boys don't do as they're told, the wiry fingers of the deranged chest molester will grab hold." The kids would cower, holding their blankets to their little faces. One girl would begin to cry as he wrapped his powerful arms gently around her tiny frame in comfort. He'd calm her as he broke out into an old Gaelic tune. I start humming out loud the only Gaelic tune I knew, which wasn't really a Gaelic tune, but it's Scottish, so close enough. The barista interrupted my musical display. "Is that I would walk 500 miles? I frowned in shame at what I had become in these past few minutes. "Blue eyes," the kilted blonde mumbled as he stared at me. 2. Eveline. 5 years later. "So many problems erupt when sex enters the picture," I said just before lifting my glass, so that the cool, refreshing gin and tonic could slide easily down my throat. Aria shook her head. "Speak for yourself." Her platinum blonde hair, a stark contrast to the dimly lit bar, floated around her head like a halo. You could get pregnant. You could get kidnapped. Or, in Drake's case, get fired. Twice. I held up 2 fingers to make my point, but it only caused the laughter at the table to grow louder, especially from me. I may have been a little drunk and exaggerated about the kidnapping, but there were a lot of weirdos out there. I'm just saying. Is it any surprise that they did it on the conference table? If it were me, I would have done him against the window, in the bathroom, and in the elevator by now. Henrik Payne is like Heathcliff and Mr. Darcy all rolled into an expensive suit, Aria added just before popping the cherry from her whiskey sour into her mouth. Maybe it was a mistake. Henrik is so responsible, and even though I only met Morgana once, she seemed very nice. Why would they both jeopardize their jobs? Tiffany's brow wrinkled in an adorable way. She was like Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island, but with chestnut hair and Ginger's body. I just wanted to hug her despite the naive question. We were in the middle of our Thursday night swim meet. It's an acronym that stands for Smart Women with Idiot Men. Last week, my coworker and our good friend, Morgana Drake, was fired for having sex with her ex-boss, Henrik Payne, after a meeting. She used to be Henrik Payne's assistant. Over a month ago, I caught them fooling around on company property, which is why she is no longer at Mimir. In the span of just over a month, she was let go of not one, but 2 different companies for having sex. That was all Payne's fault, yet he still had his job as an executive with Mimir. And poor Morgana was left with nothing. Why was it usually men behind women's problems? Perhaps that's why I decided years ago to stay away from them, especially one man in particular. Since I had been promoted to the head of human resources last year, I was the one that had to write Morgana up. This had been eating away at me for a while. Morgana was smart and a hard worker. She deserved better than being the one who left. She definitely deserved better than Payne. As much as I disliked Payne, I understood Drake's attraction to someone she worked with. Sometimes being in such close proximity every day made it hard not to let your mind wander. Knowing what I did about both situations, I had been trying to figure out how to get Morgana her job back. Come on, Tiffany. You know what it's like when you have the hots for someone. Location becomes irrelevant. You sort of forget you are at work, or in a bathroom, or at the circus. I frowned at Arya. Tiffany blushed. Yeah, I was like that with my husband when he was alive. Except we never did it at his job, or in a bathroom, or at a circus. We did it once in his car after a Cubs game. Arya nodded and turned her head toward me. How about you, Eveline? You ever do it someplace wild, like a conference table or a car? I had only known these women for a month, so explaining my sexual history to them wasn't something I was prepared to do. Luckily, I didn't have to as Tiffany's phone began to ring. She fumbled with her purse and pulled it out. I tried my best to give her privacy and turned my attention toward the rest of the bar, but when I heard her voice wobble with the words, "He took a step," I turned my ear toward her. When she ended the call, Arya and I gazed at her, hoping to hear something good about her son, David, but what we saw was her hands covering her face as she released heavy sobs. Her body trembled as Arya scooted closer and wrapped her arms around Tiffany. I placed my hand on her shoulder. "Oh, honey, we're here. Let it out." Her hands fell. "It was David's doctor. He called to tell me that when the therapist had him stand from his bed, he took one step. The last time he walked was 10 years ago when he was 2 years old. I never thought this day would come." She raised her head, her face streaked with tears and the biggest smile I had ever seen. "It worked. The surgery worked. I have to go." I didn't know all the details about what happened to Tiffany's son, but I did know that when he was only 2, he was in a car accident that left him without the ability to walk. A few weeks ago, he had experimental surgery in the hopes it would help him. She had been at his side since, and it took all our powers of persuasion to get her to take a break once a week. Just us girls. A chance for her to let go for a few hours. Both Arya and I hadn't known Tiffany long, but we could see she was a woman in need of a drink and some friends, even if she could only spare a few hours a week. Tiffany waved her hands in the air as her thick hair fluttered around her shoulders. "I need to be with him." I nodded. "Of course." Moving out of the booth, I gave her room. Arya grabbed her purse and gave it to her before she ran off. We both watched her bump into a few people on her way out, and my heart skipped a beat in that moment. That was love. A mother for a child, and a child for a mother. Not everyone understood its depth, and unfortunately, some who need to understand it the most didn't. But it existed. Only the strong could grasp its power and responsibility. I loved my mother, but it's not like I made the decision to have her as my mother. My mom understood what came with being a mother, and she was tested many times in her life, but she stayed strong. She was my hero, and I don't think I could have handled the life she had led. In fact, I know I couldn't handle some of the things we went through together. Maybe that's why I had decided a long time ago to keep any love for men at a distance. As I watched Tiffany go, I realized there wasn't much I could do for her but give her a shoulder to cry on when she needed it. But there was something I could do for my friend, Morgana. I grabbed my leather work bag and stood from the booth. I just realized there's some work I need to take care of. Can you get Drake to show up next week for swim meet? I would ask her myself, but she won't return my calls. I can try, but she basically lives on our couch now, refusing to go outside. The 2 firings really got to her. She hasn't even mentioned her birthday next week. Maybe if I bring it up, she will come out for that, Arya said. I could have sworn Morgana's birthday was next month, but I didn't have time to think about that now. Nodding, I turned toward the door. After a 5-minute walk on the salt-covered sidewalks, with the icy Chicago night air working hard to penetrate my winter coat, I made my way back to the Mimir building. Once the elevator doors opened and I emerged onto the 28th floor, I turned toward the HR department. As I made my way toward my office, I noticed something strange. My office light was still on. "Hello?" I said with no response. I never left my office light on. In order to keep track of the uncertainty life threw at you, I found that being organized and having routine helped keep things straight. Therefore, I always put things back where I got them from and turned off things when I was done. Placing my bag on the desk, I shook my head and wondered if I needed more sleep. First, I didn't realize Morgana's birthday was next week, and now I left the light on in my office? Maybe I needed a vacation. Taking the keys out from my bag, I opened the locked filing cabinet. Thumbing through the important files, I reached for the 4th file back under the A section, but it wasn't there. My breathing picked up. I felt nauseous and sweaty at the same time. No. The word was a quiet exhale. Where could it be? I always put it back after I was done with it. No one knew of this file except me. Oh, God. There were things in that file that could get me fired, and even worse, could destroy the company. Calm down, Eveline. You just misplaced it. I needed to go home and sleep, but first, I had to find that folder. I examined the lock on the cabinet, but it didn't appear to be tampered with. Bringing my attention back to the files, I opened every one there, but nothing contained the contents of it. Dread and possibly fatigue had me scanning the room. Did I leave it on my desk or a chair? I quickly checked every drawer in my desk, but it wasn't there. My eyes began to burn as I was about to give up hope. Going back to the filing cabinet, I reached in to remove some folders, and that's when I saw it. Laying at the bottom of the drawer was the attraction file. It must have slipped and fallen when I put it back last time. I grabbed it and brought it to my desk, opening it to make sure everything was there. It was completely intact. No one was being fired, and Mimir was safe.
3. Edgar. Ashton Graham was missing. No one had seen him for 2 weeks. My security engineer, the man in charge of the cybersecurity of Mimir, was nowhere to be found. I was his boss, the head of the IT department at Mimir, and it worried me that he hadn't shown up to work in weeks. Maybe he had gone on vacation and I wasn't aware of it? It was after hours, so the floor was vacant. I maneuvered around the dark wood cubicles and into my office. A glow came from my desk. My laptop was open and I slipped into my dark leather chair. I searched for Ashton's name on the employee vacation calendar for the IT department on the Mimir company site. He wasn't listed. I was hoping he would be on the calendar. Something about that didn't feel right, and I had learned to trust my gut since I was a kid. My instincts helped me avoid many potential problems both in my life and for Mimir, my brother's company. Did he quit? Not come back because he was unhappy here? I mentally went through Ashton's 2 years with Mimir. He seemed content, and I always received good reports about him from his coworkers. Early on, he made a few mistakes and didn't catch some script issues, but that was to be expected from a new hire. For the past year and a half, He had been a model employee. Somehow, knowing he liked it here made this even worse. Something was wrong, and I feared what it might be. Worse still, I would have to talk about this to the one person I had been avoiding for 5 years. Eveline Beckman. Grabbing a pen and a blue sticky pad, I wrote a note to the head of Human Resources. Taking a deep breath, I pushed away my hesitation and wrote that I needed to discuss this with her first thing in the morning. Picking up the small square note, I made my way to the elevator and up to the 28th floor. The only good thing about any of this was I knew Eveline wasn't in the building. She never stayed later than 6 in the evening, and since it was now 8:30, I was in no danger of running into her. It's not that I didn't like Eveline. I liked her. I really liked her. Perhaps I liked her because she never pretended to be something she wasn't around me. Maybe I had some subconscious desire to want women who didn't like me. All I knew was when she first met me and her hands touched my chest, I felt a shiver run through my body that made me want to do anything to feel her touch again. Of course, I had done the opposite. I avoided her and went after every woman but her. Sometimes I thought my brain and heart liked to play sick games with me. Despite all my flirting with women, I got the feeling Eveline was the only one who could see through it for what it really was. And what was it? I wish I knew what Eveline saw in me. Eveline wasn't the only one who didn't find my flirting amusing. My brother Jacob didn't like it at all, but it's not like I had any chance of being perfect like him. He created a billion-dollar internet retail business by the time he was in his late 20s. He married a beautiful, kind woman and had 2 sweet daughters. Who wouldn't want his life? What had I done? My brother gave me a job because it's his company. Women go home with me because I had money and looks, both of which I never worked to achieve but were handed to me. I couldn't even help my mother when she needed me the most. That award goes to my brother. He swept in to take care of her while I struggled to graduate high school. Now I'm a 34-year-old man with a job bestowed on me from nepotism and only good for a one-night stand where women are concerned. And the one woman I really wanted acted as if I was a 3-day-old rotting corpse and avoided me every chance she got. Stepping off the elevator, I hesitated. I knew Eveline wasn't in her office, and yet my heart pounded in my chest with just the thought of going there. Instead of turning left toward the HR department, I made a right to my best friend, Henrik Payne's office. Perhaps a night of drinks with him and finding a lady to take home would help me keep my mind off the things I could never have. Henrik was usually up for keeping me company. Well, sometimes he was. Hopefully, tonight was one of those nights. Henrik was head of sales and marketing and had recently lost his assistant. It's not unusual for him to go through secretaries like he does pieces of gum due to his strict stance on work and people. But Morgana Drake was different. She seemed to understand Henrik. Mostly, she put up with his crap. Something about her brought back the old Henrik I knew when we first met in college. The guy that loved to laugh and make a joke any chance he could. I noticed his office door was ajar and light filtered out. Promises of a wingman tonight was looking good. Turning the corner, I came to a stop as I entered his office. Someone was at his desk, but it wasn't Henrik. Grace Jensen, the receptionist, was sitting in his chair as her head leaned over the glow rising from the desk. I moved a few steps closer and realized it was a phone. Clearing my throat, I fought hard against my frown. Her head popped up and Grace's brown eyes widened. Young Grace had a thing for Henrik. He always worried she was some sort of crazy stalker, but I brushed it off as him not knowing how to deal with attraction from women. But now I was wondering if his fears weren't completely unfounded. "What are you doing here, Grace?" She stood. Her thick black bangs fell back into place after she swatted at them.
Hi, Mr. Mimir. I was hoping to catch Mr. Payne, since I know he usually worked late."
Her smile appeared forced, and as she moved away from the desk, she tripped and stumbled a few steps.
"Well, I guess he has gone home for the night, so I'll head out too. Bye, Mr. Mimir."
Grace scurried out into the hall. It was probably good that I found her and not Henrik. He would have flipped. Actually, he most likely would have screamed like a banshee and wet himself. I'm not exaggerating when I say he's afraid of her. I was about to turn to leave too, but noticed Grace forgot her phone on Henrik's desk. As I went to pick it up, I couldn't help but observe how similar her phone was to Henrik's. She really was a stalker. I tapped the screen to turn it on and realized it was Henrik's phone. I typed in Henrik's code to unlock his phone. Ashton taught me a trick when he started working here on how to figure out phone codes. I first tried it on Henrik's phone. Ever since, I could access his phone anytime I wanted. Not that I had to, but I'll admit when his former secretary from a year ago tried to file sexual harassment charges against him, I sneaked into his phone to see if I could find anything incriminating. I did find something, but it implicated her. She dropped the charges once she realized she could be sued. Opening Henrik's phone, his contacts popped up. Why would Grace want Henrik's contact information? Then it hit me. She wanted to find his address. I slipped the phone into my pocket and decided to stop by his place on my way home to warn him that Grace had his address. 4. Edgar. Once I left Henrik's office, I made my way to HR. There was a difference between HR and other departments. It was located in a sectioned-off part of the floor. The rest of the building had an open concept, but my brother insisted there needed to be privacy for interviews and, of course, for people being fired. Since most of that occurred in the HR department, it got the walls. I opened the glass door that led into the main department. Eveline's office had a window, and right now I saw something that caused me to halt my footsteps. Something round and firm bounced around in her office, making my fingers curl. Eveline's ass was in the air. My heart rate picked up for several reasons. The first reason, that ass. For a moment, I thought my dream had come true and she was getting into position, but that reason quickly faded as she was still clothed in her oversized brown wool skirt. The second reason, she was in her office. I didn't want to face her. It's one thing to have the hots for a woman for so many years and her just think of you as a friend. It's another thing entirely if that woman hated you. And Eveline Beckman loathed me. My body was at war with itself. I wanted to go in there and help her crawl around on the floor, maybe even use me as the floor and crawl all over me. Just the thought of that caused my cock to twitch. Yet at the same time, I wanted to run home and hide out in my bathroom, imagining her like that but with no skirt on, or anything else. It wasn't just the flirting and sleeping around I've done that bothered her. If I hadn't messed things up a few years ago, she wouldn't hate me so much. I don't blame her for disliking me. Maybe I could build a time machine? That would solve so many problems, except for the whole making a new timeline and not knowing how that might negatively affect the present. Maybe when I came back in time, everyone would have two heads. I thought about this a lot. Since Eveline was obviously bent over, she couldn't see me. I could back out without making a noise, problem solved, and I wouldn't have to talk to her. Sure, I would have to discuss Ashton missing with her in the morning, but maybe we could do it over email. I took a step back as my eyes stayed glued to her plump ass. As she moved, her skirt hitched up, and I got a brief moment of the unicorn, the lacy edge of her purple panties. I tried to stifle my groan. Closing my eyes, I made a mental note to savor that image for later, at home, in the shower. That's when everything fell apart. Actually, it was me. I tripped over a trash can and rolled across a black swivel chair. My face landed on the burgundy carpet. The sound of one of the wheels spinning around on the chair took a few seconds to subside. It was quiet again. No footsteps or the melodic voice of Eveline filling the air. Maybe she didn't hear my catastrophic exit. I began to stand and then turned. Bright blue eyes stared back at me. I should talk here, yet I kept staring. Words, Edgar. Use actual words. Eveline! Oh, you're still here, I said, finally hoping she hadn't noticed how stiff my smile was.
Yes, I couldn't find the attraction I forgot about some paperwork and came back to work on it.
Her beautiful eyes darted to the side for only a moment before returning to my face. Folding her arms in front of her, I knew what came next. The scowl. Her eyes and lips always thinned, almost disappearing, whenever she had to talk to me. I hated that she felt she had to be on the defense around me, but who could blame her? Despite her body doing the equivalent of a flashing neon sign that said, "fuck off," I did the thing she hated me the most for. I flirted. It's a nervous habit. I had a theory. I was the reincarnation of a 70s porn star. Maybe I can help you with that paperwork. My voice was low and my eyebrows wiggled, like two out-of-control caterpillars who also believed they were porn stars. I tensed, preparing for her usual sigh of discontent, followed by the explanation of how she's busy. But what happened next was unexpected. She chewed on her lower lip, forcing my eyes to eat it up. For that moment, I wanted to be her teeth. Eveline Beckman was nervous.
That's quite all right, Edgar. I've got everything under control.
It wasn't so much her voice moving up an octave that had me crossing my arms in suspicion, but her laugh, which was actually more of a giggle. I had never heard Eveline giggle. It was odd, but with her flushed cheeks and golden hair softly falling over her shoulders, it made me want to wrap her in my arms. But I didn't. I stood tall and cleared my throat. Okay, just wanted to help. Oh, hey, did you send Grace into Henrik's office a few minutes ago? The subject needed to be changed. Not for Eveline, but for me. If she kept acting adorable and chewing on that delicious lip, I was liable to touch her. Where I would touch her I didn't know, but I swear this woman was made to be caressed by my fingers. It worked. Eveline straightened as she glanced toward the door.
No, I didn't. Why?
Just saw her there and Henrik wasn't there, which you know how Grace is. I scratched at my trimmed beard and wondered if it was possible to get turned on by someone the more they hated you. She nodded with a small smile on her face.
Yes, Grace, she's odd, and in a way I feel sorry that she's been hypnotized by pain.
Eveline's grin began to fade and she glanced back toward her office before mumbling,
I wonder.
What? I asked. She jumped, nervous about something.
Office sex.
Her voice went up again.
I mean office desk. The paperwork? It's in my office desk.
That was weird. She giggled, only stopping to have her lip for dinner. Did she want me to have office sex with her? Because I would. I so would. Maybe I should touch her. But I didn't have to touch her because she placed her hand on my arm. Heat prickled and soared up my arm, my neck, until I thought my ears would burn up into ash. Oh, man, this was happening. I'd finally see her in her lacy underthings. My fingers could skim and tug at everything I had only imagined until now.
Did you need to ask me something?
Eveline said. Yes, 1,000,000 times yes. I need to ask you to remove your clothes, to kiss you, maybe even ask what your favorite position is, but we could get to that later. What she said next made any hope I had dissolve into ash.
Edgar.
My name. A reminder of how much she hated me. Eveline never used people's first names. Henrik was Payne, his assistant Morgana was Drake. She even called my brother Mr. Mimir. But I was Edgar. It's my own fault. I asked her to call me Edgar once, and she never let me forget that. I cleared my throat. Yes, actually. Have you heard from Ashton Graham? I haven't seen him in 2 weeks.
Let me check.
She walked back into her office, and I followed. My gaze drifted to her ass as it swayed back and forth. It was hypnotic, but I managed to look up before Eveline got into her seat. She opened her laptop and clicked a few times. One eyebrow hitched up, and those shocking sapphire eyes lifted to find me across her desk.
No, there's been no communication from him, not even an email. I'll make a record of it and try to contact him in the morning. It's usually that an employee thought they filled out the vacation paperwork and submitted it, but didn't. So he is most likely on vacation and doesn't think anything is wrong.
You're probably right, I hoped. She nodded. I nodded. There was nothing left but awkwardness. And silence. I forgot to mention the silence. I should say something. Anything. I could mention how tight her ass looked. Eveline began to squint at me. I wondered if she read my mind about her ass. Her head tilted. She must have read my mind. I better be going. That's all I came in here for. And I hadn't noticed you bending over when I first came in here. I mean, I wanted to drop off this note. I held up the blue sticky note now crinkled in my fingers. But you seemed busy bending over. Not that you need to be bent over to be busy, just a thought I should give you some privacy because, this was not going well. Eveline was frowning, maybe even sneering at me. The slow tingle of desperation clawed up my chest as I realized how badly I needed to clean this up. Privacy for your lady business. I couldn't look at her. My eyes snapped to the floor as I shuffled backward. First, I slammed into her office door. Searing pain shot up my back from the brass doorknob, but I wouldn't let it show. I ground my teeth while fumbling to open the door. Once I was clear and made it outside to the HR department, I let out a huge breath. I ran to the elevator and tapped the down arrow button wildly, many times, each time with greater force while mumbling, "Come on," under my breath. The doors finally opened. The interaction with Eveline kept replaying in my head as I was safely shuttled down to the lobby. With each passing floor, my heart sunk lower and lower. Smooth, Edgar. Real smooth. She'll never want to have sex with me now. I made it out to the sidewalk with the brisk wind biting at my skin. Looking back into the lobby, I realized in all the chaos I dropped my coat on the floor when I fell in the HR department and left it there. I didn't even have to contemplate going back in to grab it. If I died of frostbite tonight on my way home, it would be better than possibly running into Eveline. I hoped I'd never run into Eveline Beckman again.
5. Eveline. That was love, in its purest form. The scent of my mother's beef vegetable soup surrounded me as I emerged from the second-floor stairwell and into the hallway on a very cold Friday night. The warm, prickly feeling that reminded me of everything wonderful from my youth ran down my neck and covered my body. It propelled me closer to the door of my apartment. When I opened it, the smell intensified, and I salivated at its deliciousness. "Lucy, I'm home," I announced in my best Cuban accent. I laughed every time I said that. My roommate, who happened to be my mom, was named Lucy. I love Lucy. Get it? Well, I thought it was funny. "I'm in the kitchen." Her voice mixed with the aroma, beckoning me. Putting down my brown leather work bag, I shrugged off the cocoon-like black winter coat I named Big Earl. After placing everything away, I went into the kitchen and melted into the bar stool at the edge of the black granite island counter. I loved my mom's beef vegetable soup. It's home. It's hearty. It warmed my bones on those cold Chicago days. And it was the perfect elixir for the rough week I had. Hey, I never got a chance to ask you, did your boss, Mr. Mimir, accept the undercover idea about Morgana? My mom stood in front of the stove, stirring the pot in front of her. I rolled my eyes because of Payne's stupid idea. Surprisingly, yes, he did. When Payne came up with that excuse as to why Morgana was working at R.T. Mitchell and not still at Mimir, I thought for sure Mr. Mimir would find the idea ludicrous. But he nodded as if he completely understood. My mom turned, grabbing 2 white ceramic bowls from the counter, and began ladling soup. Great! So, did you tell her last night like you wanted to? Yeah. My eye slid from her bright blue eyes as she turned to place a steaming bowl in front of me. She came around the kitchen island and sat beside me, placing her bowl down. Just, yeah? You were so eager to help her get her job back. From what you told me about Morgana, she seems like a really sweet and smart woman. I groaned. Sometimes I hated that I told my mom everything. Well, not every single thing. There was one thing no one knew about. Even her. I told her last night at the swim meet, but I had to lie. I held up my thumb and index finger. Just a little. I told her I never wrote her up for what happened between her and Payne when I caught them. But I did. Sometimes, Eveline, we have to say or do things we don't want to in order to protect them. I can't say it's a good thing to lie, but if it protects your friend, maybe it was for the best. Besides, I know you would never do anything to hurt someone. She smiled and patted my back. Anything else bothering you? I shook my head between bites of the roll I grabbed from the bread bowl that was in the middle of the island. As honest as I was with my mother, I wasn't ready to discuss how I spent the entire week avoiding Edgar, since he came to me Thursday last week. Despite Edgar's best efforts to discuss Ashton with me, I ran from him every chance I got, only responding to him via email. My mother doesn't need to know about my cowardly ways. Plus, she would just think I was being paranoid because I reached out to my contacts about Ashton. They told me none of his neighbors had seen him in weeks. I knew that sound all too well. Having no father in the picture growing up, at least no one who acted like a father. My mother was the only constant presence in my life. She held me when I woke from a nightmare when I was little, and gave me plenty of timeouts when I sassed her or anyone else as a kid. She was my mother and father, the nurturer and the disciplinarian, the good cop and the bad cop. She was good at it, so much so that just one humming sound told me everything. Really, nothing is bothering me. I'm not going to argue with you about this for the millionth time, Mom. I love my job. She turned on her stool to face me and placed her hand on my arm. I'm not saying you don't. You are doing what you went to college for. I remember how nervous you were 5 years ago before the interview at Mimir. Then how equally excited you were when they called you the next day to tell you that you got the job. I put down my spoon and smiled. No thanks to you and your boyfriend at the time. Who was that? Paul? My mom's cheeks flushed with the memory. No, it was Ronald. I miss Ronald. Oh, yeah. The gymnast. Her cheeks flushed. He even placed on the Olympic team but got an ankle injury that took him out. Anyway, I just think with the other work you do, you seem happier. That's all I'm saying. Not wanting to talk about my work, I decided to turn the subject back to her. It's too bad he had to move to Italy for that coaching job. When it came to men, my mother and I were total opposites. She loved to date, whereas I loved to not be taken advantage of and be a fool to love. Picking up her spoon and making a swirling pattern in her soup, she sighed. I felt terrible when I had to turn him down. Turn him down? Her smile was warm but didn't reach her eyes. He asked me to move to Italy with him. I never told you because I know you would have told me to go. But I could never be that far from you, Eveline. I was surprised, but understood. Sometimes I imagined what would happen when I did finally meet a guy and we got to the point where we lived together. My mom and I have been a team for so long, I wouldn't want to leave her. You could have gone, Mom. I don't want... She waved her hands at me. Hush, it's in the past. Anyway, speaking of men, how is that new book of yours coming? I'm about halfway through. They are stuck at his Scottish castle during a bad storm, so, you know. Sex. I nodded and we both laughed. When I wasn't working at Mimir or eating my mom's fabulous food, I wrote romance novels under a pen name. I'd been doing it for 7 years now and have developed a bit of a following in the romance community. My last 3 books had been bestsellers. What's the hero's name? Edgin. She pushed the bowl away. It's not about him, Mom. Her eyes focused on the floor as she stood and moved into the living room, only a few steps away. I never said it was. It's just... She took her favorite spot on the smoky gray couch, the end near the simple beach-topped end table. I stood from the stool and followed her into the living room. It's just what? I waited on the other side of the oval coffee table with my hands on my hips for her to finish. But she never did. My mother picked up a home decorating magazine with a flower-filled window box on the cover and began to thumb through it. Her head lifted and she appeared surprised, as if she didn't expect me to be in the same room as her. What? I folded my arms. She had her signals of warning, and I had mine. You know what I'm asking. Throwing the magazine back onto the table, she shook her head. Fine. It's just that you always give your male heroes similar names. They all begin with E or have an E-sounding name. And while we are on the subject, why Scotland? Why do all of your heroes come from Scotland? I shook my head. That's not true. Some of my heroes have names that don't begin with E. I couldn't think of any at that moment, but surely I must. I've written over 20 books. There had to be a K or D or M named character in there. But what about the Tartan Fire? That guy was from London. His name was Eugene, who happened to be adopted by a London couple. His real Scottish mother came to find him and take him back to Scotland. I reached up to my head and pulled out the hairpins that held my hair in place, tossing them onto the coffee table. Digging my fingers into my locks and massaging my scalp didn't do much to clear my head. Mentally, I went through my entire backstock of books and realized my mother was right. Throwing myself on the couch, I placed my head in her lap. You're right. It is him. Maybe subconsciously, and perhaps sometimes consciously, I make every hero of my books about Edgar. 6. Eveline. My mom swept my hair out of my face in soothing strokes. Her fingers acted as a comb, helping to put me at ease. It's not easy, Eveline, having feelings for a man who doesn't even know you exist. I rolled my eyes but allowed her to continue pampering my head. I think every man you have ever met knew you existed, Mom, even the ones you didn't want to know. You're right. There have been a few bad apples, maybe one in particular. But I'm talking about my big crush in high school, Anderson Carroll. He was tall with jet black hair and loved Blondie. I even cut my hair shoulder length like Debbie Harry, but he never noticed me. He ended up dating some cheerleader, so I understand how hard it is to want someone you can't have. I had seen pictures of my mom when she was in high school, and she could have been Debbie Harry's sister. She was gorgeous. Somehow knowing my mom couldn't snag the attention of a teenage boy looking like a hot rocker chick made me feel worse. My crush. Ugh. Even calling him that made me seem like a dopey high schooler instead of a grown woman. He knew I existed, but didn't care. I was only a worker to him. Sometimes I thought he didn't even see me as a human. Based on how he acted last week, he couldn't wait to get away from me. I have to work with him, Mom, so he knows I exist. He is always polite to me, but it's just like you aren't even a woman to him? Almost like you are androgynous? That if you were completely naked in front of him, he would yawn. I cringe at her words, but gave my response, a garbled whisper, yes. But there was that one time when he didn't yawn. I wish I could give you some secret to getting a man to be interested in you. But most of the things women do to get men to take notice just get them used. If he was worth it, Eveline, he would be knocking on that door right now with flowers in hand and begging to take you out. I know I am your mother, but I am not exaggerating when I say you are a gorgeous and wonderful person. I sat up and smiled as I wrapped my arms around her to thank her for being wonderful too. There was a knock at the door. We both pulled away and stared at each other. My mother's bright blue eyes widened, whereas mine narrowed. I pointed at her. Did you do that on purpose? No, I swear. Oh my God. Maybe I'm psychic? She laughed. I got up and shook my head as I walked to the door. If you can predict what will happen, Then imagine me winning $1 million, I yelled back over my shoulder as I opened the door. A man in a Cubs cap and puffy navy coat stood there with a large bouquet of red roses in a glass vase. "Flower delivery for Beckman." I took the flowers and signed the paper on his clipboard before my mother showed up. She handed him some cash, which brightened his spirits. Once we closed the door and brought the vase into the living room, I set it on the coffee table. "Are you sure you didn't order these flowers?" She shook her head before grabbing the card. "No, I swear. I can't seem to find an envelope." "Oh, well, at least we have the card. What does it say?" My mother cleared her throat in dramatic fashion. "To the woman I can't stop thinking about." That's it. I took the card out of her hand and flipped it over. Nothing about who it is from or who it is for? Maybe if I find the envelope? I dug around in the flowers and saw a small cream-colored envelope pushed near the neck of the vase. Taking it out, I read the envelope. "To Lucy, from an old flame." My smile faltered for a moment. I was happy for my mom, but for those few minutes I thought my mom was right, that maybe those flowers were for me. Perhaps Edgar didn't just see me as an HR manager, only there to help him hire people and discuss missing employees. It's my own fault for letting my emotions and hope get the better of me. Facts don't lie. He avoided me, and when he was around, he couldn't seem to get away fast enough. Why was he the only man that made my brain throw logic out the window? Eveline, you're smarter than that. That's wonderful, Mom. I wonder who it could be. I handed her the wrinkled envelope and gave her a side hug. Her grin was appreciative. Even if Edgar can't see you as a strong and intelligent woman, I know there are hundreds of other men who would call him a fool and line up at your door. But I don't want them. I only want him. I know, Mom. My heart is a fool. I just wish my brain would beat some sense into my heart every once in a while. She laughed and I pulled away. I think I will go work on my book for a while. Enjoy your lovely roses. In a way, I envied my mom. Even when we had nothing and we were broke for most of my life, she always had a smile on her face that made everyone around her want to get to know her. She barely had to run a brush through her hair, and men would always try to strike up a conversation. She even knew how to handle the rude ones, and there were many of those. I wish I had her confidence, her glowing beauty. Making my way down the hall to my bedroom, I shut the door. Instead of reaching under my bed and pulling out my silver laptop, I flopped face first on my blue and white circle-patterned bedspread. I was being selfish. I knew that. But after never having one man in my life really love me, not the way they did in my books, it could wear a woman down. When I finally managed to feel good enough to get my laptop, I sat back against the fluffy blue pillows lining the oak headboard. When the screen lit up, I checked my emails and began to delete spam. There was one email titled Important, Eveline's Eyes Only. I labeled everything with my initials, never using my name. Only someone who knew me would have sent this. Maybe it was Edgar reaching out to me. Secret. A sexy email. I grinned and thought for once I should take a risk and stop being paranoid. Deciding to open it, I was surprised at what I found. Surprise wasn't the right word. The image gutted me. It was Edgar smiling back at me, shirtless and in bed. His smile appeared relaxed and those sexy dimples were on display. Tears didn't just threaten but followed through by leaking down my cheeks. He was in bed with the person taking the picture, his hair sprayed back against the pillow, a reminder of how I liked it. I wanted to close the email, delete it, but I kept staring. He was so happy. He didn't even look like the same guy, as if Edgar wore the mask of a smooth, confident player, only after getting out of bed. This photo showed a man willing to look silly, to let his guard down, a man who was okay with making a mistake. Maybe that was a mistake, too. He must have mixed up an email about Ashton, labeling it for me only but meant to send this to someone else. Perhaps a lady asking for a sexy picture of him to keep her warm until he could be with her. I laughed at the image of the woman asking him who Eveline Beckman was. My laughter died just as quickly. I didn't want this to be a mistake. That same bit of hope that tickled at my chest about the flowers earlier came back. The email, the picture, I wanted it to be on purpose. A moment in his life where he couldn't help but think of me, that he wanted to know how I would make him smile. My head scratched that tickle with a bit of reality. I'm just someone he worked with, someone whom his best friend hated, someone whom couldn't wait to run from him when he was near. We worked together, so it was best nothing would ever come of my feelings. As I was about to push the laptop aside so I could go to the kitchen to fill my downward spiral with moose tracks, I double-checked the address that sent me the email. It was a Mimir address, but it wasn't Edgar's.
7. Edgar. Remember the naked 7-Eleven incident? A roar of laughter caused me to hold the phone away from my ear. It had been 2 weeks since I realized Ashton Graham was missing. Eveline sent me an email last week that she couldn't get a hold of him and even his friends and neighbors hadn't heard from Ashton. I didn't know how she would know that, but I had learned not to question her. Because of what she told me, I decided to reach out to one of my old friends, Kingston Marks. Yes, how could I forget? The promise of group sex with sorority girls only to discover I was naked in a convenience store. You know, King, that's not why I called. Man, I'd never seen anything so pale as your ass running across Deering Meadow that night trying to get back to your dorm unnoticed. I thought it was the moon. Turned out I was right. More laughter, followed by a snort. You got me. I have a pale ass. I didn't even remember the last time I rolled my eyes, but I felt that moment warranted it. Listen, King, I wanted to ask about your dad. Oh, he's doing well. Had a heart attack a few years ago, but I have to say it was the best thing that ever happened to him. He gave up smoking and eats healthy. He even finished his first marathon last year. Wow, I had no idea. I'm sorry for the heart attack. That must have been scary. I swiveled my office chair to watch a few fat snowflakes meander down Michigan Avenue below. The last time I talked to King, he was still studying to become a doctor. We drifted apart, not having time to hang out together with his studies and residency and me helping my brother turn Mimir into a billion-dollar company. Now I wish I had been there for him and his father. He doesn't have a mother like I do, or a brother, or even a sister. It was always just King and his dad. I'll be honest, Edgar, I nearly peed myself when they called me to tell me Dad had a heart attack and was in the hospital. I was doing my residency in New York and had to fly back. Longest plane ride of my life. But I finally let him have it. It was me lecturing him this time, and it seemed to work. He's healthier than me now. There was another chuckle, but this time not deafening. I'm glad things turned out okay in the end, I really am. Hey, does he still do investigative work? Oh yeah, that's the one thing he can't give up. I think that's why he never married again, because his real love is being a private investigator. I can text you his information if you need it. Got a female stalker, huh? I told you one day your Nordic Don Juan ways would catch up with you. My nickname in college, the Nordic Don Juan. Henrik Payne, who was my roommate back then, was known as Goof, which didn't fit him anymore. Tragedies struck his life a few years after we graduated, and he hadn't been the same since. But King seemed to be the same guy. I wondered if all that time studying to be a doctor stunted his maturity. No, something happened at work involving an employee, and I want to get to the bottom of it. I just have a funny feeling about it. Okay, well, I'll text you. It was nice catching up with you, man. Hey, I just moved back to Chicago. I work for Northwestern now. Can you believe it? I'll be spending most of my days catching babies like footballs over at the women's hospital off Michigan Avenue. I couldn't help but frown. I suddenly felt pity for the women who had King as their doctor. Yep, we should have a beer. Henrik rarely goes out anymore. It'll be nice to have someone to hang out with at night. The goof is there? Oh man, he has to come out too. This Friday night we will all legit party hard. If I have to come to your brother's building to drag the goof out, I will. That image made me laugh. He probably will have to drag Henrik from his desk. Sounds good, I'll let you... Oh, that reminds me. You will never guess who I saw on the plane ride back to Chicago when I moved back here last month. King, I have no idea, just tell me. I liked King, I did, but I can only take him in small doses. It's like hanging out with an 8-year-old. Sure, it's fun to do silly stuff like when we were kids, but then you start to wonder at what age all your energy dried up. When did the jungle gym make you feel like having a heart attack after only a few minutes of play? King was always trying to make me guess what he was thinking, or go streaking, or ride bicycles drunk. I'm almost 35. I wouldn't do those things even if a woman wanted me to, let alone my immature friend. Damian Rosen. Remember that douchebag you had my dad try to hunt down after walking out on your mom? He looks a little different now. No more clean-cut, light brown hair. It's jet black and shaggy now. But other than that, he appeared almost the same. I tried to follow him, but he got into a limo after we landed at the airport and I needed to pick up my luggage. It was as if his words were a fist that landed a straight shot into my gut. I thought for sure that son of a bitch would be dead by now, or at least in jail. He must be after another family if he's getting into a limo. King kept talking, but all I could think about was that Damien was here, in Chicago. This was when? A few weeks ago? No, last month. Hey, my dad still has all the info he gathered on him. I can tell him to pull it up and give it to you when you call him. Yeah, that would be good. There was silence, which I was relieved about, so my mind could settle back down after the Damien bomb. You know what stumped me about the whole thing, Edgar? No, what? My dad told me he found him back when we were in college and even gave you that address. He told me because he wanted to make sure I was there for you when you both went to confront the bastard. But you never took my dad up on his offer to contact Damien. More silence. After what he did to your family, I figured you would be itching to find him, but then you said nothing about it after that. King's father, Mr. Marks, was like a dad I never had. My father died when I was 3, and I don't remember him. Jacob does, but he won't talk about him. I remembered when Mr. Marks called me into his office one day, the weekend before spring break, while Henrik and I were over playing video games with King. He sat me down and explained that he found Damien. He handed me a file containing some photographs of him with his current girlfriend and her address. Mr. Marks presumed he lived with her, and knowing what I did about Damien, I agreed. Mr. Marks came to my side and crouched down to be eye level since I was in a chair. Edgar, I'm only giving this to you because you asked me to, but I want to come with you when you reach out to him. It would be unwise to do this yourself. We're here for you, King and me. We will help you in any way we can. I remember agreeing that I wanted him to come with me, but when he left his office, giving me a minute to collect myself, a very different idea popped into my head. You know, King, I was a scrawny kid back then. I thought I was tough, but in the end, I was too scared. Your dad knew that too, that's why he promised to come. I always imagined what I would do if I saw him, but then reality hit, and that's not how it happened. Yeah, I hear you, Edgar. You always were the wise one. Even back then, you could see what a bad idea that was to confront a dangerous man like that. Bad idea. That's exactly what it was. Too bad I was attracted to bad ideas. 8. Edgar. May 30th, 15 years ago. Alone in darkness, but anger helped me see. My fingers traced the cool metal that lay on the seat next to me as I sat in my 10-year-old truck at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. I should start back up the engine and leave. Go to that party King mentioned. Find some girl willing to fool around with me, willing to help me forget and leave what was inside that house behind me. Mr. Marks warned me not to come here without him, but I didn't listen. If he came then, he would know what I took from his locked desk drawer. The one that King thought was so cool when we first met during my senior year in high school after he transferred from New York. The one he showed me when his dad wasn't around. More than being caught with something that wasn't mine, I didn't want his dad or anyone to stop me. No one knew I was here, not even the person in the house I couldn't take my eyes off of. If Damian Rosen knew, he'd run. I kept my eyes locked on that small 2-story house. My wish, that Damien would walk out that door, or better yet, appear at a window and I could get a clear shot. But there was no movement in the house yet, just a few lighted windows. The house itself wasn't much to look at. It had some siding missing and there wasn't much landscaping in front, just grass and a big tree. I wondered how long they had lived there. My thoughts didn't last long on their length of stay. Why this woman? King's dad showed me a picture of Damien with her and she was attractive, but so was my mom. My mom had more to offer, much more than a rundown house. I'd been looking for Damien for the past 5 years. What he did to my family, to my mother, was unforgivable. My brother had to quit college. He came home to work and support us. I was still in high school at the time, but I took any job I could get to help pay the bills. When King told me his dad was a private detective, I couldn't believe my luck. It took a while to convince Mr. Marks that I needed his help, but the more he got to know me, the more he realized I wasn't just some kid with a grudge against a guy who broke my mom's heart. He understood Damien Rosen had done real damage to my family. When Mr. Marks told me earlier today he had an address for Damien, who now went by Shane Reynolds, I wanted to run and tell my mother. I drove home from Mr. Marks's house to find my mother using duct tape to fix a cracked plastic folding chair she had for the dining room. I told her I would run out and get her a new one, to throw the broken one away. I remember my heart sinking when she said,
Honey, we can't afford new things anymore. It's fine, I'll just tape it. See, good as new.
Only it wasn't. It looked like something you would find in someone's trash pile waiting for the garbage man to pick up. It wasn't that I felt entitled to spend money on anything I wanted. It was that I didn't want her to cry every time a bill came in the mail, or see the fear in her eyes as she looked at her bank statement. I wanted Damien to pay for what he took from us. I started to tell my mom, but her response was swift and strong.
Never mention that man's name again. He is dead to us. Let's just move past that and focus on the future, Edgar. Like your brother Jacob. He finally got an investor for his company, Mimir.
Of course, Jacob was the dream son. When my mom was in trouble, he swooped in and saved the day. He dated beautiful women and didn't just have fun with them, but stuck around. Mom kept telling me that she thought Jacob was going to propose any day to his current girlfriend, Danny. Good for him. But Jacob wasn't me. Sure, I would love to have investors interested in a company I made, a beautiful woman who I could worship forever, and my mom's adoration. But we can't have everything we want in life now, can we? I decided, after my mom told me not to mention Damien again, to keep this information to myself. That's why I took Mr. Marks's gun and told no one I was coming here. Maybe if I made Damien beg for forgiveness, then my mom would look at me the way she did my brother. Glancing up toward the house, I noticed something hanging from the second-story window. A pair of legs. Then a large bag hit the grass as it fell from that window. Everything happened so fast, I thought whoever was attached to those legs had fallen. But that person had swung themselves to the tree and climbed down like an animal in a forest. When they emerged from under the branches, the streetlight hit long, blonde hair. While it was dark, the streetlight hit the girl in such a way that for a moment I thought she was naked. The hairs on the back of my neck rose as I drank in every curve of her body. That cheesy pickup line popped into my head about an angel falling from the sky. I shook my head, realizing she was wearing light-colored pants and a matching sweater. She wasn't naked, and even though I couldn't make out the features in her face, she was enthralling. I tried to rationalize that my quickening heartbeat was due to nerves of being caught watching her, not because I wanted to know her. Her head tilted back as if she was taking a deep breath, and I noticed how young she was, maybe a few years younger than me. That wasn't the woman Damien was dating, but she looked similar. I guess the girl must be the daughter Mr. Marks mentioned the woman had. A chill rippled down my back as she picked up the bag and glanced back at the house. I could only see part of her expression, but if the way she wiped at her face and how she held herself was any indication, I suspected she was making a very hard decision. It didn't take a genius to know Damien and then see a young girl at night with a bag sneak out of her home to realize she was running away. I watched as the girl appeared startled and then ran behind the tree. When I glanced back at the window, I saw my wish coming true. Damien appeared at the curtain, his silhouette barely lit from the street lamp in front of the house. I could just make out enough features on his face to know for sure it was him. In that moment, as he leaned out the window, obviously looking for something, I realized I didn't want him to come outside anymore. The last thing I wanted was for Damien to find her. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She turned her head to glance at the window. When Damien stepped back into the room and pulled the window shut, her hand went to her heart. Her head fell back as she closed her eyes in relief. I started to lean over to the passenger seat to open my car door, but stopped myself. Why would a girl climb into a strange guy's car at night? But I really wanted to find out why she was running. No one snuck out of the house for one night with a huge bag like that. My curiosity grew as she slid down the tree trunk and covered her face with her hands. Her shoulders shook and I knew she was crying. After some time passed, the girl wiped her face and stood. She reached into her bag and pulled out some white paper. Again, she gazed at the house before she turned her back toward me and pressed her hand to the tree. Finally, she picked up her bag and began to walk across the street toward me. I slid down in my seat just enough so she wouldn't see me. As she made her way in front of my car, her head turned and I saw her haunting blue eyes gaze right at me, as if it was high noon and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I wondered if she saw me, but believed the darkness hid me well enough. The way her eyes fell on me felt uneasy, as if I was looking at someone stepping out of childhood and into adulthood far too soon. Then she disappeared. I tried to follow her in my car, but she was on foot and could walk through backyards and woods, so I lost her within minutes. I made it back to that house later that night and went to the tree. All thoughts of confronting Damien forgotten with that girl taking his place. Sticking out of a knotted hole in the trunk of the tree was a piece of paper. Pulling it out, I grabbed the sealed envelope and read the one word scrawled across it. Mom. Images of earlier kept flashing in my head. All I could see were her heartbreaking eyes. So, I did what any normal 19-year-old guy would do. I took the envelope.
9. Eveline. She was biting her lip. Never a good sign. I realized I was going to have to explain it to her, at least as much as she needed to know. Is this the only paperwork you needed me to sign, Eveline? Morgana adjusted her glasses and I couldn't help but smirk. First day back at work for her, and she was already weaponized with Payne's kryptonite. Yes, I just wrote it up as a leave of absence. As far as anyone is concerned, you were never fired, Drake. I lied. Really? Not even Mr. Mimir? Because when he came to the meeting at R.T. Mitchell before I was fired, her jaw tightened before she took a breath and continued. I was definitely fired from there. No mistaking Gregory Mitchell III yelling, "Did you just have sex on our conference table, Ms. Drake? That is against company policy. You're fired." But right before that meeting, Mr. Mimir acted, "Don't worry about Mr. Mimir, Drake. I reminded him how much better you are for the company than Payne. He seemed to agree that you were an asset, but refused my recommendation to fire Payne." I shook my head. Morgana pushed some of her red hair behind her ear as she signed the paperwork. She tilted her head up to me with that deer-in-headlights look she got sometimes. Sunshine? I bent over my desk and snatched the paperwork back before hiding it in a drawer. Never mind about any of that. Only Mr. Mimir needs to read that part, so I think we are done here. Let's get you settled back into your desk. She grabbed her bag and flung it over her shoulder. As we passed by the window in my office, I noticed our reflection. How opposite we appeared. Morgana was short, with thick, long red hair and an hourglass figure times 10. Her clothes, while defined as office wear, were so tight I could sometimes make out the lace pattern of her panties. I was tall and thin, no shape. I didn't even think a flagpole would be jealous of my figure. My clothes, well, they were office wear too, but I like to be comfortable, have things loose on me. Always buying my clothes one size larger. The last thing I was here to do was attract men, so why would I wear something that could even risk that? I am beginning to realize why I was almost invisible to Edgar. Once we passed the elevators and arrived at Morgana's desk, I pointed at the clock. It's 10:45, almost time for the Brooks bomb. I told Payne on Friday that this would be your first day back, but he had meetings out of the office all morning. I turned to head back to my office, but stopped as Morgana yelled out for me. Maybe I'll take an early lunch. You up for it? I was about to tell her no, that I had some work that needed to get done when the elevator doors opened and out walked the last person I wanted to see. Ever. Edgar. Then I would be forced to talk to him about the new hire for his department. Something easily done via email, instead of face-to-face where I would have to try desperately to control my hormones. It was hard to not turn into a giggling mess, with his deep voice acting like a siren song. I always tried to be aloof, but I had a feeling he didn't care anyway. Before he saw me, I turned back toward Morgana and nodded my head. Sounds great. Okay, let's go. Oh, wait, is that Edgar? Hey, Edgar. I was surprised by how fast Morgana could move considering her height. She was like a red blur blazing past me, and before I knew it, she had Edgar deep in conversation. His perfectly sculpted blonde hair just brushed the tops of his ears as he ran his fingers through them. He had long hair when I first started to work here, but last year he cut it. I appreciated both styles, but I missed his long hair. Something about it made me want to run my fingers through it, fist it in my fingers and scream, "Mine," to anyone who passed. I sounded barbaric and sad, mostly sad. Holding my ground, I refused to move closer. Not on principle, because what was I arguing about? Lunch? No. I was hungry, but I lacked the strength to resist Edgar's charm, especially when he smiled and those dimples appeared. Dimples of sin, I called them. I wanted to lick them so much. Hey, Eveline! Edgar is going to join us for lunch. Morgana waved me over with happiness radiating out of her pores. I wish I could glow with happiness. The only time I glowed was after I had danced a few songs at a club. Also, my makeup usually melted by then, and my pit stains were large enough by that point that tadpoles had been known to form, even when I wore a tank top. What I'm saying was, I got swamp pits, but hey, I glowed. Edgar's dimples were on full debauchery mode. That was until he saw me. I guess Morgana left that part out when she invited him to lunch. He probably would have declined the offer if he knew I would be there. Dreary Eveline Beckman? No thank you, he'd say. I was always surprised when he knew my name, considering how unhappy he appeared around me. It wasn't just his dwindling smile, but how his eyes gazed at anything but me. Like he was trying to find an escape from the worst thing ever. Me. Great, I said through gritted teeth. It wasn't great. It especially wasn't wonderful when Morgana conveniently stood by the elevator buttons when we were moving down to the bottom floor, forcing Edgar and me to stand next to each other. I could smell his cologne. His mouth-watering, manly man scent. I took deep breaths, not because I was about to hyperventilate, but that was an idea to get out of this lunch, but because I wanted to inhale all of him. My mouth watered, and I knew my neck was red without even glancing into the reflection of the metal elevator doors. I turned my head to face the wall and tried to fill my lungs with non-sex god air, but it wasn't working. Perhaps if I scooted toward the wall, inching farther away from him, I wouldn't want to lick him so much. Thankfully, I didn't have to make that decision, as the elevator dinged and opened on the ground floor. Cool platonic air breezed around me, and I began to feel human again. That was until he placed his hand on the small of my back to guide me out of the elevator, causing my lady parts to spasm uncontrollably. I think they were having a seizure from too much hotness. I coughed, Actually, I tried to suppress an eruption of humiliating giggles that would have embarrassed 12-year-old girls with a cough. It worked. He dropped his hand, and the lower half of my body went into a deep depression. The top half of my body felt relief tinged with bitterness. The chill of the Chicago air solidified me. What if I'm not sexy or beautiful enough for him to notice, like he did every other woman he came in contact with? He slept around anyway. Even if he did seduce me, I would just end up heartbroken anyway. Here we are. Chuck's Sausage Shack. I am so thankful I can get a good sausage right next door anytime I want. Morgana smiled as she held the door for us. I sure do love to suck on tubular meat during my breaks at work, I said without hesitation. That time I coughed for real. I hadn't meant for that to come out of my mouth. It was there in my head, and then my mouth decided it was the perfect time to give it a voice. I blame Morgana. Who says they are thankful to get good sausage? She was practically begging me to embarrass myself like that. Let's hope, Edgar said. My eyes narrowed at him, but he had turned from me. Cool as always. Nothing fazed him. Not even a frumpy co-worker making blatant and not very good penis jokes. He was just casually glancing around the place, scoping out a table. Crap! Looks like I gotta head back to work. I just got a text from Mr. Payne telling me he needs to meet with me since it's my first day back. Sorry, Morgana frowned, shoving her phone back into her purse and pushing out the door. After watching the door close, I turned to Edgar. He was staring at me, grimacing. Look, if you have something to do, we can just order food to go, I said, trying to offer him a way out. It was obvious back at the office he was only agreeing to lunch because he thought it would be him and Morgana. I'm not blind. Morgana was gorgeous and sexy, and exactly what a player like Edgar would be into. I think it's a little shitty that he would go after someone his best friend, Payne, was obviously into, but that was none of my business. Now we can order food for lunch since we were already here and then go our separate ways. Edgar smirked, his dimples deepening as his gaze drifted languidly to my lips. Now why would I miss out on the chance of watching you suck on some tubular meat? My lady parts were seizing again.
10. Edgar. I was staring at pictures of different types of sausage, but my mind couldn't stop thinking of Eveline's mouth, the menu, like a shield to prevent my flirting from going any further. Why did I have to comment about watching her suck on sausage? Oh, that's right. I couldn't help but think of sex whenever I'm around her. It's her lips that did me in. Maybe her eyes, too. Okay, if I was being honest, I couldn't help but wonder what body was hiding under those drab clothes of hers. Eveline's deep, soothing tone made me think of sex again. I pondered if she would hum if she ever gave me a blowjob. Of course. My eyes widened at her response, and I wondered if I said the comment about a hummer out loud. I lowered my menu to find her glaring at me. Do you know what you want? I think my voice cracked when I said that.
I haven't decided yet. If the waiter shows up, you order first to give me some time.
I nodded and melted back in my seat, relieved that she didn't have the power to read minds. Have you decided what you'd like to eat today? I turned my head to find a man in a plaid flannel shirt standing beside our table, placing glasses of water in front of us. He stared at Eveline. He was almost drooling over her. What a pig. This guy didn't even glance my way once. I'll have the Polish sausage with a side of chai fries. I spoke a little louder than normal to get his attention. He waved his hand at me, still staring at Eveline, not writing anything I said down. Yeah. And for the lady?
I couldn't decide between the Chicago dog with tater tots or the turtwurst. What do you recommend?
She raised her eyes to him, but quickly narrowed them. Definitely the turtwurst. They're my favorite. Short little sausages that burst with flavor. We put raisins in them to give it a hint of sweetness. The look on Eveline's face said it all.
Well, that sounds like an abomination. I'll take the Chicago dog and don't skimp on the pickle spear.
She pushed the menu at him, as did I, and in that moment I wanted to kiss her. Not in a seductive way, though I always wanted to do that, but in a that's my girl sort of way. Only Eveline wasn't my girl. She wasn't my woman, and I wondered if I could even call her my friend. When the waiter left, a bit dejected, Eveline began to laugh.
Can you believe that guy?
Eveline shook her head.
My favorite. It has raisins in them for a hint of sweetness.
She mimicked him, waving her hands in the air.
I mean, come on, raisins and sausage? What's next, marshmallows?
She shook her head, and a few strands of golden locks slipped out of her bun. It brushed her cheek, and I had to sit on my hand so I wouldn't reach over to tuck it behind her ear. Obviously, he is not good at his job. I found him at another table and glared at him. Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed.
I think he has an eye problem. He kept staring at me.
Eveline reached for her glass and took a sip. No, he can see all right. He was just some pervert who had to stare. I know Eveline didn't see me in that way, but it didn't stop me from wanting to keep men away from her. There haven't been any men in her life that I knew of yet, but I figured one day I would encounter that. I just hoped I didn't lose it when it happened. Based on how I wanted to rip that waiter to shreds for just giving her the creep eye, I would say my chances weren't good for keeping it together.
What? Oh, yeah, he must be a pervert then.
Bringing my attention back to Eveline, she was frowning and shrinking. Her hand grasped at her jacket, closing the gap of what little skin her chest exposed while sliding down in her chair. My heart picked up in concern. I reacted too strongly to the waiter and must have scared her.
You know what, Edgar? I just remembered I have to get back for a meeting I forgot about. Here's some cash for the food.
She reached into her jacket pocket and took out a folded-up bill, but I waved it away. No, Eveline, I'll put some money down and walk you back. I forgot I'm supposed to eat lunch with Henrik today. Henrik had texted me that he was coming to my office to discuss something important right after Morgana left the restaurant. I ignored it because I wanted to be with Eveline, but now it looked like I said something to upset her. I didn't understand. I was great with women, always knew what to say, but with Eveline, it seemed anything that came out of my mouth made her hate me even more. I took out my wallet and threw some money down. Eveline was already heading toward the door. I managed to catch up to her just as she stepped onto the sidewalk. Her head was down, which I assumed was due to the wind. We made it back into the lobby in no time. As we walked side by side to the elevators, my hand accidentally brushed hers, and I felt a shiver run up my arm. Eveline jerked hers away, rubbing her hand. Static was a problem in Chicago during the winter. Yeah, static. A few people were waiting for the elevator, and we joined them. Do you want me to go back and have the waiter wrap up your food? I threw my thumb over my shoulder, gazing at Eveline. She still had her head down. My heart picked up. Something was very wrong, and I had no idea how to fix it. Eveline, did I say something wrong? Her head jerked, and her eyes flickered up at me for a moment.
I don't know what you're talking about, Edgar. I have a meeting.
Despite her reassurance, I felt like this was all my fault. The doors opened to the elevator, and we pushed our way inside. It was crowded, and Eveline was pressed to the back with me facing her. I thought the doors would close, but more people kept getting on. With Eveline's height and her in heels, we were just about eye level. I tried to look at the wall behind her, but my eyes kept drifting back to her face, the blushing cheeks, the silky path from her ear to just under her jacket, and finally, those lips. Her head had lifted a little, but turned away from me. She was so beautiful I couldn't help but stare at her, and she smelled so good, like I wanted to push every article of clothing away and savor her good. Eveline. It slipped out so deep but soft that I wondered if I had said anything. Her eyes darkened when they found mine. I braced my hands on either side of her as her chest moved rapidly. The heat from the elevator was stifling, but that didn't stop me from easing closer to Eveline until we touched. I felt every soft edge she hid under all that wool. Her lips parted, but that's not what made me do it. Eveline's eyes moved to my mouth, and I knew in that moment they were begging for me. Maybe that's what I told myself because I dipped my head and brushed those sweet lips. That mouth that had filled my fantasies for so many years. I didn't even care that I was in an elevator full of people at work. Then the elevator doors opened and some people stepped out. Edgar, there you are! I stilled at the sound of my best friend's voice. Eveline turned enough to give me her shoulder. I had her in those seconds. She didn't hate me. Maybe she had a fantasy about elevators or momentarily forgot who I was, but I didn't care. I would have taken that kiss from her any way I could get it. That was until Henrik, the cock-blocker Payne, showed up. Now I was nothing to her again. Damn it. Hey, Henrik. I turned and exited the elevator to my waiting friend, refusing to look back at Eveline. I didn't want to see regret on her face. I could handle the cold shoulder, but nothing more. Did you want to go grab a bite? After meeting with Morgana earlier, I realize it's best if I steer clear of her for the rest of the day. She's wearing her glasses, and I feel like she wore them on purpose. I nodded, but my thoughts were on the remaining people in that elevator. One person in particular. Maybe we can order in and eat in my office. I don't feel like going out today, I said. We entered my office, and I sat at my desk while Henrik took a seat on the brown leather chair on the other side. I think I have to come up with a plan to deal with Morgana. Henrik and his plans or rules or whatever he tells himself to make it so he won't ever be hurt. I relaxed back in my chair, placing my hands behind my head and only half listening to my friend. Thoughts of spring flowers and succulent lips filled my imagination. I avoid her, like whenever Morgana is somewhere, in a room or at her desk, I am elsewhere. It may be a little hard as she's my assistant, but with email and messaging, I don't think it's too hard. I shook my head. Oh, Henrik, that doesn't work. Trust me, I know.
11. Eveline. Hi, Ms. Beckman. I'm Detective Hardy from CPD, and this is my partner, Detective Mackison. We are here just to ask you a few questions. My eyes blinked at the woman in a blue button-up shirt with shoulder-length red hair. Her partner, Mackison, was equally well-dressed with short brown hair. Both attractive, like they belonged modeling for a catalog, not walking the streets catching criminals. But what did I know? I was just a silly girl who made up stories trying to get attention. At least, that's what a cop told me many years ago. Of course. What would the police be interested in with an HR manager? Right then the door to the conference room opened and Grace appeared, holding 2 cups of coffee. She walked over, handing them off to the detectives. They nodded and smiled at her. As slow as she entered, Grace double-timed it out of the room. Man, this is better coffee than we get at the station. Mackison glanced at his partner before taking another gulp. Hardy clasped her hands around the paper cup. Oh, yeah. I should use my badge to gain access to the building during the week, just for the coffee. My eyes narrowed and I cleared my throat. They turned their heads and laughed. Sorry, I got lost in the coffee. Forgot you were in here, Ms. Beckman. I gritted my teeth. I can just tell you the brand of the coffee we use. No need to abuse your authority every day just for coffee. Mackison's eyes slid sideways toward his partner. Oh, she was just joking. A little cop humor. You understand? I am sure you have lots of HR jokes. Nothing is funny about human resources detectives. Nothing. I folded my hands in front of me. I'm sure they were good detectives, and I knew I was letting my bias show, but I did have a job to get back to. Okay, then. I think we can get on to why we are here. Hardy opened a manila folder in front of her. A friend of yours, Angel Hernandez, contacted us about a missing person. Mackison's pearly whites gleamed at me. I nodded my head. He mentioned he would have to contact the police if he found anything suspicious. I guess he had. Yes, I'm friends with Angel. Since he used to be with CPD, I knew he would reach out to you. An employee with the company hasn't been here in a few weeks, so I asked Angel to see if he could help me track him down. That's all. They both nodded, but Hardy sat forward while Mackison relaxed back in the black leather chair. I see. Did Mr. Ashton Graham mention anything to you about being worried? I shook my head. I don't think so. But I didn't work with him on a regular basis. You would have to ask the people in the IT department. I only grew concerned when his manager, Edgar Mimir, came to me because he hadn't been at work for 2 weeks. At first, I thought he forgot to fill out the vacation sheet and that Ashton was most likely on a vacation we didn't know about. But by the third week, we still couldn't reach him, so I contacted Angel to find out more. Now it's been a month, and no one at Mimir has heard from Ashton. The door to the conference room opened behind me. I turned to find Edgar standing there. His eyes scanned the two detectives before landing on me. "Mr. Edgar Mimir?" Hardy said.
"Yes. I can wait outside for my turn."
Edgar stepped back and started to close the door. "No, Mr. Mimir, please, have a seat. What we are discussing with Ms. Beckman pertains to you, too." Hardy pointed to the chair beside me. As he entered the room and closed the door behind him, I brought my attention forward to the two detectives. I tried my best to ignore the prickling sensation running up my arm and neck. Perhaps I was imagining it, but I swear as Edgar sat, I could feel the heat from his body move across me. Ever since his lips touched mine in the elevator last week, I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. I knew it was because of the crowded elevator, but I liked to imagine he was tempted to kiss me. It's silly to think he would feel that way, but it's not like I have anything else going on in my life to fantasize over. "Now that you are here, Mr. Mimir, I can ask you about Ashton Graham. What can you tell us about him?" Mackensen asked while scratching at his stubble. Edgar gave them the typical response to any good employee, telling them Ashton never had tardy or absentee issues, that the 2 years he had been working here he was social and appeared to enjoy his job. I agreed with Edgar on the areas I knew about. "Would you have any reason to be concerned about Ashton Graham's private life?" Hardy lifted her head from the notes she took on her white pad of paper and stared at Edgar.
"What? No. I knew he didn't have any family. He was raised by elderly parents who died about a year before he began working here. I never really asked him about his personal life because I never saw anything that would cause me concern,"
Edgar said. Hardy turned her head to me. "How about you, Ms. Beckman? Did you find Mr. Graham's actions cause you concern about his personal life?" What on earth was this about? Did they think Ashton was some terrorist wanting to take over the government? "I don't ask anyone about their personal life, even my friends. It's none of my business. Why would I ask an employee I rarely saw?" Detective Hardy's eyes widened before she turned her head to her partner. They both nodded at each other. Mackensen sat forward, clasping his hands on the table. "Okay, then. Maybe there was something else going on? Did you think he might have had a relationship, a personal one, if you know what I mean, with someone here?" His eyebrows wiggled just before he winked at me. Anger and bile rose in my throat, and I couldn't bring myself to answer his ridiculous question. "I don't mean to imply anything, Ms. Beckman." "Then don't. I take this job very seriously. I respect where I work too much to jeopardize myself or anyone else who works here by some silly infatuation. If there were any emotions involved, they were very one-sided, and I knew nothing about them. Office romances only cause trouble." I felt I made my point. When people followed their heart, so many mistakes could happen. That's why I only used my brain to make decisions. "Obviously. Yes, Ms. Beckman." Detective Mackensen nodded as Hardy reached for her coffee and took a sip. Her shoulders began to shake. I also noticed Mackensen glanced down at the folder before his shoulders started to shake, too. They were laughing at me. Apparently, hard work and dedication to an employer was funny to them. I lifted my finger and pointed at them. "Look, if you two think this is so fun—" He traveled up my arm as Edgar's hand clasped mine, lowering it back down.
"What I think Eveline is trying to say is we are just as perplexed as you two as to why a good employee would just disappear. We would like to help you any way we can to get to the bottom of it. Eveline and I really hope he is okay."
The detectives composed themselves. As they were sifting through their paperwork, I realized Edgar was still holding my hand.
Normally, I would quickly remove my hand from his because it just made me want to touch him even more. But it was soothing. The accusations from the cops didn't seem so upsetting anymore. I even smiled, realizing how much I overreacted to them. Edgar caught my grin and removed his hand. I frowned. I guess he couldn't have dowdy Eveline have feelings for him. Would you both take a look at this photograph? Tell us what it may mean to you. It was an image of Edgar smiling at the camera. I straightened in my seat and glanced over at Edgar. The look on his face was one I would never forget. Disgust, maybe even humiliation. But definitely the complete opposite of his appearance in the image. Was this a recent photograph? Mackeson's deep voice echoed in my ear as I stared at Edgar. He didn't look at me, focused solely on the picture. He was probably trying to remember when it was taken, wondering which sexy woman he had fooled around with had taken it. It wasn't a sexy woman. It was just me. My eyes began to burn, and I knew tears weren't far behind, so I turned my attention back to the detectives. As much as I willed my voice to return, I knew if it did, the tears would give way. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth, but it was Edgar who answered their question. No, I remember it was a Friday night in July, about 4 years ago. Closing my eyes, I prayed he wouldn't continue. It took until that moment in front of the detectives to realize maybe it was best if I remained invisible to Edgar. Who took the picture, Mr. Mimir? Hardy asked. It was Eveline. Ms. Beckman.
12. Edgar. Just the thought of Eveline next to me in bed and I was half hard. That picture brought back all the memories, the good ones, when she laughed at my jokes. It was the next best thing to heaven when Eveline's head fell back and her sapphire eyes sparkled with delight. I closed my eyes, recreating that moment in my head. We were drunk and we went back to my place from happy hour. She wasn't manager yet, but Jacob had taken notice of her hard work. I noticed too, but what I also took note of was how good her ideas were when she attended meetings. How the other employees gravitated to her for advice and help. What I observed, maybe felt, was that my heart seemed to tighten whenever I was around her, choking me. I thought it best to stay away from her, but that night, after a few drinks, I touched her, and that tightness bloomed into something wonderful. I knew I was attracted to Eveline, but that night I realized it was so much more. I was addicted to her. How do you cure addiction? You stay away from whatever you were addicted to. So after that night, I avoided Eveline as best I could.
You two had an intimate relationship and worked together?
Hardy said as the corner of her mouth ticked up. Both detectives were staring at Eveline.
No,
Eveline said at the same time. I said, yeah, you could say that. Eveline's head spun toward me where she couldn't decide whether to narrow or widen her eyes. She finally compromised, which appeared painful. I wondered if her head might explode.
So which is it? You did or didn't have an intimate relation? Let's call it an office romance that might cause trouble. You know, some silly infatuation that may jeopardize your careers.
Hardy smiled at Eveline, and I knew without even turning that Eveline was glaring at her.
There was no office romance, was there, Edgar?
I could hear her teeth grind as Eveline used my name. I knew Eveline was embarrassed about that time. One of those mistakes only liberal amounts of alcohol and a Friday night could create. I wasn't surprised when the morning came and she wasn't there, or that she avoided me after that. No, there wasn't. Just that one night. Not that much happened that night anyway. Nothing that could be labeled an office romance. I half laughed and half blew air out of my lips, trying to give the appearance that it was no big deal. Back up, Eveline. Make the detectives think I didn't have feelings for her. Obviously, I was lying. Okay, so nothing happened after that night. Nothing that would involve a jealous lover or someone at your job to take notice? Mackeson finally broke his gaze from us to glance back at his paperwork.
Yes, nothing happened.
Eveline practically pleaded, as if her life depended on it. I turned to gaze at the buildings across Michigan Avenue to distract myself. She regretted that night. I got it. but there wasn't any need to act like being mistaken for having a fling with me was the worst thing since sardine pie. I'm not that much of a man whore. In fact, I haven't been with a woman in a long while.
So you want us to believe that you aren't attracted to each other?
I turned back to see Hardy moving her finger, pointing at us.
Oh, why is that so hard to believe, detectives? You may hump like rabbits down at the station, but at Mimir, we expect our employees to be focused on work and not each other.
Eveline pointed back. The way everyone was pointing at each other, I wondered if a pointing battle would begin. Sort of like a breakdance battle, but with fingers instead of dance moves. Hey, Mackeson wrinkled his brow and pointed at Eveline. Yep, a good old-fashioned pointing battle. Eveline raised her hands in surrender, losing the battle.
I'm sorry, detectives. I am sure you are professional. It is just hard to be accused of something that isn't true.
The detectives glanced at each other and nodded before turning to me. And you aren't attracted to Miss Beckman, is that right? I couldn't open my mouth. The detectives leaned forward, waiting for my answer, but I wouldn't give it to them. Swallowing, I glanced over at Eveline, who focused on her hands, twisting her fingers around each other. Her body was shaking. Was she afraid of my answer? I knew I was. Whatever do you mean? I stalled. I might as well have been on trial for my life because I was sweating profusely. Should I tell them the truth? Yes, I am so attracted to this woman that I can't be in the same room as her without walking out with a hard-on. Yes, she's physically beautiful, but it wasn't about that. It was her fearlessness, her strength, and how she refused to be nothing less than herself to the world. I knew Henrik didn't like her. He thought she had a chip so large on her shoulder it could be a boulder, but he didn't know her, not like I did.
I think you know what we mean, Mr. Mimir.
Hardy leaned closer across the table. It felt hot in the room, stifling. I wasn't about to admit something that would alienate Eveline from me even more. Why is our personal life relevant to a missing coworker? When this picture was taken, Ashton Graham wouldn't have even started to work for Mimir for another 2 years. I had to ask. This meeting needed to end. There were several reasons I avoided Eveline. Yes, I was attracted to her. Yes, she hated me. It wasn't fun to be reminded of that. This meeting was like a hot poker to my heart, painfully teasing me with what I could never have.
Yes, why are you asking us such personal questions, which I might add, are none of your business?
Eveline pointed toward the detectives. We searched Ashton Graham's apartment a few days ago and found this image on his laptop. We don't know why he would have that picture of Mr. Mimir, and when our IT people traced the image, it appeared to come from your computer, Miss Beckman. Mackeson pointed to the picture in front of us. I struggled to hide my smile. Eveline had that picture. It almost made all these ridiculous questions and Eveline's sharp denial that we had feelings for each other worth it. I leaned forward on the table. What? Why would Ashton have this picture? That's what we're trying to figure out. We still can't seem to find him. Since he was in IT, do you know why he might have hacked into the Mimir system to take anything? My heart began to race as fear caused my skin to become slick. Mimir had been hacked? That was my worst nightmare as an IT exec. The press would go wild if this got out. Mimir would no longer be the third largest internet retailer in the world. It would be lucky to get any business. Who would feel safe giving us their credit card information or shipping address? Here I was, worried about some lust-filled night years ago when millions of people's information was out there for anyone to get. So you think he hacked our system? I was standing now, my fingers turning white from the pressure of leaning on them as I got as close to the detectives as possible.
We don't know, Mr. Mimir, once we get the—
Wait a minute. I waved my hands in the air, cutting Hardy off. This could cost the company millions, maybe even billions. I can't even imagine how much information could have been hacked. This is the stuff that brings down companies, and you were joking around with our HR manager because she is a good employee? Is that where your priorities lie? Mackeson got up and held his hands in front of himself. Look, Mr. Mimir, we don't have reason to believe that he hacked your entire system, just a few of the employees' computers. Who? I need to know as I'm the CIO. I felt Eveline's warm hand on my arm, and as if she held some magical power, I breathed. The tension in my body eased. I found she wasn't glaring nor grinding her teeth, but I was greeted with a hint of a soft smile. She glowed. I swear there was an aura around her that made me realize that this wasn't the end of the world.
This is just a job, Edgar. A job you are great at. If anything happened, I know you will work hard to correct it,"
Eveline said as she gave a quick squeeze to my arm before lowering her hand. I needed to hear that. She was right. This was a job, and if there was a breach, I knew enough to fix it. Sure, there may be some damage after, but I've dealt with worse in my life.
"He had files that originated from Miss Beckman's computer, your computer, Mr. Mimir, and Henrik Payne's, too."
13. Eveline. Tea time, Jensen? I strolled into the small kitchen and shifted around the small table where Grace Jensen sat. She lifted her delicate wrist and stared at her big metal watch. "No, technically, tea time doesn't start for another 4 hours, Ms. Beckman." Grace giggled and shook her head. "Oh, good to know. It's just, you are drinking tea out of a teacup, so what's in the cup then? Molasses?" I slanted my eyes to her yellow cup before turning to the coffee pot. "My mom went on a date last night, and I stayed up until she got home. She was trying internet dating, and I was worried. Men trolling the internet looking for women couldn't be trusted. I was on my 3rd cup of coffee and needed to be awake for the meeting I had with Jacob Mimir in a half hour. Don't think it would look good if I fell asleep in front of the president of the company." "No, it's tea. That is how you properly drink tea. In a teacup," Grace said, covering her mouth with her fingers as she laughed. "Oh, Ms. Beckman, you are so funny. I thought Ms. Drake was the funny one around here, but I like your humor, too." Grace was so easily amused. Sometimes I thought Grace wasn't some crazy stalker that Payne had painted her out to be. Maybe Grace just had a simpler way of looking at things. "I'll be performing here all week, Jensen, so stop on by," I said as I poured the last of the coffee into my white and blue Mimir mug. "What? Performing?" Grace asked behind me. "Another joke, Jensen." "Never mind." Taking a sip, I realized it was the backwash of the coffee. I poured it out into the sink and reached up into the cabinet above me for another coffee packet. It was on the 3rd shelf, which was a ridiculous location for the extra coffee. As the tips of my fingers reached the packet, another hand came up beside me. I turned my head to find Edgar gazing at me. "Here, let me." The deep vibrations from his voice caused me to shiver, and I shirked back to give him room. As he handed over the coffee, our fingers touched, and that shiver from a moment ago turned into a lightning bolt up my arm. "Thank you," I said, and felt the giggle bubbling to the surface. I resisted its power as best I could, bringing my hand up to my mouth to fake a cough, but it was too late. The immature titter escaped. I wondered if that was my body's way of punishment for not acting more like a ridiculous teenager when I was an actual teenager. I didn't get a choice in the matter and had to grow up fast. Apparently, my body still held on to all that youthful silliness and was letting it out at the worst times, like in front of Edgar. "Any time, Eveline." He winked at me. "I'm heading back, Ms. Beckman." Just before Grace turned to leave, she smiled at Edgar. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. It wasn't that she grinned at him, it's how she did it. Like she had some secret. "That was weird," I said as I eyed her retreating figure before she turned the corner. "Well, Grace has always been a little odd." When I turned back to face Edgar, he was fidgeting with a napkin. He never fidgeted. Edgar was always cool, relaxed, and in control. The only time I saw him lose it was last week in front of the detectives. I figured Edgar was right about Grace and turned back to the coffee maker. Edgar said. "Yes, Edgar? Did you need something?" I kept my focus on making the coffee, so I was surprised when I felt his hand on my shoulder. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you about something, Eveline. What the detectives mentioned last week. Something that I don't think they know about." I pushed the start button on the black coffee maker and turned to face him. "Okay," I said. Edgar was rubbing the back of his head. his eyes taking in the room, refusing to land on me. I had hired a private investigator over a week ago to find out about Ashton. He discovered something interesting, and since that picture of me that you took wound up on his computer, I wanted to show you what I found.
Why didn't you say anything when they were questioning us? He shook his head.
I had planned to, but you saw them. They seemed to want to make this out to be some jealousy issue that couldn't possibly have existed, asking us about our attraction to each other and if we had a personal relationship.
I couldn't help but agree with Edgar. They didn't seem like they knew what they were doing. It made me worry for the safety of Ashton Graham, that his life may be in their hands. Yeah, I understand. I leaned back against the counter and folded my arms. Then they just casually mentioned the hacking, like it was nothing. That was crazy. He sliced his hands in the air and nodded.
Right. That should have been one of their main concerns, not some afterthought. Anyway, I wanted to show you what my guy found. I think you will be interested.
The coffee pot beeped, letting me know it was ready. I realized I didn't need it anymore as I was wide awake. My heart pounded in my chest as a bad feeling came over me. My mind raced with what Edgar had for me. Was it more hacking? Maybe Ashton was dead, killed by the mafia or the government. Perhaps Ashton was secretly in love with me and killed himself. That's it. No more crime shows for a few months. I do have a meeting with Mr. Mimir in a bit, so maybe you can show me later today? I was stalling. Something about it didn't feel right, as if what he showed me would change everything for the worse.
It won't take long. I have it in my office, and I'll send a text to Jacob that you are meeting with me, so if he needs you, he'll know where to find you.
Doesn't that just solve everything? My eyes scanned the room as I desperately tried to think of another excuse. I was about to pretend to have an intense cramping issue due to my menstrual cycle, but then Edgar touched me. He placed his hand on my back, and I began to glide across the floor as he guided me out of the kitchen. Why was I cursed with such a weak body? All I remembered of the elevator ride down to Edgar's floor was trying not to pass out, knowing how good he smelled, like citrus and all things male. I held my breath the entire time. When the doors finally opened on his floor, I ran out and almost fell over, gasping for air. The plan to not smell him backfired, as he helped support me as we walked into his office. He even wrapped his arm around my back, which made me more lightheaded than the elevator ride.
Eveline, I think you should sit down.
I put my hands on my hips. I can handle what you are about to show me, Edgar. Yes, I was scared of what he had to show me, but I wouldn't let him know that.
I am talking about you almost passing out in the elevator. Then once I helped you into my office, your knees buckled. I think you should sit down.
He pushed out his desk chair and waved for me to sit. Oh, of course. You're probably right. He traveled up my neck as I sat in his leather chair. Edgar leaned over the chair as he opened his laptop. I tried to push the seat back, but when I did, he placed his hand on the top, stopping the movement. He was an inch from me. If I turned my head, I knew my lips would brush his cheek, maybe even his trimmed beard. So I didn't. I remained motionless despite the tingling of my skin as his hot breath fell over my shoulder and down my chest. Even my best efforts in the elevator were for nothing, as I couldn't do anything to escape his scent now.
Pardon me, Eveline. I just need to reach past you.
His words faded as he leaned closer. Edgar's soft golden hair tickled my nose. I inhaled and was greeted with everything Edgar. Images of him bare-chested in the forest came to mind. Edgar groaned and shifted closer to the desk. He must have felt me sniff him. That was embarrassing. But what did he expect as he pushed himself on me like that? I glanced down to move my head away from his, and that's when I saw it. His erection pushing against his gray wool pants.
14. Edgar. I couldn't remember what I was looking for on my computer. Shaking my head, I tried to concentrate, but as her nose brushed my neck, my brain stopped focusing on the computer. Every part of my body was highly aware that a beautiful woman was inches from me, not just any woman, but Eveline Beckman. My eyes strained at the glowing blue screen to find something to jog my memory. A file, maybe? Something that pertained to us? Yes, that was it. Mr. Marks sent me that picture yesterday, and I wanted to show it to Eveline. I remembered, I said.
Remembered what, Edgar?
Her breath swept over my cheek, and I forgot everything again. There was a silence in the room that felt charged. Any movement she made or word she said pulled me closer to her. What I was looking for, but I forgot again. At least I was being honest. She probably thought I was an idiot. Something as important as what we were talking about, and within seconds it's gone. Eveline had little respect for me before. She must wonder how I even maintained a job now.
Here, let me help.
She leaned forward just as my head turned, causing my lips to land on her eyelid. I didn't remove my mouth. That's the important thing to take away from this. A normal person would instantly pull away and apologize. But I stood there sucking on her eye like some perverted eye admirer. I bet that eye porn existed and people got paid big bucks to suck on eyelids. As the saying goes, if you could imagine it, there was probably porn of it.
Edgar?
I straightened, giving Eveline her sight back. Yes, Eveline. The back of her hand swept across her eyelid before she gazed up at me. Her licked eye twitched.
What was that?
Eye porn? Then I winked. Now that was when I went from weird to sleazy, as if I meant to do that and it was sexy. She stood and glanced around the room.
Is there a camera in here? Are you seriously filming a porn right now?
Her hand grasped at her chest as she took large gulps of air. Waving my hands, I panicked. No, please, I was only joking. I tried to laugh, but it came out forced, and Eveline noticed as her eyes narrowed at me. That was weird. It was... I know it. I just meant, well, never mind what I meant. I'm sorry. Eveline stared at me, still unsure, before a smile cracked her lips.
Of course. I get it, yeah.
She tapped her head with the heel of her palm.
Silly me. It's not like you couldn't get any woman in the world to make a porn with, even eye porn. Why would you slum it with me?
She continued to laugh and shook her head, but something about how she reacted made me uneasy. Eveline, did you want to make a porn with me?
What?
Her voice went up an octave, followed by a giggle. Not so much a normal laugh, but something a young girl would do. I'm not saying we should do a porno because that would be weird and creepy, but that somehow you think... I stopped when it dawned on me. It was how she said it. How adamant she was last week that we would never have a relationship when we spoke to the detectives. Eveline wrapped her arms around her body and turned her head, but I needed to find her eyes. They always gave her away. Eveline. I lowered my voice and dipped my head toward her, but she stepped back.
Edgar, I really should be going. I have that meeting.
Her voice trembled but drifted away. I already texted my brother to meet you here for the meeting. Please look at me. My fingers touched her chin as I lifted her head to face me. I noticed tears streaked Eveline's cheeks, but her eyes remained closed. Eveline, please. My words gave her cause to scrunch her eyes even tighter. I lifted my other hand and smoothed away the damp trails with my thumb. Why won't you show me those beautiful blue eyes of yours? I brushed away some hair that was stuck to her cheeks when she sighed and finally lifted her eyelids. There you are. I smiled, but not for long. Her gaze fell to my lips. All the tension dissolved on Eveline. She was unbelievably sexy right now. Strands of hair falling out of her chignon. Her lips swollen and cheeks flushed as if I'd just finished fucking her. The air around us suddenly felt heated and thick. My fingers slid from her chin to her neck. It was soft, and my fingers traced her delicate skin. I had a strong urge to bite her, suck on that skin, find out her flavor. So I did. I dipped my head until my lips were brushing her soft skin. I didn't care if it was wrong or that anyone could walk in. I needed to taste Eveline. I thought she would push me off her, call me names, maybe even tell my brother and he would be forced to fire me, but the opposite happened. Eveline melted into my arms. I tightened my hold around her as she curled into me. She pushed her chest closer and I crumbled. My hands were everywhere on her, clawing at every spot I could reach. Lifting my head, I gazed down at what I had done. Even with her eyes closed and my head turned to the side, she was so much sexier than I could have ever imagined. Every fantasy I had blew to dust compared to this moment. I want to kiss you. Now. Right now. Can I kiss you, please, Eveline? The words fell out in one big tumble. Sucking her neck wasn't enough. I wanted more. I felt like some horny virgin that didn't know what he was doing. I wanted to pull and kiss and lick and tug and suck every fuckable inch of her.
Yes, do anything you want to me.
Her voice deep with want. Oh, Eveline, there's so much. I let my hands finish for me. Grabbing her hips, I lifted her. I turned, positioning her on my desk. Some things may have fallen in the process, but I was too far gone to care. I didn't kiss her right away. Stepping back, I drank in my fantasy. Lifting my hand, I tugged the pins from her hair. It took a few, along with the clip I discovered in the process, but her hair eventually tumbled down over her shoulders. Her long, dark lashes fanned over her cheeks as she turned her gaze to the floor. Eveline was having second thoughts, and I had to stop them. You're everything I want, and nothing I deserve, Eveline. I know that. So, if you want to leave, I understand. But if you stay, I can't promise I won't beg for more than a kiss. I may beg for everything if you let me. Her hand raised to her chest, clutching her blouse. I covered it with my hand and guided it away. Another tear fell down her face.
I don't know if I'm capable.
Her trembling words stopped as tears fell once again. She covered her face with her hands as the sob began. I embraced her and held her while she cried. Most men would panic if a woman cried in their arms from fear of a kiss, but not me. Not that I'm better than other men, because I'm not, but I knew Eveline. She thought I didn't understand her. Eveline believed no one did. If she ever found out how I had come to know her so well, she wouldn't want anything to do with me. So I held her and let her cry, even if it caused her to avoid me. But that's fine, because now I knew. Eveline didn't hate me. She was attracted to me. It wasn't only her kiss I was after. Before I thought I had no chance at that, but now I'll give her the one thing I am good at. Patience. Because of all the things I knew about Eveline, it's that she took a long time to come around. But I'll wait. Eveline pulled back and with trembling fingers wiped the tears from her face.
Wow, that was embarrassing. I really picked the worst times for a cry, huh?
She let out a few chuckles, but they didn't seem sincere. I waved my hand in the air and shrugged. Happens all the time. I have that effect on women. They're so overwhelmed by my manly sex appeal and striking good looks that they break out in fits of hysteria. Reaching over to the end of my desk, I pulled a tissue from a box and handed it to her. Eveline nodded before taking it to dab at her face.
I forgot for a moment about your godlike power over women's hearts.
We laughed, but it seemed hollow. I don't know about godlike power over women's hearts. Maybe just their lady parts. I tapped at my chin. Eveline scrunched up her nose.
Don't use lady parts. You make it sound like women are built in factories. Also, don't say woo-ha or vajayjay.
I threw my head back, but this time the laughter that roared from my chest was honest. It took a moment to come down off the humor high. I was wiping the tears from the corners of my eyes as I said, "Okay, so what should I say, Miss Know-It-All?" Just as she was about to answer, there was a knock at the door. It opened before she could say anything. Standing in the doorway, staring at us, was my brother, Jacob. 15. Edgar. I watched as all the signs of surprise followed by understanding formed on Jacob's face. His gray eyes widened before giving way to a crinkled brow. Finally, his hand rubbed at his neck as his jaw firmed. None of those actions eased my fears. "Edgar, I need to see you out in the hallway immediately." I had to come up with something quickly, but first I dipped my head to Eveline. "Are you going to be okay?"
No,
she said before her eyelids fell. Her chest rose with a breath. She steeled herself before she opened her eyes and nodded.
I mean, yes, fuck. This is it. At least I have time to fix myself up before the axe falls.
"That won't happen, I promise." I meant what I said to Eveline. As I moved around the desk and stepped out into the hallway, my brother kept his stare glued on me. He must have thought I would make a break for it, like I would sooner jump out the 26th floor window than face my brother's wrath. Memories of just after he quit college to come help out at home came to mind. His lectures to me of how he was the man of the house and we needed to do everything we could to help Mom. I lied and told a retail store I was 16 when I was actually 15 and worked before school unloading merchandise. After school, I worked in the same store as a salesperson. My brother got a salary position fetching coffee and answering phones at a downtown advertising company. It was at night that he worked on creating Mimir in our mom's garage. Since he had made the most money, he bossed me around. He was still doing that. I shut the door to my office and faced my brother's fury. Before he could begin the lecture I knew he planned out in his head, I cut him off. "Jacob, I'm glad you showed up. I think it's best if Evelyn went home for the day." His head shot back. "What? But you two were just... We were what?" I tilted my head and played up my confusion as best I could. My brother may be able to build companies from scratch, but I could act my way out of anything if I wanted to. That's the thing about giving the appearance you always have it together. People start to believe it. I should have been an actor. His head turned toward the door and he pointed. You just had your hand on her back." He lowered his voice and leaned toward me. "Miss Beckman was sitting on your desk, Edgar." "Wait, you don't think we... on my desk?" I stepped back and waved my hands toward the door. My voice went up with each word. Jacob nodded, but doubt shadowed his stare. His eyes scanned the room as he bit his lower lip. "It's Evelyn, Jacob. I get why you might think me." My mouth firmed into a line. "But Evelyn? Don't you think she's smarter than that?" Jacob scratched the back of his neck and I knew I had him. He felt guilty. I grew up with my brother. We shared a bedroom for part of our life. I could read him backward and forward and upside down. "Then what was happening in there, Edgar? Answer me that. I've never known Miss Beckman to sit on desks when meeting with people." "She almost fainted, Jacob. I needed to discuss what the detectives mentioned last week and the possibility of hiring someone to replace Ashton Graham with her. She followed me to my office, which is why I texted you to meet me here because she mentioned you two had a meeting. I was laying it on thick, but my brother was buying it. In the elevator, she didn't seem well, and I practically had to carry her into my office." My brother nodded his head. "Oh, I see. When I saw you two, I just thought, the worst, I know. Why would you expect more from your own brother?" I smirked. "No, Edgar, I'm sorry. There have been some issues with our overseas distributors and some changes in the laws in Europe and Britain. I think the stress is getting to me. I really am sorry." I slapped my brother on the back in a friendly way. "Yeah, I get it. With Ashton missing and that some of the computers got hacked, I haven't been myself lately either." He put his arm around my back as I dodged it and mussed up his graying blonde hair. We laughed and hugged it out. "We need to discuss what you found from the computers. Did you uncover anything about the hacking after looking at Evelyn's, Henrik's, and your computer?" "No, that was the problem. It appeared the computers were shredded, wiped clean, because there was information on our server that wasn't found on the computers. It was someone who knew what they were doing. Ashton could have done it, but if a shredder was used, I had a feeling he wasn't alone. I wanted to find out a bit more before I told Jacob. Besides, he seemed to have some worries of his own right now. I loved my brother. There was no need to worry him before I had all the facts." We walked back into my office to find Evelyn sitting with her back to the door across from my desk. I went around and bent to place my hand on her shoulder. Her hair was fixed, as was her clothing. Even her gaze returned to the guarded and focused one I have known all these years. "I was just telling Jacob here about how you almost fainted in the elevator. I suggested you take the rest of the day off, Evelyn. He agreed, didn't you, Jacob?" Jacob came to the other side of her and leaned against my desk, his face full of concern. "Yes, Evelyn, if you are unwell, you need to take care of yourself. I'm just thankful Edgar was there to help you." Evelyn's wide eyes bounced between me and Jacob before her rigid back relaxed. The stress, the worry of the last few minutes seemed to blow out in one breath. Her hand reached up to her head as she nodded. "Don't try to talk. Edgar will help you home. Make sure you get there safe." Jacob patted me on the shoulder. Evelyn started to get up before Jacob moved to her side, helping her to her feet.
"I don't think I need help getting home. I can go myself. In fact, I am feeling a lot better. Maybe I should just go back to my office and eat something. I think I'm fine."
Jacob shook his head. "No, I won't hear of it. Edgar?" He looked at me and jerked his head, indicating for me to help him. "If she's feeling better, maybe she could—" "Edgar, Jacob's jaw tightened. That was a fight only Jacob could win. My brother may get on my nerves at times, but he had a big heart. If anyone was hurting, he made sure they were taken care of. To make sure we followed his directions, he accompanied us to her office to pick up her things, and then out to the sidewalk where he hailed a cab for us. When the taxi pulled up and we got inside, he gazed into the window. "Now take care of her, Edgar. She's the best HR manager we've ever had." Jacob winked at Eveline before standing back up. The car moved away from the curb and got off Michigan Avenue, exiting onto Lakeshore Drive. Eveline had her head turned and gazed out to the choppy waters hitting the beach. Only a few dedicated runners were out on this late March day, jogging along the bike trail that was sandwiched between Lakeshore Drive and the water. "I'm sorry, I needed to tell him you were sick so he wouldn't think that, She turned to face me.
I understand. Thank you. I thought for sure I was going to be fired.
"Nah, he wouldn't have fired you. You heard him back there. You are the best HR manager we've ever had." She blushed and glanced down at her clasped hands.
I thought he was just saying that because he thought I was sick.
I placed my hand over Eveline's. "How do you see yourself, Eveline?"
What?
She tilted her head. "What I mean is, do you think you were a good HR manager?" Eveline shrugged.
I work hard, make sure that anyone that's hired is good enough for the company. Nothing gets by me.
I glanced up to the front of the taxi and saw the brown eyes of the driver move away. "Of course, all that is true, but when you boil everything down, do you see yourself as a good worker? A great HR manager?" She nodded, but it was followed by a shrug. "I want you to say it, Eveline." The lines on the ridge between her eyes wrinkled before she rolled her eyes.
This is silly, Edgar. What are you, Robin Williams, and I'm Matt Damon? Suddenly we aren't in Chicago, but Boston?
Eveline blew the air out of her lips and shook her head. She glanced back out the window as the cab turned and abruptly came to a stop. "We're here," the accented voice came from the front of the vehicle. Eveline removed her seatbelt and quickly opened the car door, slamming it behind her. She must have had the money in her pocket because the driver was given cash before I could even take off my seatbelt. I glanced up, but she was gone.
16. Eveline. "You're home early." My mom smiled at me walking in from the hallway. I leaned my back against the front door, trying to catch my breath. My mom made a face. "Oh no, is Mrs. Charles out there again? If she is, I'm not here. Also, tell her I'm on a cleanse and can't have food." Taking a deep breath, I pushed off the door. Dropping my bag, I shrugged off Big Earl, placing him on the coat rack in the corner. "You are on a cleanse?" I was dubious about cleanses. It's just a glorified fast. I did one once, in my early 20s. Ended up gaining all the weight I lost back, plus a few extra pounds after I stopped. Plus, I was angry all the time when I was on the cleanse. It wasn't a good week. "No, not really, but she keeps pushing the lemon cookies she bakes on me. Have you tried them?" I shook my head. "Don't. They're terrible. How can anything with lemon in it taste like pickles?" Somehow the thought of lemons made me think of Edgar, which brought my tears back. I let my head fall into my hands as a sob took over. "Oh, Eveline, what's wrong? Damn it. I am really bad at this crying thing. Always picking the worst times." My mother came over to me and wrapped her arms around me. She guided me to the couch, never letting go. "This, Mom? This is what's wrong." I waved a hand around my face. She cupped her hands on my cheeks, her blue eyes searching every inch of my face. "I don't understand. I don't see anything wrong. Did you hurt yourself at work? Is that why you came home early?" I nodded. "You could say that." I tried to figure out how best to explain to my mom that the man I had been fantasizing about for the past 5 years was about to kiss me when I exploded in tears in front of him. Thankfully, I didn't have to explain as there was a knock at the door. "Stay put. I'll see who it is. If it's Mrs. Charles again, I'll tell her we are both on a cleanse." I couldn't help but chuckle as I wiped the tears from my face. I heard the door open. "Oh, may I help you?"
Is Eveline Beckman here? The sound of Edgar's voice had me snatching a napkin from the coffee table and frantically wiping down my face. A quick scan of the area made me realize there were no mirrors around. I knew my face was red and puffy. Maybe my mom would tell him I wasn't here and refuse to let a person she didn't know into the house. Someone who could easily have looked up my name and where I lived on the internet just to gain access into our apartment, to kill us. That's it. No more crime shows for me. Of course. Come right in. Great. My mom just let in a potential serial killer. I knew Edgar wasn't a serial killer, but she didn't know that. I got up and moved to the entryway. He stood there smiling at her with warmth. Edgar was a nice guy, but the way he gazed at my mom was if he knew her. Which was weird, since I had never even mentioned my family at work. I guess it's his natural charisma bursting forth. My mother shut the door and turned, finding me staring at Edgar. "Oh, Eveline, this man, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "It's Edgar," he said. I watched and was able to pinpoint the minute realization hit my mother. Her eyes widened as she looked Edgar up and down. "Well, how do you do, Edgar?" She hesitated, but ended up giggling and putting out her hand. He shook it as she blushed. My mother would lose badly at poker. Badly. She turned toward me, raising her brow and dipping her head. Her grin said everything. "Look who is here, Eveline. Your crush. I know it's your crush, so don't go denying it. It's him, and he's hot. No wonder he is the star of all your romance books." Yup. That's exactly what her expression said. "I'm about to hop in the shower because I have to leave soon, so it was nice to meet you, Edgar." My mom patted him on the arm, which devolved into her groping his upper arm before she finally let out a sigh and let him go. She winked at me before heading down the hallway toward her bathroom. "You look a lot like your mom." Edgar jerked his head toward the hall she retreated down. I folded my arms and glared at him. "I never told you that was my mother. We could be completely unrelated for all you know. Maybe I prefer to only room with people who look almost exactly like me." "You don't know that." Edgar stepped closer, his gaze set on me. "Eveline, there is a reason I know that woman is your mother. It has to do with why I brought you to my office to begin with, before things got, weird?" He released a soft chuckle as he shook his head. "Yeah, kind of. I think things went sideways when porn was discussed." I nibbled on the tip of my thumb as the embarrassment of that moment flooded back. "Anyway, I still want to show you what my investigator found." Taking a deep breath, hoping I wouldn't break into tears again, I nodded. Edgar took a seat on the couch as I showed him into the living room. I remained standing on the other side of the coffee table. He patted the cushion next to him. "This isn't an actual porno, Eveline. I'm not going to rip your clothes off the moment you come to sit next to me." If he only knew that was a scene I wrote in one of my books called When a Laird Comes Calling. The scene began to play in my mind. Now I really didn't want to sit next to Edgar. "Okay, have it your way." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "There is a man I have known for a long time that helps me find people. I went to school with his son. I reached out to him when Ashton went missing, hoping to find out what happened to him." I felt silly standing there. I moved around the table and took a seat on the opposite end of the couch. "He sent me a picture today of Ashton, but there was someone in that photo who you might be interested in seeing." Why would I be interested in someone who knows Ashton? It's not like I knew Ashton that well anyway. In the 2 years he worked for the company, I interacted with him only a handful of times. Edgar reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He tapped it a few times before handing it over to me. My ears burned, and without thinking, I reached up to touch one. It didn't feel hot to the touch, but inside, I was on fire. Even my eyes felt molten and they fluttered, but the only thing that came out were salty tears.
At least I was crying at the right time. For the man in the picture on Edgar's phone with much darker hair than I remembered was a monster. He was hideous and disgusting, and the last person I ever wanted to see again. The image was of them leaving a coffee shop, based on the logo etched into the glass door behind them. Ashton was sideways, but even I could tell it was him. There was another man with them, with disheveled brown hair, but I didn't know who he was. The monster stared directly into the camera as if he knew his picture was being taken, as if he knew I would be the one looking at it. I had seen that expression too many times to know what it meant, and still I kept gawking. My stomach churned like it used to, but my eyes stayed locked with his. Even when my sight blurred to the point where the picture was just smears of color, I wouldn't turn away. A hand, at least a blur of a hand, came over the phone. Edgar pulled it from me. "I'm sorry, Eveline, but I felt you needed to see." I turned my head toward him but kept my eyes on his phone. "I don't understand. Why would you—" "I don't understand." I shook my head and squeezed my face tight. Not now. I needed to speak, to ask questions, to understand this. I was wrong. This wasn't the proper time to cry. This was the time to find out how to make it all go away. But my throat tightened, so I couldn't speak. My eyesight unclear, so I couldn't run. "You know him as Shane Reynolds, but his real name is Damien Rosen." "What? But how?" My voice was raw, but I could at least get out something. "I know what he did to your mom, Eveline. I know a lot about Damien." He turned to face me and took my hand in his. "I also know what he did to you." My jaw tightened, and this time I let the tears fall down my face. I took a breath and stood before walking to the door. Opening it, I glanced over at Edgar. "You don't know anything about me, Edgar. I think you need to leave now."
17. Edgar. October 31st, 5 years ago. I can't believe it's her. She kept touching my chest. Also, for whatever reason, she was humming an 80s song.
Is that I Would Walk 500 Miles?
The barista that just a few minutes ago was about to accept a date with me figured out the title. As for me, I was still in shock that I found her. Blue eyes. I knew her name, Eveline Beckman, but when my mind would wander to her, they would always conjure up images of those eyes.
"I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I have an interview shortly, so I guess I'm a bit nervous."
Her dark lashes fanned her cheeks as she closed her eyes, putting an end to the daze I was in.
"Let me buy your drink to make up for it."
Eveline opened her eyes and turned to the barista.
"The boldest coffee you have, medium, and whatever this man was ordering."
Was she still struggling? My eyes swept down over her body. Her brown suit, while clean and appeared well cared for, was very large on her. What I knew about where she grew up, how she grew up, I wondered if her clothes were second-hand.
"That will be $8.26.
The barista watched Eveline dig in her bag. Before she could produce any money, I slipped a 10 to the barista. I nodded to her, and the barista blushed as she took the cash. It wasn't hard to make a woman blush for me, one of the very few things that came easily. I had a feeling making Eveline blush would require more than a smile and a wink. Just knowing that made me want to try. When Eveline finally raised her head with a crinkled bill, the barista shook her head and pointed to me. She turned her gaze to me, and I quickly placed my hand on her back. I'd never felt anyone go rigid so quickly. It threw me off, and I glanced over to see if something was wrong. The way Eveline's eyes cut into me and then traveled the length of my arm to the hand that was on her back made me realize the problem was me. I gave her my best shy puppy dog face. "Sorry, habit when I see a beautiful woman." Eveline folded her arms in front of herself.
"So you go around touching strangers based on how attractive they are?"
I knew she would be a challenge, obviously a bit hardened by life, so her reaction shouldn't surprise me. "I guess you're right. I do touch people I find attractive." I scratched at my beard, forgetting I painted it blue this morning for Halloween. Flakes of blue makeup floated to the ground. Eveline rolled her top lip into her mouth, and it was wonderful, up until the point her teeth clenched.
Look, I apologized for touching you earlier. I'm honestly sorry for that. In fact, I wanted to buy you a drink to make up for it.
I nodded my head. I had to admit she was kind of sexy when she was pissed off.
Just because you bought me a drink instead doesn't give you the right to touch me. I don't know you. The only people I let touch me are my mom and the guy who does those hand massages at the Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg, because nothing beats a hand massage.
So she was single. I couldn't help but smile at her no-touching status. I prefer a good foot massage myself. I leaned my elbow against the pickup bar.
Have you had a hand massage before?
Her features eased from angry to confident. Eveline's arms unfolded and lowered to put her hands on her hips as if she was about to lecture me on the finer points of hand massage.
I've had a good foot massage before, and I agree they are great, but with a lot of people using their hands and fingers to type at a desk every day, it's more helpful now than ever.
If your interview is for a hand masseuse representative, then I think you are a shoo-in for the job. She dropped her head to the side, and I could see a hint of a smile. Her cheeks colored, and my heart tripped over itself for more. I went from Eveline lecturing me about touching her to the most beautiful grin I had ever seen. It wasn't that her smile was something photogenic and needed to be on the cover of a magazine, but I had a feeling she rarely gave them out.
No, I'm not interviewing to be a masseuse representative. I am trying to get a job in human resources. That's what I went to college for. I've had a few jobs in HR, but mainly contract work. This is the first place where I have a chance to work for a company with salary and benefits. The whole shebang.
She waved her hands in the air, jazz hand style. Well, good luck. They called out my order, and I grabbed it off the counter. I liked the coffee here at Best Mornings. The coffee at Mimir was good, but this shop started when Mimir took over the building next door. I felt like we grew up together, and I wanted to support it as best I could. They called out Eveline's drink order, and she nodded to me and turned to get her coffee. I was about to turn and leave, knowing I had a slim chance of getting Eveline's number. Despite making her laugh, I got the feeling she didn't give out her number to anyone. But just as I turned, a little girl ran up to her and tugged on her skirt.
Are you Princess Rapunzel?
The sweet girl with two brown pigtails that looked on the verge of falling apart gazed up at Eveline with wide blue eyes. I'll admit, it was one of the sweetest things I had seen in a long time. I gave a soft chuckle and turned my attention back to Eveline. She was frowning. Oh no, she was one of those people who hated kids. Maybe it was because I was just a kid myself when Damien destroyed everything, but I felt protective of them. I was not about to let Eveline make a nasty comment or hurt this innocent little girl's feelings. Maybe I was wrong about Eveline. I let one moment from when I was a teenager cloud my judgment. That woman didn't know me, and I didn't know her. Somehow over the years, I painted her up in my mind to be something she wasn't. Wounded, scared, lost. She wasn't any of those things. Maybe at one time she was, but now Eveline was an adult. Now she was bitter and closed off. Eveline lowered herself to the girl's height and pointed to a woman in the corner talking to a man in costume.
Does your mom know you are over here talking to a stranger? It's okay, I told her I was going to talk to Rapunzel.
Can I help? I moved a little closer. Eveline turned her head to glance up at me and shook her head. Her face was peaceful, like some evil Disney villain knowing they had the upper hand.
I'm afraid I'm not Rapunzel, but guess who I have here?
Eveline stood and placed her hand on my arm.
Who is that?
The girl turned her wide eyes to me.
It's Thor. He's not a princess, but he is a superhero.
Now my eyes widened as I turned toward Eveline. I am? She squeezed my arm, and I decided to go along with it. It dawned on me that Eveline wasn't saying any of this to the girl to be mean. She was saying it to make the girl happy. I pushed my legs apart with my hands on my hips, becoming the Nordic god for the little girl. I am the mighty Thor.
Wow,
she breathed.
Can you make the furry monster that won't leave my mom alone go away?
She pointed to the man in costume who had her mom cornered so she couldn't get out of her seat.
Chewie,
Eveline said. Her eyes narrowed before she nodded.
Of course Thor can make him go away.
I felt like she knew the guy by the way Eveline gazed at him. I hoped this wasn't an ex of hers and she was going to make a scene. Once we got to the girl's mom, she ran up to her and tugged on her sleeve.
Mom, I have Thor with me, Mom.
The woman turned to me with surprise and worry. Her eyes snapped back to the guy in the fur costume before glancing over at Eveline.
"How is it going, Chewie? Did you find your princess?"
Eveline folded her arms. Hi! Sweat was rolling down the side of his face.
"Excuse me, but your adorable daughter told me she wanted our help. Please tell me this walking furball didn't ask you to wear a Princess Leia costume?"
She nodded. Eveline sighed and shook her head before turning to the guy.
"Chewie, leave this poor woman and her daughter alone. In fact, maybe take a break from women for a while until you learn how to ask them out properly. Or I'll have Thor here hit you with his hammer."
The guy raised his eyes to me, and I knew it was time to play the part. I folded my arms and stepped forward. "I do love me some hammer."
18. Eveline. I'm not invisible anymore. His eyes settled on me and refused to move for the past 15 minutes. I wish I was nothing to him again. Just another employee at an executive meeting waiting for her 5 minutes to update the president of the company. But that wasn't true anymore. Sure, I was Eveline Beckman, head of HR, but I was also the girl who was too scared to fight back. The weak one. Someone to be pitied. I rolled my shoulders back and raised my chin. So what if Edgar knew about me? What exactly did he know anyway? That Damien, lived with my mom for a few months? Well, there's knowing where someone lived and knowing what they did behind closed doors. He didn't know that part. I finally turned my eyes to Edgar, who I had been avoiding for the past week. He glanced away briefly before returning to me. He had no idea why I chose now to finally look at him, why I gave him the attention he had been calling, emailing, and messaging me about since he left my apartment. That's why I returned his stare, because he didn't know me at all. "Eveline, how are you coming along with the new hire for Edgar's department?" I turned to find Jacob standing at the head of the conference table, with a wall of windows overlooking some buildings across the street. I reached into my folder and pulled out a stack of papers, pushing them toward Edgar. "Here you go, Edgar. Between our advert for the position and our headhunters, we came up with over 100 applicants. I narrowed them down to 10 that I think you would be interested in, based on your list of criteria." Edgar, with a look of surprise on his face, reached for the resumes. He must have thought because I wanted nothing to do with him that I would stop doing my job. Well, he thought wrong. "Good. You two set up a meeting to finalize and begin interviewing applicants. Now on to, Mr. Mimir." I sat up in my chair. "Yes, Eveline?" He was smiling, but I could tell it was forced. Jacob Mimir was nice and an intelligent businessman, but when he settled a topic, it was over and time to move on, something I was refusing to do, and he knew it. "I don't think Edgar needs help interviewing the applicants. I can set up the appointments, and he can do the rest." I realized I sounded terrible right then, but the last person I wanted to work with was Edgar. Payne sounded like a better work buddy than Edgar right now. Jacob let out a breath and itched his temple with his thumb. In my haste to avoid Edgar, I had made a terrible mistake. I pissed off Jacob. Like I mentioned, Jacob was a good businessman. If he made a decision, it was done. "Did I ask for your opinion, Ms. Beckman?" Now he was calling me Ms. Beckman. Shit. I turned my head as I heard a chuckle coming from the other end of the conference table. Narrowing my eyes, I saw Payne, miming a slow clap. Prick. "No, Mr. Mimir, you didn't. It was just an idea to help save time. I'll set up a meeting with Edgar right after this one is over." I kept my eyes glued to my hands. I spent the rest of the meeting pretending to take notes like the coward I was. Maybe Edgar did know me. Sure, I put on a tough front, but when I was challenged, had I really ever stood up and fought? No, I usually ran. As I was leaving the meeting, I continued to do what I was good at. Ran. Scurrying to my office and shutting the door so I didn't have to follow through with setting up a meeting with Edgar. Unfortunately, Edgar followed me. "Eveline, Do you have a minute?" He stuck his head in after opening my door a bit. My eyes fluttered over every piece of paper and equipment in the room, hoping I could find something to seem busy with. I found a stapler. As I held it in the air, I realized how pathetic I appeared. "Stop running, Eveline." "No, Edgar, I'm not busy." I deflated back in my chair and put the stapler aside. "Great." He bounced in a little too eager to go over resumes. "So, I have been looking over some of the applicants in the pile you gave me. I would write off half immediately as they don't have the training in the right applications for what we need." I took the resumes he wasn't interested in and set them aside to file away, in case he changed his mind. "Now, this guy looks interesting. If we can, I would love to interview him." I nodded and took the paper to make a note for number 1 pick. "And the other 4 we can interview as well." The way he talked, Edgar acted like I was interviewing these people with him. Unless someone was interviewing for an executive position or for HR, I would not be involved in questioning them directly. "Edgar, you keep saying we. I am just setting up the times and directing the applicants on where to go when they get here. You are interviewing them." He sat back in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head, those dimples of sin making an appearance. "Oh, no, Eveline. You will be with me for the whole interview process." "What? Why would I be there? I don't know about any of the computery stuff. That's your job." His eyes thinned with merriment as he laughed. "Computery stuff. I'll have to remember that." "Edgar, this isn't funny. I have work I have to do here. I really don't have time to set these interviews up and sit in on them as well." "According to my brother, you do have time." I shook my head. Jacob never said that. He mentioned meeting with Edgar to set up the interviews, not be a part of the entire process. Oh, wait. I get what Edgar was doing. This was payback for kicking him out of my place and then ignoring him. Ha, ha, Edgar. Very funny. But Jacob never said anything about that. Did he? He said, and I quote, "You two set up a meeting to finalize and begin interviewing applicants." Notice the "and" part of that sentence, not "and then Edgar can begin interviewing." He meant both of us. Now I was confused because it could be taken either way. But I didn't think he actually meant it that way, Edgar. He knew I wouldn't be involved in the actual interview. He leaned over my desk and grabbed the receiver from my desk phone. "Maybe we should call him to clarify. Based on what he said after you dashed off after the meeting, I have a feeling my brother will back me up." I frowned. Dread crept up my neck. It was hot, and the only relief I could get was from taking off my black wool blazer. "I don't think we should bother him right now." He nodded, thinning his lips like what I said made total sense. Edgar knew something I didn't, and it was awful. I took a breath and decided that maybe it was best I didn't know what Jacob had said after the meeting. If it really had concerned me, he would have said it while I was there. Edgar got up and turned toward my office door. "I think that was a good meeting. Just let me know the times of the interviews, and I will add them to my calendar. Thanks, Eveline." Why was he torturing me like this? Maybe I'm not the sweetest person on Earth, or at Mimir, or even on this floor. But he was friends with pain. At least I wasn't as bad as that guy. If he can be friends with pain, then he can treat me with some decency. "Okay, Edgar. Have a good afternoon. I'll get right to work on these." I tried my best to smile, be cool and relaxed like he always was. But the way I leaned back felt stiff and uncomfortable. He laughed and pointed at me. "You know something, Eveline?" I sat up straight, preparing myself for the worst. Maybe Jacob told Edgar that I was making too many mistakes, or worse, that he found my attraction file. Oh, God, that was it. He probably had a good laugh handing around the attraction file to everyone after the meeting, just waiting for me to run off. Why did I have to be such a coward? Next chance I get, I'm going to burn that thing. "You are too funny, Eveline." He had seen the file. They were all laughing at me. No wonder Edgar was torturing me and making me do the interviews. He had something on me. I tried to laugh, but it came out robotic. He was halfway out the door when I yelled, "Edgar, please, just tell me what Mr. Mimir said." Edgar glanced back with surprise on his features, as if my desire to know was the last thing he thought I would want. "Oh, it's just all the executives have to go to London next week to deal with issues there." I was confused again. What did that have to do with me and the interviews? He mentioned that would be the perfect time for us to deal with the hiring. Even interview a few candidates over there. Looks like we are going to be spending a lot of time together. Who knows? We may even get to know one another a little better. Edgar winked at me just before he shut the door. I'd rather be a laughingstock right now than to have Edgar get to know me.
19. Edgar. So I lied, just a tiny bit. I know there was no such thing as lying a small amount, but how else would I get Eveline to speak to me? Wait another 5 years until she trusted me enough to open up? No, not gonna happen. I am patient, but not that patient. The way she acted last week when I showed her the picture of Damien Rosen was like going back 15 years and watching a girl break in half. Eveline got upset, not just at the picture, but of what I told her. Her reaction, kicking me out of her apartment, shouldn't have surprised me. That was Eveline. To say the woman had trust issues was an understatement. That was why I told her Jacob said she had to be in on the interview process. Well, I made it sound like that was what he meant. I confused her enough that she bought it. Then I told her he said we should deal with the hiring while we were in London. He never said that. In fact, he said we should deal with it when we came back. I don't think he meant for Eveline to go on the trip. Why would an HR manager need to be on a trip about distribution regulations in Europe and Great Britain? But she didn't need to know that. If Jacob asks, I'll tell him what I told Eveline, that we were thinking of interviewing a few candidates in London. How about your friend? Have you told her yet? Mr. Marks was sitting across from me in one of the 3 booths in Best Mornings. It's the Friday before the Mimir execs leave for London. I wanted to get all the information Mr. Marks had before I left the country. No, I tried, but something came up. I glanced over to the counter. A tall, lanky guy with dreads looking bored stood behind the cash register. She needs to know. This concerns her. Is she going to London with you? I nodded and he relaxed. Good. Why good? He chewed on his lower lip before shaking his head. Edgar, I found out a few things. Based on the information you gave me about the hacking in Ashton, it seems Damien has moved up in the world. I shrugged my shoulders. What does that even mean? 1 apple salad with toasted almonds? The guy with dreadlocks popped up out of nowhere and placed the plate in front of Mr. Marks before he turned to leave. I never knew they served salad at this coffee shop. It means he isn't just hitting up rich widows anymore. He's hooked up with some dangerous people. If Ashton is dealing with Damien and he tells him about you or your friend, don't think for a moment that Damien isn't going to see that as an opportunity. Why? We're old news as far as he's concerned. Mr. Marks shook his head and finished chewing before he spoke. Your friend's father, remember? Realization dawned on me. She didn't even know. I just had to make sure he never found Eveline. Is he still in Chicago? Mr. Marks picked at something stuck in his teeth and put down his plastic fork. Yeah. As far as I know, this is the main location of operations. It's not like he's in charge. This goes up. Way up. What do you mean, way up? He wiped away some dressing from his face with a napkin. I'm surprised it was only Chicago police detectives that contacted you a few weeks ago. From what I know, it should have been the CIA. My eyes widened. I made a mental note to hire some security to watch out for my mom in Florida. That's why you need to talk to your friend. Keep an eye on her. This guy dated her mom. Make sure her mom hasn't been in contact with anyone from her past. He could even reach out through an old friend or make it look like that. Gain their confidence. I nodded with fear. Not just for the company or myself, but the people I loved. The people I cared about. I needed to do everything I could to protect them. It wasn't about some lowlife from our past anymore. This was something that could get us killed.
Hello, Mr. Mimir.
I turned my head to see Grace standing there with a coffee in her hand. her large dark eyes bouncing between me and Mr. Marks. Hi, Grace. I didn't know you drank coffee. Thought you were a tea gal." I grinned at her and eased back. My mind was working double time with everything I needed to do to warn people and protect them, but I didn't want Grace to believe anything was wrong.
"I thought Mr. Payne might like some. The coffee pot is broken in the office, and I know Miss Drake is busy doing other things, so I thought I would lend a hand."
Henrik wouldn't like that. Poor Grace. She really had her heart set on him. When he found out Grace was playing around on his phone in his office a few weeks ago, he threw it away and got a new one. He was sure she uploaded some spy app that filmed him. I tried to explain that there was no such thing available to the public, but he refused to listen. "How nice of you, Grace. Tell him that you made it just for him. I think he likes the extra attention." I added a wink at the end. She blushed because they all do. Well, all but Eveline. She nodded slowly, and her eyes sparkled.
"Good idea, Mr. Mimir. Bye."
She walked away, carefully cradling the cup. "Who is that?" Mr. Marks asked, just before popping the last crouton into his mouth. Just the receptionist at the company. She has a slightly unhealthy crush on Henrik." His eyes widened. "The goof? I guess it's his sense of humor. Ladies do love a man with a sense of humor." He hadn't seen Henrik since we graduated Northwestern. I was closer to Mr. Marks in Kingston than Henrik was. "Yeah, actually, Henrik has changed a bit since then." He nodded, picking at the bits left over in his salad with his fingers. My phone buzzed, and I lifted it from the table to see who it was. A text from Eveline.
"Urgent. Need to speak to you immediately."
My heart dropped to the floor as I feared what she wanted. Had Damien tried to go after Eveline or her mom? Maybe the cops contacted her and they found Ashton's body. A million terrifying thoughts took over my brain as I scooted out of the booth. "Hey, Mr. Marks, I told you so many times, Edgar, it's Bob. Just call me Bob. Maybe another time, but I have to get back to work. An emergency. Thanks for the update. Safe travels. And remember what I said." He waved and I nodded to let him know I did very much remember every word he told me. Once I got off the elevator on the 28th floor, I raced to Eveline's office. She was hunched over her desk with her head in her hands. She was crying. I pushed open her door and stumbled into her office. "What happened?" I rushed out, my words marred by my panting. Eveline raised her head, her mouth wide and a smile and eyes wrinkled with happiness. She wasn't crying. She was laughing.
Oh, Edgar, there you are. I was looking everywhere for you."
"Okay, I'm here now. What was so urgent?" She held up a finger and reached into her desk. Pulling out a large 3-ring binder, she flipped it open.
"Now, it states in the Mimir Employee Manual that if the hiring persons is done abroad, we will have to fill out a request with the proper government agencies at the time of hire. For example, the U.S. Citizens and Immigration Services."
She raised her head and stared at me. "Okay. That was urgent?"
"Yes, Edgar. Please sit down so we can discuss this."
Eveline waved her hand at the chair on the other side of her desk. I shut the door and took a seat. Eveline clasped her hands in front of her and leaned on her elbows.
"Now, we need to discuss what will happen if we find a candidate in London. Will they be temporary, or do we plan to request for a permanent visa?"
Her tongue stuck out, wetting her bottom lip, which caused my heart to pick back up. Was she torturing me? Payback for the other day? The only thing I did to her was make her sweat a bit. She not only had me running scared all the way here, she was seducing me. Maybe not actually seducing, but she had to know licking her lips would cause me to stare at them. "What is this, Eveline?"
"Like you said, we will be spending a lot of time together. This is one of those times."
"I'm sure we can figure this out after we interview candidates. It's not necessary to discuss this before." I began to get up, ready to make my way to her door.
"Oh, Edgar, before you go, Jacob came to visit me earlier and asked me why I was scheduled to go on the trip since I was HR.
I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. My decreasing heart rate steadily rose again. "Oh?"
"Don't worry, though. I didn't tell him how you lied to me about what he said."
"Fuck."
"But since the tickets are bought and travel is arranged, I had said that you were interested in a few people over in London for the job. So maybe next time we meet, we're honest with each other?"
I never should have lied.
20. Eveline. I always wanted to travel. Tiffany gazed dreamily off into the musty distance of the bar. It's for work, so I won't be doing a lot of sightseeing. I leaned back against the black leather booth and tipped back a bit of my drink.
The cool, wet glass a sharp contrast to the dry burn of the gin. Just one for me tonight, since I leave for London tomorrow. It's Saturday and Morgana was having dinner with her parents. Aria, Tiffany, and I were having a make-up swim meet since Morgana and I won't be here next week. But you will find some London men to go out with. Aria leaned forward on the wobbly, cheap wooden table and appeared as serious as I had ever seen her. No, I will be working. And when I'm not working, hopefully I will be sleeping. How much do they expect you to work over there? 14 hours? Come on, Eveline. Live a little. We want to live through you and Morgana for the next week. Aria wrapped her arm around Tiffany's shoulder, causing Tiffany to spill the beer she was sipping down her chin. Aria is right. It's not often you get to travel overseas. Do you know I haven't even been to Canada? Tiffany gazed at us as if a trip to Canada was on everyone's bucket list. Winnipeg is only a 13-hour drive. We should all go on a road trip there. Just the ladies. It would be fun. I love road trips. Aria clapped her hands. Now that David is getting stronger, maybe I can take a few days off for some me time. Tiffany nodded, and the ladies bounced up and down, excited over a non-existent trip to Winnipeg. Well, now that we got that out of the way, can I be honest with you, ladies? Their heads snapped at me in unison. The way they reacted, you would have thought I just told them I was President Abraham Lincoln back from the dead. Yes, Eveline, you can tell us anything. You know that, right? Tiffany scooted closer to me, rubbing my back in comfort. It felt good. I hated that I shied away from affection from my friends. It wasn't that I didn't like to be touched or that it didn't feel good. It just always felt awkward. That if I reached out to them, they would think I was being a nuisance, and they would feel put upon. I never wanted to be a burden to my friends or anyone I cared about. There is this guy. You fucked him and now he wants to date you? Aria said. I shook my head. No. You fucked him and now he wants to introduce you to his mother? Aria tried again. No, Aria. You fucked him and now... Aria, I haven't fucked anyone ever, okay? I said a bit too loud. Not only did everyone at the table stare at me, but so did half the bar. It seemed like the dim lights brightened and shone a spotlight on me. I glanced around at all the 20 and 30-somethings sitting at small square tables and could feel their focus on me, even if I couldn't see their eyes. I dropped my head into my hands and groaned. Even Tiffany's soothing touch halted. It's not as if she was a virgin. But I don't... Wait a minute. I can't understand. What is... Eveline, are you a virgin? Aria's face twisted into a cross between shock and pity. I knew that would happen. That's why I didn't tell anyone. Even my mom believed I lost my V-card at some point. The one thing I have kept from her. Aria got out of the booth and came to the other side to sit beside me. Tiffany rubbed my back and Aria gave me hugs. You act like being a virgin is some terrible disease. I threw my hands up. No, it's not, Tiffany announced, just as Aria said, Yes, it is. I glared at Aria. I was just kidding. She held up her hands in surrender before she winked at Tiffany and mouthed the words, Yes, it is. I'm not going to explain why I am a virgin. I just am, okay? Maybe I'm a romantic? Laughter erupted at the table. Even Tiffany couldn't hold it back. Oh my God. Morgana is missing so much tonight. Aria shook her head, causing her light blonde hair to flutter around in the air. Come on, I'm being serious. Maybe I'm such a romantic that I am a best-selling romance author. The laughter grew louder before I heard Aria wheeze and held up her hand. Stop. Just stop. Need to catch my breath. That was Tiffany. It took a minute, but the laughter finally died down. Eveline, I get that you are a virgin, but romance? You are the opposite of romantic. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of men like that. They don't want to have to worry about, what do men do when they are trying to romance a woman? Aria glanced over at Tiffany. She shrugged. I don't know.
I met my husband at a keg party. The most romantic thing he did was make mac and cheese on his hot plate in his dorm for me.
Wow. We really are pathetic when it comes to men. We should create a self-help group for women who don't know how to date, Arya mused. We all stared off for a moment. Don't look now, Eveline, but here is your chance to no longer be a virgin. Hottie at 3 o'clock is giving you the, hey girl, eye, Arya said out of the side of her mouth.
Tiffany is at my 3 o'clock,
Arya moaned.
I don't know how that works.
He's over there. She pointed out to the golden-colored bar. 3 men and a woman stood there, most of them with their backs to me, facing the big mirrored wall with a waterfall of liquor bottles appearing to burst through its middle. But one pair of eyes fell on me, a very familiar pair of gray eyes. Edgar. The first thing that popped into my head when I saw him was how long he had been there, and did he hear me yell I was a virgin? Edgar pushed himself off the bar and started to walk toward the booth.
Oh my God, Eveline, he's coming over here.
Tiffany quickly lifted her bottle to her lips and smacked her mouth with it.
I'm okay.
She held up a hand while sucking on her upper lip. Hello, Eveline. Edgar relaxed into his usual seductive pose, the one that had every lady in this bar turning to stare at him. His usual uniform of a perfectly tailored suit, replaced with a fitted gray cashmere sweater and a pair of dark jeans that seemed to be made for his ass. Not that I was looking at his ass. Okay, actually, I was staring at his butt, but only a little bit. Edgar, what are you doing here? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached out his hand to Arya. Hi, I'm Edgar. I work with Eveline. Wow, is everyone who works with Eveline super hot? He went into Edgar the lady killer mode. His smile relaxed just enough to display his dimples, the ones that had caused many ovaries to explode. Tiffany waved at Edgar.
Hi, Edgar. It's nice to see you again.
Due to how nice Tiffany was, I forgot she was good friends with Henrik and therefore knew Edgar. Tiffany, how is David?
Stronger? He's taken a few steps.
Yeah. Henrik told me. Before you know it, he will be chasing all the girls. He winked at Tiffany, who shook her head.
I just got him to walk. Let's not go down that road just yet.
Of course. When he's ready, maybe I can come over and give him a few pointers, Edgar said. No, all the ladies, including myself, said at the same time. Even Arya could see exactly what Edgar was. A player. You never answered me, Edgar. What are you doing here?
Oh, will you look at the time? I think I need to get back to David.
Tiffany began to scoot out of the booth.
It is late. I should be going too. Remember, Eveline, London men will help you with your problem.
Arya pointed to my crotch as she turned to walk away with Tiffany. Goodbye, ladies, Edgar waved. You can stop flirting. They're gone. He faced me and waved his hand to sit at the booth. I nodded, granting him permission. I wasn't flirting, I was just being myself. I went to fold my arms, but the table was in the way, so I crossed them on the table. So all the winking is just a tick? Edgar furrowed his brow. Do I wink a lot? I nodded. And don't get me started on your sex dimples. He chuckled. Sex dimples? Which cheeks hold my sex dimples? The heat began rising up my neck.
On your face? Where else would you have dimples?
His eyes widened as he reared back his head. You can have ass-cheek dimples. Oh, I nodded while frowning. He leaned toward me across the table and lowered his voice. I don't, you know. You don't what? Have those dimples. Do you, Eveline? I tried to straighten but only sunk lower in the booth. Even when I attempted to glare at him, I couldn't quite bring my eyes up to meet his. Shaking my head, I whispered, I don't know. What I wanted to say was none of your business, but Edgar had the power to melt my usual snark. Instead, he left me raw and open. An image kept coming up in my mind. His ass. I pictured him naked with his hands braced against the wall, his head slightly turned to peer back as if anticipating being touched. It was hot and had me sweating. I tugged at my collar, trying to cool down and breathe. Then I did something I never do, unless extremely ill. I unbuttoned the top 2 buttons on my blouse. When I could breathe again, I gazed up at Edgar, his eyes on me, his breathing rapid, and his eyes glazed. "I need to show you," he said.
21. Edgar. I came here tonight to warn Eveline, to talk to her about Damien. Now it seemed I didn't just want to talk to her, but also take her home to bed. In my life, I'd seen women in the most revealing clothes that told me what they wanted and gave me a good idea of how they looked underneath. But Eveline unbuttoning those 2 little buttons on that conservative peach blouse had to be the most suggestive thing a woman has ever done in front of me. I wanted to watch her tease me with more buttons, perhaps tug enough at the silk that a beaded nipple burst out, desperate to be relieved of its tension with my mouth. I was so hard right now. Thankfully, the table blocked that from anyone's view, especially Eveline's.
"Show me your ass?"
Her voice fainter. She pulled at her blouse, trying to fan herself, and in that movement I saw a hint of the dark lace underneath. I groaned and realized this had to stop. We were in the middle of a bar on a Saturday night. Sure, people got drunk in bars and did stuff to each other that crossed the line of public decency, but that usually happened much later, not at 8 at night. No, I mean what I found on Ashton, what I tried to show you last week. That softened my cock a bit, like an ice-cold breeze of dick repellent thinking about a man who put the company and our lives in jeopardy.
"Yeah, of course,"
Eveline said, getting up from the table. Women had it so easy. As long as they wore dresses, they could be ready to orgasm and no one would be the wiser. As for me, I implemented the technique men learned as boys, the cock adjust. As I moved out of my seat, I tucked him safely behind my waistband. I threw some money on the table as we made our way outside. Waving down a cab wasn't hard in front of a bar in downtown Chicago on a Friday night. We were quiet during the ride. I tried to focus on softening my dick, but when I thought I had him under control, an image of Eveline in dark lace popped into my head. Once we got to my place and I paid the driver, I guided her up the stone steps and into my gray stone townhouse. It was one of the historic homes from the early 20th century, so it was a little smaller than the other townhomes on the block, but I liked that it had character.
"Wow, your place is beautiful, Edgar."
Eveline's head gazed up at the ceiling once we were inside before glancing into my dining room and down the hall. I took her coat and bag, placing them in the closet.
"Oh, and you have an entryway closet, and it's big. We just have a coat rack."
I nodded and tried to hold back my chuckle. She was cute when she was in awe. I wonder if she would be that adorable while being in awe of my cock. Stop thinking like that. I shook my head and showed Eveline into my office.
"Oh my God, you have so many books."
Her hand fluttered over the wall of books on the left side of the room. "Yeah, it's sort of my library/office. I like to read when I'm not working." Eveline turned to me, her eyes trailing my body. I couldn't tell if that was heat or confusion lighting up her features. I moved toward her, taking her hand. Bracing for her withdrawal, I was surprised when she relaxed into my grip and let me guide her. Eveline took my office chair while I leaned over my desk and opened my laptop. "Here's the document I got from my investigator." As Eveline inclined toward the desk, her hair brushed my cheek. That was another thing that helped awaken my dick, her hair. Normally, Eveline had her hair pinned back in a twist or bun, but she must have taken it down when she met up with her friends. All I wanted to do was run my fingers through it, maybe tug a bit as she sucked on my cock. Focus, Edgar. I couldn't focus, not when her sweet spring scent invaded my nose. It made my mouth water.
"Oh, Edgar, this seems dangerous. Do you think the company is at risk?"
Her soft blue eyes grew wide as she turned to me. Only I couldn't keep their gaze. Mine kept dropping to those lips, those suckable, biteable, fuckable lips. How was I going to spend a week in London with Eveline without trying to give her an orgasm? I didn't know if my cock would let me. I tried to focus on anything other than her mouth, those red, glistening lips inches from my own. You would think I would be embarrassed blatantly staring at her, but the heat burned up any logical thought or feeling I had. Then it happened. It occurred so quickly I wasn't sure who started it. It was probably me, but she hadn't resisted. I kissed Eveline. Not a light, sweet peck on the cheek or lips, but a full-on passionate kiss. My lips grazed and then seared to hers. My tongue pushed and plundered, and I shuddered from what I sampled. I thought I would feel relief, but everything intensified. Memories of when I first saw her like an angel in the night flooded my brain, but the thoughts now were painted with the actual feel of her. Now I knew how she tasted, how sweet she smelled as my fingers grazed her cheeks, how soft she felt. When I finally got the strength to pull away and gaze at her, everything about Eveline was flushed. She was dazed, and everything I longed for. I don't know what came over me, Eveline. I knew. Totally 100% knew. It just seemed the thing to say when you first kiss someone and you don't know if it was okay that you did it. She got up and turned to face me. I flinched with worry for what was to come. Eveline was about to let me have it. That I took advantage of her being in my home. And yeah, I did do that. But I would have kissed her if we were at the office too, which didn't make it any less terrible. As she stood there without even an inch of air between us, Eveline placed her hand on my shirt. Her fingers curled into the fabric. I swallowed as she pulled me down to face her, those blue eyes molten as they traveled to my mouth.
It's okay, Edgar. Really.
Then she kissed me. This time it was her. It was also her hand, the one not curled into my shirt, tugging at my hair, forcing my mouth to open even more. Everything she did caused my heart to thunder in my chest. How had I not known she wanted me to kiss her? Maybe it was the amped-up emotions from what I just showed her, but I didn't want to think about that. I didn't want to believe that. I wanted to believe Eveline dug her fingers into my shirt because she needed this as much as me. That her mouth craved mine, and I was giving her everything she had wanted for so long. That this infatuation was never one-sided. There was some trepidation, restraint in how she kissed, so I plunged my tongue into her mouth. I helped her with everything I had because I didn't want to pretend anymore. Eveline had to know how badly I wanted to have her. When her tongue came out, it curled and captivated me. I groaned and pushed her back up onto my desk, lifting her skirt in the process. She let out a squeak and stiffened, but as we kissed, she melted back into my arms. My hands slid up her body until they cupped her breasts. They were perfect, and every time I squeezed them, she let out a groan. Those were some man toy tits. I could play all day with them. I dropped one of my hands to her thigh, inching up her soft skin, while the other remained on her chest. Her nipple was hard. I could feel it, but I wanted her to squirm, to rub herself on me. So my fingers took that little bead and pinched. Eveline released from the kiss. Her head fell back as she arched her back. She was so sensitive. I wondered if she was one of those women who could have an orgasm just from tip play. You're so fucking sexy, Eveline. I want to do everything to you. And I meant it. I wanted tonight to be every fantasy I had ever had about her come true. Her head lifted and something went up. A wall. Eveline shook her head.
Define everything.
The way she spoke was as if we were in a client meeting and not on my home office desk playing tongue tango. Oh, whatever you want me to do? I don't want you to feel like we have to have sex. This is nice. In fact, it's more than nice. She let go of me and placed her hand over her eyes.
Fuck, I hate this.
A stream of tears rolled past her hand. Eveline was crying again. What was it about my touch that made her cry? I stepped back, letting her go. The cool air adding to the sobriety of her words. You hate kissing me? Then why are you doing it? Was she using me for something? I couldn't think what, but even if she was, that's pretty cold. I may have a reputation for sleeping around, but I never used a woman. Every woman I had been with was because I wanted to be with them, nothing more.
No, Edgar, I didn't mean that. Of course I like kissing you, it's just...
She bit her lower lip. It's just what, Eveline? You say you hate this and start crying. The last time I tried to kiss you, there were tears too. Are you forcing yourself to make out with me for some reason? Some weird dare? Her head fell forward, causing her hair to hang like a curtain in front of her face. She brought her arms up and wrapped her head in them, like a helmet.
No!
Something is going on. Her arms flew away, waving in the air as she lifted her head.
Fine. You might as well know so you can get the laughter over with. That seems to be me tonight. Eveline the laughingstock.
I shook my head. Who's laughing at you? Is this because I told you Jacob was making you interview candidates with me? You know, Eveline, you...
Edgar, I'm a virgin.
22. Eveline. I felt like I invented the ability to stop time. Edgar seemed frozen. He stared at me with his hands on his hips, unmoving. It was creepy. Perhaps he had a heart attack and was deceased. I'll be another internet sensation. Woman stops man dead with virgin confession. I snapped my fingers in front of his face, but he only blinked. At least I knew Edgar wasn't dead. You can laugh if you want. I get it. Being a 30-something virgin is abnormal, to say the least. But it is what it is. Edgar straightened. You're right. It's not something I come across every day, Edgar said and then frowned. I knew I wasn't his type. It didn't matter how beautiful the package. If it was broken or you couldn't even get it opened, then there was no point to it. And I was both broken and had never been opened. Edgar was realizing at that moment there was no point to me, to kissing me or doing anything other than work with me. Back to boring old Eveline. Did I really expect him to be happy about this confession? Like he found his pot at the end of the vagina rainbow? Of course, I knew better. I just hoped he wouldn't freeze up on me. I hopped off the desk and straightened my brown skirt. Maybe it's best that I go. No, Eveline. I'm sorry, it just surprised me. I mean, we hooked up 4 years ago. I know we didn't have sex, but we did other stuff, right? 4 years ago. The happy hour I would never forget. I was surprised he remembered when the detectives asked him, so he avoided me after that because he was embarrassed, not because he couldn't remember. Now I felt even worse. All we did was kiss. Then we started tickling each other. You kept telling me to take your picture while I was tickling you. I thought it was odd, but I did it. Then, after the 5th picture, you passed out. So I left. Edgar took a breath. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't remember much from it. Since you came home with me that night, I thought you wanted sex. I don't know, I just assumed since you're so in control, so self-confident that you had your pick of men. Is it a religious thing? He doesn't know me at all. No, it's not a religious thing. It felt weird looking at Edgar, so I stared at the floor while I pulled my blouse together. He thought I was self-assured. Little did he know I was unsure of just about everything. He reached down and took my hand. As uncomfortable as I was right now, it felt good to have his touch. Edgar moved around the desk and pulled me along. We left his office with its wonderful walls filled with books and walked down the hall. He guided me to his pale blue velvet couch in the center of his living room. I still couldn't look at him as we sat, so I stared across the room at the stone fireplace with an impressively large TV mounted over the mantel. Sparse family pictures in brushed silver frames dotted the mantel, and a similar brushed silver encased his otherwise glass coffee table. He turned, placing his knee on the couch to face me. Edgar still had my hand in his. I'm going to tell you something, Eveline, and you probably won't like it very much, but I'd rather be honest with you. Fuck. That always happened. I dated a guy a few times, and then finally I got the courage to tell him I was a virgin. That's when the "it's not you, it's me" speech came out. For some reason, admitting to being a 30-something virgin is about as much fun as an Ebola and bubonic plague sandwich. At least with those guys, I had only known them for a few weeks. Edgar was different. I had been lusting after him for 5 years. Not just that, but I still have to work in the same building as him after this. Next week, I'll be in the same hotel in a different country with him. That was going to suck. Fine, let's get this over with. I couldn't help the bitterness in my words. It was like an endless circle. I'm a virgin. A man likes me and wants to date me, but finds out I'm a virgin and runs. Then, I'm still a virgin. See where I'm going with that? How am I supposed to not be a virgin if no guy will touch me? I like you, Eveline. I nodded. Actually, my head flopped up and down in an exaggerated fashion, the way a teenager would respond to a parent in a lecture situation. Sorry, Edgar, but let me stop you right there.
I stood and put my hands in front of me, giving him the universal stop sign in case my words weren't enough. I felt the need to end this. That's real nice that you like me. I like you too. Did you know I liked you from the moment I met you? I widened my eyes and gave a quick nod before continuing. It's true. I mean, I thought you were hot, but you knew that, didn't you? I think you know that any woman who isn't legally blind knows you are sexy. But let me get back on point. I took a deep breath. Once I got to know you through work, I realized you were a nice guy, too. Not stuck up, and you seemed like a friendly guy. But there was just one hiccup in this package. I waved my hands around his body. He sat there with a confused expression on his face. You slept around. Now, before you defend yourself, I'm not saying there is anything wrong with that. Just because a person has sex doesn't make them disgusting. I never thought less of you because of it. But that was where the hiccup came in. Why would a guy who always sleeps with the women he dates want to take a chance on a virgin? I folded my arms. So, I get it. I do. You want a woman who isn't going to break down in tears if you take off her shirt. You don't want a woman that has no idea how to have an orgasm, and you... Stop. Edgar stood up, also giving me the universal stop sign. You have never had an orgasm? He picked up on that? Crap. Define never. He reached out to me and gently placed his hands on my arms. Eveline, even if you chose to be a virgin, or if by terrible luck you never lost your virginity, you should have taken care of yourself. Find out what makes you happy. Try to give yourself an orgasm. The damn tears were coming again. My face warmed and I shut my eyes to stop them, but some pushed through. Edgar stepped closer. I could feel his breath on my forehead. Have you at least tried? Yes. My voice was a whisper, but he heard. He pulled me to him and wrapped his arms around me. His fingers tangled into my hair, rubbing my head. It was soothing. That feels good, I said. I didn't mean to say that out loud, it just came out. But it was true. What else did I do that felt good? What? I pulled away, but not completely, and gazed up at Edgar. Eveline, what happened when you tried to have an orgasm? This time I stepped fully back. You aren't my therapist, Edgar. It's a little weird discussing my masturbation technique with a guy I work with. He reached up to scratch his beard and turned his head. I knew what he was doing. Edgar was inventing some plan in his head. He always did that right before he thought up an idea. Normally, I anticipated his ideas as they were smart, but this time, I was afraid. My fingers fidgeted with one of my mother-of-pearl buttons on my blouse. He turned back. Now, hear me out, Eveline. Yep, the man had a plan. Do I have any choice, Edgar? I'm standing in your house, so I have to hear what you say. He smirked. What if I help you have an orgasm? I lifted my eyes to the vaulted ceiling and shook my head. Really? I chuckled a few times before I continued. What a brilliant idea, Edgar. How has no man thought of that one before? Help a woman have an orgasm? Why, you're a genius. I'd patent that idea before someone else does. Ha ha, Eveline. I get how that sounded, but that's not what I meant. I don't mean having sex with you. This would be all about you. I don't even have to touch you if you don't want. This would only be about guiding you to orgasm. Actually, I think they have classes for that nowadays. A class full of strangers getting off in front of people? No, thank you. It's weird enough what Edgar is suggesting without having some hippie trying to teach me to find my inner ecstasy. I'm sure I can teach myself, Edgar. That was a lie. I had been trying for 15 years, and every time I felt close, it just never happened. I even looked up YouTube how-to videos. They were surprisingly boring and creepy. He cocked his head to the side. Are you sure about that, Eveline? He had me. I wasn't sure. I can't even pleasure myself. How can I ever hope to give a man pleasure? Maybe that's why all those guys I dated ran. They knew I wouldn't know what I was doing. I bit my lower lip. Okay, Edgar.
Teach me your orgasm ways, O wise one.
23. Edgar. I had no idea what I was doing. For the first time, well, maybe the second time in my life, a woman was in my bedroom, and I didn't even know what to do with my hands. The first time I was a virgin, a teenager, and didn't even know how to talk to a girl, let alone how to make her come. We had left my living room the moment Eveline agreed to have me give her an orgasm. I practically yanked her up my stairs, forcing her to grasp at my polished wood railing before guiding her to my bedroom. Now Eveline and I stood facing my bed. It looked better than my bed at 16. I no longer had a blanket with a wolf in the mountains staring at me. That blanket was terrible, but I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Now blue silk sheets with a dark gray comforter lay before us. I even had a nice mahogany headboard instead of white particle board.
"Should I sit on the bed?"
Eveline said. "Oh yes, of course. Sorry, that was rude. Make yourself comfortable." Even my teenager self asked the girl, her name was Daniela, to sit. I was losing it.
"Should I get undressed before or after I sit?"
Eveline looked at me with fear in her eyes. I was mucking up the whole thing. "I think we should talk first, so sit or lay back if you feel more comfortable that way." Eveline was right. I sounded like a therapist. She sat on her hands on the edge of the bed, her head down, and I knew it was going to take a while to make her comfortable enough to do anything. When she admitted to being a virgin, I was shocked. Sure, she was more reserved than other women I had known, but I figured that was her personality. It was one of the things I liked about her. She didn't jump headfirst into things. She took her time and always asked a lot of questions. Not like me. I went wherever the breeze, or in this case my dick, took me. I admired her ability to be strong, to be thoughtful, to be responsible.
"This is weird. You can feel it, can't you? It's like I'm at the doctor's office and about to be poked down there, only I have to act like I enjoy it,"
she said. Eveline looked up and nodded for me to come sit beside her. I moved, the bed dipped, and she touched my thigh to straighten. I felt it in my cock. "How about we don't do anything, at least for right now?" I glanced at my bedside clock. "It's only 9 o'clock. We can talk if you'd like." She nodded. I kicked off my shoes and laid back in the bed, patting the space beside me. She slipped off her shoes and came to lay beside me. I turned to face her, but she stayed on her back staring at my ceiling.
"You mentioned last week at my place that you knew about Shane, about me. What do you know?"
I needed to explain this to her, but I wanted her to relax. Discussing her past wasn't going to do it. Maybe not talking about that right now. Eveline turned to face me, her eyes narrowed.
"You brought me here to tell me about him. Now all of a sudden, you don't want to talk about him?"
"It's not that I don't want to tell you anything. I just want you to relax. I want you to orgasm, not run screaming from my place."
"Well, that definitely won't relax me. Why would I scream?"
I took a breath and decided to let it out. Other than what I showed you on my laptop, Damien, or as you know him, Shane, is part of a dangerous organization. He came back into town a few months ago. Somehow Ashton is a part of it too. I believe Mimir has been compromised, but I haven't seen any direct evidence. Whatever they did, it was beyond anything I could find.
"Shit, that really won't bring me to orgasm."
I laughed at that. Eveline smiled, which turned to laughter. I reached out and pushed a strand of her golden hair that had fallen over her cheek. Eveline, it's moments like this that you shine." Her cheeks turned pink and she sucked on that thick lower lip of hers.
"Maybe if you kiss me, Edgar, that might help relax me."
I agreed wholeheartedly. Kissing was the best medicine for her. "If you think it will help." I didn't even know why I said that. My mouth was already on hers before I finished talking. I held back, letting Eveline take the lead. After all, this was about her, though it was hard not to pull and tug and stroke everything I wanted. After a minute of light kissing, she pulled her head back.
"Edgar, are you okay?"
"Yes, of course. Is it too much?" Her eyes slanted sideways.
No. No, it's not that. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to. I don't want you to feel like it's your duty to bring me to orgasm."
Her smile was weak. I wondered for a moment if it was me, if I was the problem. No, that's never been the case when I had been with women. Then Eveline reached out her hand and patted me on the shoulder. My God, it was me. That was a pat you gave a child when they made you a mud pie while playing outside. It was a "you're sweet" pat laced with a hint of pity. Did you not like the kiss? I had to find out. Her eyes widened but darted around, never landing on my face.
No, it was a good kiss.
Yeah, the kiss sucked.
Look, Edgar, maybe we should stick to talking for now. Move on to kissing later, or maybe we don't have to kiss.
Her hopeful smile caused my chest to constrict. I did the only thing I could do in this situation. I mouth-fucked her. My hands slid behind her neck, cradling but giving enough force to pull her close. At first, my lips danced over hers while my tongue skated the edges, daring her to open her mouth. Eveline's lips parted with a moan so light that at first I thought it was the creak of my bed. But I felt it in her teeth, the vibration as my tongue lapped my way inside. The key to a good mouth-fucking was the tongue. It should act like your dick. First languid strokes, but just when she would start to understand the rhythm, pull back and nip at her lips, maybe even her chin. I did all that. My eyelids lifted just enough to see she was gone. I thought I would smile, feel as if I'd proven something, but I felt just as lost. Her mouth was swollen and her skin glowed. Eveline was drunk on what I was giving her, and I had barely started. If she were any other woman, I'd have her naked by now, working my way down her body. But this was Eveline, and it wasn't about what I wanted. I wanted to taste her, to feel her wrapped around me. She didn't necessarily want any of that, or any of that with me. My fingers itched to slip under her skirt and slide over the lace I had to believe was under that skirt. I bet she wore the skimpiest lingerie, barely there lace that held to her skin as if it possessed it. A growl escaped. I had never growled before, but I had never been with a woman like Eveline before either. I was afraid the growl was too much for her. I tried to pull away to assess, but her hand reached around my head and held me. Even her leg wrapped around my hip, pulling me toward her. Her hand slid down my neck to my chest, and I knew what she wanted. Eveline wanted to touch me, but my shirt was in the way. With much regret, I stopped our kiss and pulled back, sitting up to rip my shirt off. Buttons flew everywhere, but I didn't care. I would give her anything she wanted. When I settled back down, I pushed her onto her back, knocking her knees apart so she could wrap her legs around me. She figured it out quickly. As my lips found hers, it felt like coming home. I was lost in seconds because everything about her felt good. No, that wasn't it. It felt electric, addictive, that there was nothing better than being in her arms. God, I wanted to fuck her. My hand moved to her breast, knowing how much she loved that. My fingers plucked that hard nipple and her body shook. Not just that, but her hips came up and heat rubbed all over my cock. I was about to lose it, so I lifted my head. She opened her eyes. They were glazed and so beautiful. "Do you still want to stop kissing?" I said.
24. Eveline. Where was I? Oh, that's right. Edgar was blowing my mind with his tongue. I had never been kissed like that. Ever. Not even close. If men had kissed me like that before, I would have handed in my V card years ago. Yet he stopped. Why had Edgar stopped kissing me? He was asking me something, but the sexual fog was drowning out any sound. I heard grunts and that growl. Fuck, that growl did it for me. Was that weird? I hoped not. Having him lose it like that over just kissing me? Well, I knew my panties were soaked. No, Edgar, I want to keep kissing, so shut up and start smacking your lips on my face. You're bossy. I like that. I tilted my head, my eyesight slowly clearing. You're just now figuring out that I'm bossy? Then he smacked me on my ass. My legs were still wrapped around him as he sat up, so my ass was raised. I liked it. In fact, I arched my back and groaned, just like when he pinched my nipples. It seemed anything Edgar did to me felt incredible. How about I take off this skirt of yours? You have it bunched up anyway. Edgar focused on it, slipping his finger just under the hem and lifting it, peeking like a little pervert. You like looking up women's skirts? He didn't stop, but his eyes flickered to mine. I like looking up yours. Take it off, he added. How could anyone say no to a man with a chest so cut I was afraid I would leave with scrapes? A man that looked like a Nordic god. When his dimples made an appearance, I think every cell in my body detonated.
I twisted my body and unhooked the back of my skirt, unzipping it with trembling fingers. He gave a tug, and it slipped right off. His nostrils flared as he stared at my panties. "I knew it," he whispered. I looked down. "Knew what?" His face fell to my lap, hands cupping my thighs, and he inhaled. "Fuck, I knew you would have the sexiest panties under all these clothes." His sight drifted to my blouse. "How about your bra? Does it match?" "Yeah." My body throbbed in just about every place I never realized it could. His eyes ate me, and I worried his mouth was next. Not that I was scared of his mouth down there. Even though I had heard of going down on a woman but never had the experience, it didn't scare me. I had given a few blowjobs in my time, and even though I didn't like how the men treated me during it, they seemed to enjoy themselves. I figure if a woman could go down on a man, why couldn't a man go down on a woman? It only seemed fair. I was worried what that would entail, the logistics of it. Where do I put my hands? What if I had to fart? These are things that went through my head at the worst times. Like now. "Can I see?" Edgar said. "Only if I can see yours, too." Wow, that sounded dumb. Way to go, Eveline. I had to make the sexiest, most erotic experience of my life into a play yard taunt. "I'll show you anything you want." He unbuckled, unbuttoned, and unzipped. His pants hit the floor, and I was left with Edgar in the smallest pair of gray briefs I had ever seen on a man. Obviously, I hadn't seen many men in person in underwear of any kind, but I had seen movies and television shows and mannequins in store displays. There always seemed to be more fabric on the brief, but this basically covered his package and ass cheeks and not much else. I had to touch. Moving up to my elbow, I reached for him, but he grabbed my wrist. His eyes were on fire as I gazed up. Edgar didn't say a word. His sight dipped to my chest. He let go of me and threw my arm aside before going after the buttons on my blouse. They were tiny, and he was having trouble. His fingers curled into the fabric and pulled. He yanked it hard, causing the buttons to fly everywhere. That should have scared me, but it didn't. How could I be fearful by the way Edgar groaned as he lightly brushed the back of his fingers over my chest and down my stomach? His other hand cupped his cock. It was so hard that it stretched his briefs to the point that the waistband didn't touch his skin. "Why don't you touch yourself, Eveline?" I knew that wasn't a question. Edgar had been sweet and careful before, but now something was different. It was raw and animalistic, and it made my skin prick with excitement. Despite my body humming with anticipation, I didn't move. Edgar reached down. The warmth of his hand sent currents up my arm as he took my hand. He placed it over my panties. "How does that feel, Eveline?" His hand slipped under his briefs and yanked at his cock. I jerked, not from the touch of my own hand, but from watching how he stroked himself. "That's it, Eveline. Now slip your finger under the lace." Edgar's eyes were laser-focused on my hand. He pushed at my thighs, widening them before trailing his finger down, until his hand tugged at the lace. The arm muscles in his upper arm moved and tightened as he worked himself harder. "Can I touch you?" he asked. Only it was me who wanted to touch him. I wanted to see what was hiding under those briefs. How would he like my touch? Was it something he even wanted? I waved for him to move, and I lifted my hips, discarding my panties. They were wet and in the way. He settled back between my legs and brushed his fingers over my wetness. His head fell back as he groaned. I moaned, too. Whatever he was doing felt good. Better than anything I had done to myself. The way I spread my legs wider and rolled my hips in attempt to get more was almost enough to embarrass me. Almost. "Look at how wet you are." Edgar held up 2 glistening fingers. Is that bad? I knew when I got turned on my panties were damp, but maybe there was something wrong with me? Edgar shook his head and came to lay beside me, his fingers languidly playing between my legs. "Oh no, Eveline. It's so good. So good." Then he brought his fingers up to his mouth and licked them like a popsicle. Fuck. That was hot. I arched my back watching him. Then he leaned forward. I could feel his lips on my ear. "Do you want me to do that to you?" I closed my eyes, afraid he would see how wild they were, how I was about to weep from what he was doing to me. Not tears of sadness or fear, but of erotic pain. Yes. God, yeah, Edgar, please. I had no restraint anymore. How he touched himself, how he looked at me, and especially how he touched me. I lost all self-control. Maybe tomorrow I would regret everything. Maybe he would too. But tonight I wanted him to do everything to me. Edgar licked and kissed, and even bit his way down my body. As I watched him, I noticed there were holes in my lace bra from his teeth, but that was nothing. Everything that he did until that point felt like a light tickle, nothing more than a single brush of a feather. What he did next was him tearing everything down with full force. First, it was his tongue. It seemed to swirl and push and had me bucking into the air. I did that so much he curled his arm under my thigh and over my stomach to lock me into place. When he sucked on me, I was thankful his arm was there, because if it hadn't, I might have fallen off the bed. I lifted myself and leaned against my elbow, watching him push himself on me. There was something wonderful about that. It made me feel like he would do anything to please me. Men never made me feel like that. It was always the opposite, like I should be pleasing them. But when Edgar flickered his eyes up to mine, I saw a rawness reflected back. I knew this was a one-time thing, but I was glad this time was with Edgar and not some guy only wanting me to please him. He lifted his head, licking his lips before he panted out, "I'm going to make you come now."
25. Edgar. Eveline's eyes rolled up into her head, and I wondered if just telling her she was about to come would make her orgasm, but she hadn't. Her lips were swollen and on the verge of blooming for me, but not quite yet. I would have liked to make this last a little longer, but two things had me picking up the pace. One, this would be her first orgasm, unless she was lying, which I didn't think she was, because who would ever make that up? I wanted her to experience total bliss as soon as possible. She'd been waiting an awfully long time for it. Two, I was at my breaking point. I wanted to fuck her. Now that I had tasted her and witnessed how incredibly sexy she was, I wanted to be inside her like I had never wanted to be inside anyone ever. If this lasted much longer, I was liable to say anything to get inside her, share things I kept private. Once this was over, I planned to clean up the bathroom, and by clean up, I meant rub one out.
"Yes, Edgar, please."
I shivered when she begged me. Being with her was different than any sexual play I had done in the past. It was so much better. I think it was better than any sex, too. With Eveline, it was wild, savage, as if I couldn't get enough of her. I tore her shirt, and I knew I ripped her bra. At this point, I didn't care that I ruined her clothes. I could always buy her new ones. That was an idea. Maybe when we got to London, I could take her shopping, have her model clothes for me to buy just so I could rip them off her again. One step at a time, Edgar. Right now, I had to bring her to orgasm, so I slipped back down and wrapped my lips over her clit, sucking with the swipe of my tongue every few seconds. Eveline's hips were wild. I was afraid she might accidentally kick me in the head until I held her down with my arm. I could only imagine how amazing she would be fucking me. I bet she could easily break beds, maybe even break me. At least I would die happy. My hand that held her down slipped up to catch her rigid nipple between my finger and thumb. I twisted and flicked in rhythm with what my lips did to her clit. Eveline let out a loud moan, her hips going crazy again. I felt her body vibrate on my tongue. My cock ached, and I couldn't help but rub it against the silky smooth sheets that covered the firm mattress of my bed as I sucked on Eveline. She tasted like paradise, better than anything I could possibly have imagined. Part of me didn't want this to end. I could lick her all night, but my dick would hate me, punish me. I gave Eveline the final touch to bring her there. I slipped 2 fingers inside her, my hand that I had positioned under her ass, getting my fill of that luscious cheek, slid around to work her. Eveline was soaked, so wet that I wondered if 2 fingers would be enough, but when her fingers curled into my hair, I knew it was perfect. I gazed up to find a woman in a state of unraveling. In that moment, everything that caused her pain, caused her stress, the moments that hurt her in her past slipped into nothingness. My fingers slid in and out of her, my tongue tickled her clit, and my fingers pulled, leaving Eveline helpless. Tears streamed down her face as her mouth fell open, letting out a cry of relief. "Edgar!" Her voice deep, sultry, yet yearning. The years of pent-up frustration unraveled from seizing muscles and throaty words. My movements slowed as I became mesmerized as this woman who I thought was completely untouchable melted from what I could do to her. Eveline fell back on the bed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I crawled up her body, kissing her glistening skin along the way. My cock twitched, reminding me that he needed attention, but this wasn't about him. This was about the woman I had fantasized about for 15 years. Being this close to her, showing her how I could make her feel, that was my dream come true. Her eyes fluttered open. Eveline's hair was a tangled mess and her lips still held the signs of how we got there. In other words, she had never looked more striking. Happy first orgasm day. I don't think I have cake, but...
Don't say you have some pie.
Typical Eveline. Even post-orgasm, she was still a smartass. I smiled. I do love pie. She blushed and turned her head. The sexual rush was wearing off. Was she regretting doing this with me? I hoped not, because I wanted to do this again and again. However many times she wanted to do it with me was the exact amount I would too.
Thank you, for helping me.
Eveline turned her head back to me, but she focused her attention on her fingers grazing through the sparse hairs on my chest. I grabbed her fingers and pulled them to my lips, kissing and sucking on them. I moved down her arm before making it to her neck and catching her earlobe in my teeth. Eveline, please don't thank me. I should be thanking you. That was the most incredible, sensual time I've ever had with anyone. I leaned back and saw her cheeks darken even more.
I think it was the best orgasm I've ever had. And, well, the best anything, really.
Her eyes came back to me, but they moved down my body before widening.
Edgar, shouldn't we take care of you?
Eveline pointed to my angry hard-on that tented my briefs. I shook my head. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it in the bathroom. This night was about you. Finally, she lifted her eyes to mine, holding my stare.
Are you serious? You're going to go jack off in the bathroom while a perfectly good woman is in your bed? If I took off my bra, I would be naked. So not just a perfectly good woman, but an almost naked perfectly good woman.
I watched the little indent between her brows deepen as I eased back, putting my hands behind my head. Eveline was sexy when she got feisty. I knew deep down she would find out that Jacob never said she had to go to London. In a way, I took a sick pleasure working her up. You forgot sexy. One perfectly good and sexy, almost naked woman. And beautiful. So, one perfectly good and beautiful and sexy, almost naked woman. And smart. We forgot that too.
Okay, Edgar, I get it. So, what do you want me to do?
Eveline waved her hands over my body like a model at a car show. Whatever you'd like. That really pissed her off. She groaned and rolled her eyes, which only made my cock twitch.
Come on, Edgar, I'm serious. I don't know what I'm doing here. I mean, I have given a blowjob before, but...
Okay, I'll take that. She tilted her head.
Huh? Oh, you mean you want a blowjob? Okay.
Eveline slapped her hands together before rubbing them. She reached for my briefs, but stopped. Eveline changed positions a few times, always staring at my crotch. I began to feel like she was trying to figure out the solution to the United States deficit and not getting ready to give head. Why don't you start by taking off my briefs? She snapped her fingers.
Good start.
I helped her by lifting my hips as she removed them and tossed them aside. As she turned back, her eyes widened.
Oh my God, Edgar, you're huge.
Smirking, I grabbed the base of my cock and gave it a slow stroke. Ah, shucks, I bet you say that to all the guys. Wait, don't answer that.
No, I mean, how does that even,
Eveline lowered her voice and bent closer to my cock.
Fit inside this? Do you ever hurt women?
She pointed to her upper thighs before frowning. No, I never hurt a woman. It will fit, Eveline. Think about it. Women give birth to babies, and while I'm flattered you consider my cock large, I am not so arrogant as to assume it's the size of a baby. She nodded, but weariness lingered on her features.
Logically, that makes sense, but I don't know. I guess it's my naivete showing.
No, it's fine. I propped myself up on my elbow and rubbed her arm. Look, why don't we call it a night? I meant what I said earlier. This night was about you. Maybe I take a rain check on the blowjob. As strong as Eveline appeared, this might have been a little overwhelming for her. I'd be lying if I said I didn't look forward to the idea of her lips wrapped around my cock, but she needed to be cared for, and that's what I wanted to do for her.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Her eyes dimmed.
Maybe I should go.
26. Eveline. Edgar sat there with those dimples on display. His laugh was always smooth, confident, and utterly seductive. With every chuckle, I felt my insides twist and flip as if the Olympics were being held in my stomach. How should I act? His assistant, John, moved to the row of spacious first-class seats in front of Edgar, leaving the seat next to him vacant. The plane was filling up with me as one of the remaining passengers to board. Things felt off when I left Edgar's home last night. He was surprised by my request to leave, but what was the point of staying? Edgar obviously didn't want anything from me. I couldn't blame him. I don't really know what I'm doing in the bedroom, and then I take one look at his penis and freak out. He came in the cab with me to make sure I made it home safely. I spent the entire ride back to my place replaying how mortifyingly shocked I was when he removed his briefs. Each time I cringed a little bit more. My fingers drifted over the soft leather of the top of the seat I stood next to, but paused before reaching Edgar's row. There were only 2 seats in each row in first class. Edgar couldn't see me approaching as he turned back to the front. Whatever relief I felt when he turned his back to me was fleeting, as I already knew my seat number. Glancing around, I noticed the only empty seat was next to Payne. Perhaps I could suck it up and deal with Payne for the 13-hour flight. Payne must have read my mind, because he turned and narrowed his eyes at me. His caveman jaw ticked, daring me to move closer. Oh, thank goodness I made it. A very out-of-breath Morgana knocked me from behind. Hey, Drake, are you sitting next to Payne? She dug around in her black leather bag. There were cellophane wrappers falling out. She pulled out her ticket. Here it says 3A. That is right? Next to Payne. Oh, so it is. Great. Her lips thinned as she sighed. She appeared tired despite the flush of her cheeks. That gave me hope that perhaps Morgana would be willing to switch with me for the flight. I glanced back at Payne and watched him scrape his fingers through his dark brown hair, probably making dandruff fall all around him. Then he began fidgeting with the light and fan above him, on and off, then on and off. Nope, couldn't do it. Drake would be the brave soul dealing with that annoying twat. It was time for me to face the man who gave me the best sexual experience of my life, so I could run away from him, because that's what I do. Excuse me, I said as I came to stand next to Edgar's seat. Edgar glanced up with a gleam in his eyes, only to see me. It faded away. My throat tightened and I wanted to run again. I wanted to trek back up the cold loading ramp and leave this place, not take my seat by the window as Edgar rose to give me room. After I sat, I made myself busy putting my navy leather purse away and getting out my book. So you come here often? Edgar said. I looked up from my book to find him winking at me. What? He sat there staring at me with his dimples on display. Are you feeling okay, Edgar? Of course. I feel fine. I'm stuck in a giant metal cylinder for half a day with a beautiful woman. He winked again and then frowned, as if he was rethinking the wink. I didn't mean I'm stuck. I meant once we are in the air, I guess technically we can't get out. Oh no. You don't have a fear of flying, do you? His breathing picked up so rapidly I thought he might be projecting. Maybe he was the one with the fear of flying. I lowered my steamy romance to my lap and placed a hand on his arm, assessing his odd behavior. No, Edgar. Of course, I don't have a fear of flying. It's the 21st century. They have made many improvements in airplanes. Do you need me to hold your hand while we take off? He nodded slowly, but didn't say anything. I reached for his hand. It was warm, his grip firm, and as my thumb glided over his palm, I couldn't help but think of last night. See? Nothing to be worried about. I wondered if I said that for his sake or for mine. I already feel better. Thank you, Eveline. An announcement came over the loudspeaker as the flight attendant made her speech about the doors closing, and in a few minutes we would begin taxiing down the runway. Edgar's grip tightened around my hand. You know it would help even more, Eveline. He leaned his head toward me. I felt his hot breath tickle my neck. Again, images of him licking his fingers last night crept into my head as he spoke. What? My voice deep and breathy. If you sat on my lap during takeoff. I yanked my hand from his. You aren't afraid of flying at all, are you, Edgar? Edgar's dimples rose as his mouth curved. No, I'm not. But I never said I was. You nodded your head at me. Edgar held up a finger. But I never said anything. I can't control what my head does on its own accord. I turned to face him, my book falling to my feet. Yes, you can. You did that on purpose, just so I would touch you. You didn't mind me touching you last night. He moved closer as I tried to jerk away, but I butted up against the airplane window. Edgar whispered in my ear. In fact, I think I remember you saying please a few times, begging me to touch you. My heart raced, and I was ready to jump from my seat just from the tickle of his breath on my neck. My thighs felt rubbery, overly sensitive, under the navy wool fabric of my skirt, and I was glad I wasn't standing. I remembered what I said to him. I remembered every millisecond of last night. Once I got home after he dropped me off was a pathetic reaction of what he did to me with my own hand. His lips, his tongue, and his fingers between my legs. It didn't work, and I lost a lot of sleep trying. That was last night. This is a business trip. I hoped he couldn't feel my body vibrating toward him, that no one glanced over to find my sweaty neck and racing chest. This was a business trip, and as much as I would melt from a single touch of his finger, I had to keep it together. Edgar pulled back, his gray eyes appraising me. He must know. The man knew a woman's body, all its signs of arousal. I probably wasn't much different. He was the man who was able to give me something no man has ever given me before. That carrot that dangled just out of reach for so many years. You're right, Eveline. Last night was last night. You needed an orgasm and I provided it. Now we move on, right? Wrong. Right, I said. Edgar only saw me as another conquest. I gave him a challenge and he conquered it. Now it was time to move on. I bent down to pick up my book and pretended to read it. My eyes blurred, and as the plane jetted forward, I used the excuse to turn my head toward the window. A few tears fell, but he didn't see. At least I got an orgasm. Now I knew what I was missing. After about 10 minutes, the plane took off and my ears clogged. Instead of trying to yawn to pop them, I embraced the muffled sounds. It was the closest thing I had to running away. I lifted my book and decided to lose myself in a happy ending, even if the characters weren't real. It felt good knowing that someone could get there happily ever after. I turned my head when I heard Edgar. He was talking to me, but the sound was muffled, like I was underwater. I finally yawned to pop my ears. What? Edgar relaxed back in his seat with his head turned toward me. His hand drifted to his chest as he unbuttoned 2 buttons from his light blue dress shirt to get comfortable for the long ride. My eyes couldn't help but drift to the small tuft of blonde hair peeking out from his chest. The book. What are you reading? He asked. Oh, just a romance. Nothing you would be interested in. I turned back to the book about the data analyst and her hero, the famous action star. Oh. Since I'm a man, I wouldn't be interested in romance? That's very sexist of you, Eveline. I frowned and put down my book. I'm sorry, Edgar. I didn't realize you liked romance. Most men I've come in contact with don't like it. In fact, there are a lot of people out there who don't even consider romance real writing and only call it mommy porn. He nodded his head and sighed. They're just ignorant. I bet every one of those people who slammed it has never read a romance in their life. It's easy to judge what you don't know. I was surprised by Edgar's revelation. In my head, I thought of him more of a thriller reader, but I guess that was me judging him again. What authors do you like? I was curious if he was only saying that to me to flirt again, or if he really did read romance. If he could only name 1 or 2 famous authors, I would know he was lying. Most people knew at least one famous romance author, but a true fan could name dozens, if not hundreds. His eyes widened with what I could only guess was fear that I caught him in his flirting lie. Well, I couldn't help but smirk. Something about having the upper hand on him made me giddy. I was terrible. Then, to my utter surprise, he started naming at least 10 different romance authors. Some of them weren't even bestsellers. Mostly, he named books as he couldn't remember the authors. But it was the last book he named that caused my ears to burn. I picked up a book the end of last year and loved it. It's called When a Laird Comes Calling. I can't remember the author's name, but I ended up reading a lot more of her books. Have you heard of the book? I swallowed but nodded. Yeah, I've heard of it. Oh, do you know who the author is? I took a deep breath and steeled myself for my reply. Yeah, it's me.
27. Edgar. Eveline was joking. She must have been joking. She thought I was making fun of her liking romance, and now she was pretending to be a romance author. What do I have to do to convince you I like romance? Dress up like a romance hero? Here, look. I reached under my seat, pulling out my black leather bag. In it, I had the latest book I was reading. I held it up to her. See, The Mighty Scotsman in Disguise. I even dog-eared the page I'm on.
Oh my God!
She flung herself back as if I threw a spider at her. I shook my head. It's just a book, Eveline. It's not going to hurt you. Why can't a guy like romance? When I told Henrik a few years ago, he laughed at me for an hour. Of course, he had the emotional maturity of an earwig, so I didn't expect anything better.
Why are you doing this to me?
She whisper-screamed at me, pushing the book back. Why are you doing this to me, Eveline? So what if I read... I lifted the book and read the author's name. Annabelle Blacksmith's books. It's the 21st century. I don't have to live the stereotype of only reading thriller or sci-fi or books about war. I enjoy reading about human emotion and relationships. Plus, I like ending a book with a smile on my face.
Okay. It's not that I don't believe you, Edgar. Did you not hear what I said? I'm the author. I'm Annabelle Blacksmith.
I laughed as she stared at me. The laughter died as I realized she was telling the truth. Eveline Beckman, the most in control and sexually repressed woman I had ever met, wrote romance novels. Not just that, but she wrote some of the steamiest sex scenes I had ever read. If she was a virgin, how could she write that? Either she was lying about being the author or about being a virgin. I could handle the joke about being an author, but if she was making up being a virgin, then I felt used. I don't understand why she would say that just to get me in bed. I would have been happy to have sex with her last night. In fact, I was hoping to have her last night until she mentioned she was a virgin. And maybe that was it. She didn't want to have sex with me. She was horny, and I was there, but she didn't want to go all the way with me. So, if you're a virgin, Eveline, how could you write those sex scenes, huh? Eveline groaned.
Just because I'm a virgin doesn't mean I don't know about the birds and the bees. I know how things work down there, and I've read enough romance books to get a good idea of what readers want to see when their characters get down to it.
As everything sunk in, I decided she wasn't lying. About anything. Eveline was a virgin and a romance writer. And she was good at what she wrote. Eveline Beckman had a very dirty mind. My eyes slid down her body as I imagined what lace she had hidden under her dark blue suit. I suddenly wanted to find out the color. Perhaps reenact a few of the scenes she wrote. I bet you have a lot of fans. I kept staring at her pants.
I guess I do. I love them. I have a group on Facebook called Annabelle's Attics. They're great. Sometimes I feel I can tell them things I can't tell anyone else.
That caught my attention. You have friends, though. I see you talking to Morgana a lot. And those women from yesterday, can't you talk to them?
I could, but I don't. It's not them, Edgar, it's me. I know I'm not the friendliest person out there. Sometimes I feel like...
She stopped as a blush warmed her cheeks.
Oh, you don't want to hear this. Like I said, you aren't my therapist.
Eveline was smiling, except for her eyes. Eveline, just because we work together doesn't mean I'm not your friend. Maybe you don't want to tell them, but I would be willing to listen. Sometimes telling a person you aren't close to is easier than telling the people you are more familiar with. She glanced up and nodded. Eveline took a breath, bracing herself.
You know I'm a virgin. That's not news, but it's not like I woke up one day and decided to stay a virgin. It's not like I said, you know what would be fun not having sex? That never happened.
She chuckled, but it didn't seem like she was having any fun.
I've always had men trying to get me to do things I didn't want to do. Then they would get angry when I said no, especially when I was younger. I would panic when guys got close and freak out when they... God, I really shouldn't be telling you this, especially after last night.
Eveline wouldn't look at me. She gazed at her fingers that fidgeted with the pages of the book in her lap. I couldn't tell she was crying until I saw a tear drop onto the paper. I leaned in and lifted her chin with my fingers. Eveline, you can tell me anything you want. I'm sorry that happened to you. If I could build a time machine and go back to beat the crap out of those idiots that treated you that way, I would. Even if it did create an alternate timeline, and when I came back you had two heads.
What?
Never mind, just a theory I have about time travel. I get it. It's not easy to tell people how you feel. You fear they won't care, or they'll tell you to move on and get over it. Like my brother. Every time I bring up Damien, he shuts me down. I guess nothing ever affects Mr. Perfect. I shook my head before I continued. But you don't have to worry about that with me. It's not so easy to pretend like nothing happened. I knew what had happened to Eveline when she was young and lived with her mom, but I never realized how men had treated her after that. How could I have been so naive? Here I was unhappy that women only saw me as one thing because of my looks, yet I assumed because of Eveline's beauty that she had it easy with men. I was a hypocrite.
Thank you, Edgar, for being so nice to me last night, letting me experience something I thought I would never get to feel.
She placed her hand on mine.
I have read and written enough books to realize that the happily ever after isn't always real. I get that. My mom never got her happily ever after, and I think that may be my future too.
I shook my head about to correct her, to explain that not all men are selfish, that there are some men out there who would climb to the moon and back for someone like her. But Eveline didn't give me the chance.
I know what you're going to say, Edgar, and you can save it. This is me. That's it. I don't secretly save kittens riddled with cancer. I'm not fun and quirky like Drake over there.
She pointed across the aisle at a snoring Morgana who was drooling on Henrik's shoulder.
I fire people. I'm the person people contact when the bad stuff needs to happen, when others are too scared to rip the bandage away. And you know what?
What? She sighed.
That's okay. I don't mind doing that stuff because it needs to be done. I don't like hurting people, firing them, but it doesn't keep me awake at night. People complain about the hardships in life, but do they expect it to be full of rainbows? Life is hard, and unless you toughen up and keep moving, it will beat you down. I refuse to let anyone beat me down.
I wanted to give her every rainbow I could find. Eveline let out a bitter laugh.
Huh! I'm not the fun one, the pretty one, the smart one, and even with being a romance writer, I'm not even the sexy one. So yeah, I get that there will probably be no happily ever after for me. I've got issues with men, with sex, and they don't seem to be going away just like that.
Eveline snapped her fingers. I closed my eyes and sat back in my seat. Everything I knew about Eveline, every detail written down about her all those years ago from Mr. Marks, what I had witnessed these past 5 years at Mimir, all of that was horse shit. Everything Eveline said made sense. That's who she was. Not some wounded girl struggling to get by in life. She was broken. Henrik called her bitter once a few years ago, and I told him he was wrong. But maybe Henrik was right in a way. Opening my eyes, I turned my head to face Eveline. When you kicked me out of your place a few weeks ago, you said I didn't know anything about you. You were right. I don't.
28. Eveline. What's the opposite of the orgasm I had yesterday? This entire day. After I thought Edgar truly wanted to get to know me, I opened up about my past, telling him my personal thoughts about myself. And how did he react? By ignoring me the rest of the 10 hours of the flight to London. He buried his nose so deep into the book I wrote, I thought the heroine I created came to life, and he was giving her the orgasm of her dreams. Once we departed the plane, he disappeared. Actually, vanished. I figured he went to use the restroom and I would see him at baggage claim, but no. Even Jacob asked me what happened to him. It wasn't until the circus we called dinner occurred in the restaurant that he finally showed up, again saying barely 3 words to me. It was only when Payne got shit-faced and embarrassed himself in front of the head of distribution in Great Britain that Edgar finally looked at me. He only glanced my way because I started to laugh. Payne had blurted out the word tit, and I snorted in response. Edgar's eyes slid toward me, and I could see he was trying hard to hold in his laughter, too. Once Payne fell over in his chair, the dinner was over, which I was glad about. I only wanted to get back to my room and forget this day ever happened. Just me, my bed, and a good book. That sounded like heaven, as opposed to Henrik accusing the restaurant of spreading the plague. I got my coat and made my way outside to hail a taxi, the air brisk with the dampness from an earlier rain. Edgar was in front of me. He opened the door to his taxi when he turned and saw me. He waved and turned to hold the door open for me. "Come on, Eveline. We can share this one." "All right." All laughter was gone from moments before. I reluctantly entered the cab, doing so only to get back to the hotel and save the company from paying for 2 taxis instead of 1. Not surprisingly, the ride back was silent. I could even hear the driver fart, and he did that often. When I went to roll down the window, I noticed the handle was broken. That stunk. I jetted from the vehicle once it came to a stop in front of the hotel, not even caring that I made Edgar stay to pay. Putting my arm up to my nose, I could smell fart on my clothes. Finally, in the hotel and away from the hell stink of the cab, I moved quickly through the intimate lobby filled with plush green chairs for waiting guests. I pushed the button on the taupe-tiled wall for the elevator when I felt Edgar slide up beside me. I knew it was him, due to his impregnating scent. I guess his clothes had fart repellent. "Eveline?" I pretended that I hadn't heard him as the elevator door opened and I darted inside. But the honeywood-paneled elevator was empty and he tried again. "Eveline, there's something I need to show you." I groaned. Can't that wait until the morning? I faked a yawn and stretched for added effect. Boy, I'm beat. The jet lag and laughing so hard at Payne, it takes a lot out of a woman. I just want to go back to my room and go to bed. Edgar. "Okay, but it won't take long. I can bring it over to your room if that would be easier." The elevator stopped and opened to our floor. I walked down the hall, the thick green carpeting slowing me as I tried to outpace Edgar. As I stopped in front of my door, I turned. He was right there, inches from my face, hovering. He glanced at me, but slowly his eyes slid down to my lips, and then further. "Space, Edgar." I placed my hands on his chest, his crisp, pale gray suit jacket wrinkled as I gave a slight push, but he didn't move. His breath, which smelled of wine and lemon from dessert, blew hot down my cheek and into my ear. I shivered, and for that moment, I was reminded of everything he gave me the night before. Every touch, every lick, and every tensing muscle that exploded into ecstasy. "Please, Eveline, I need to show you." I turned my back and fumbled for the key card, trying to regain my senses. I'm sure what he wanted to show me was about Shane or Damien or whoever he called himself these days. At least I was in another country and didn't have to worry about running into that man. "Fine, but I hope it won't take long. I just want to go to bed." The door beeped, and I pushed it open. "I promise it will be however long you want it to be. I am just as eager to get into bed." Stepping aside, I turned one last time to see Edgar wink and then stroll across the hall to his room.
Yeah, that was weird. Just Edgar being Edgar, I guess. Once the door firmly shut behind me, I removed my fart clothes and decided to take a quick shower. I flung my pink silk scarf on the nearby coffee table and made a trail toward the bedroom with my discarded clothes. I didn't want to smell that driver's gas all night in my hair. If Edgar knocked on my door while I was in the shower, tough. He could wait until morning. I moved through the bedroom and past the bed with its frilly and flowery bedspread into the bathroom. Everything was decorated to appear as if it came from the English country, from times past, including the clawfoot tub with a paisley wraparound shower curtain. The shower was relaxing, and once I got out, I felt refreshed, enough so that I decided to get a little writing done. I dried my hair and threw on the fluffy white hotel bathrobe. Just as I was digging around in my bag to find my laptop that sat on the wood coffee table, I heard a knock at the door. Damn. It was probably Edgar. I went to the door and opened it to find a man standing there with a rolling cart. "Room service?" His British accent a welcome change from the Chicago one I'm used to. I didn't order anything. It was paid for by room 324. I glanced up and saw Edgar's door. He was room 324. Fine. Come in. I knew Edgar was up to something, but at least I was getting free food out of it. Once the server left, I opened the silver cover. It was a cookie. Just one cookie. There was nothing else on the tray. I had dessert at the restaurant. It was a nice raspberry tart, so I didn't understand why Edgar would be sending me what looked like a sugar cookie. Was that some sex reference I wasn't getting? As I inspected the cookie, I heard another knock at the door. I huffed over and threw open the door expecting to find Edgar, but instead, I found another server. "Sorry, miss, but Richard forgot this with your order." He held up a drink, a glass with amber liquid and ice. I reached out to take the glass and shut the door. One cookie and a drink. I put the tip of the glass to my nose and took a sniff. It smelled like tea, iced tea. But they didn't have iced tea in England. Maybe some places had it, but I knew it was more of an American thing. Did Edgar think I was homesick after only a half day in another country? And why iced tea? I only drink that in the summer when it got hot. After I put the glass down on the tray, there was another knock on the door. This time when I opened it, Edgar was standing on the other side. "Thank God," I said. "Eveline, I may be good, but I'm not God." His dimples deepened as his lips curved. He still had his white button-up shirt and gray suit pants on, but the tie and jacket he left behind. "Get in here." I waved him inside and came to stand by the food cart. "Can you explain this, Edgar?" "It's funny you should ask." Edgar removed his hand from his back to produce a book. The book he was reading on the plane. "Here, Eveline, if you could read the passage I underlined." I rolled my eyes but decided to humor him if it would get him to explain himself. Edgar seemed to underline several lines. Oh no, he knew. I gazed up from the book to find Edgar smirking, his dimples of sin full of sexual confidence, because even they understood it all. "This is what you were doing on the plane, wasn't it?" Edgar didn't say a word. His eyes darkened as his head slowly traveled up and down my body several times. He inched closer. The only thing between me and him was a paperback containing about 90,000 words. He lifted his finger and trailed down the page before stopping at one word. "I really like this word right here. Why don't you start there, Eveline?" "Fine." I narrowed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing my heart to slow the fuck down. Everyone just calm down, okay? It's not like Edgar could have me arrested for this. Wait, could he? I should have never written the book. Now that I think about it, maybe I should just stop writing altogether. She wasn't female at all. I began reading before clearing my throat. The book shook in my hands, and I had to use both to steady it enough to continue. The person with the long blonde hair standing in front of me was a man, a thick, strapping man with hair like the gods. He was complete with a beard so lush that my mind was helpless to thoughts of how it would tickle against my skin. I glanced at him. "I think that's enough, Edgar, you've had your fun." I tried to lower the book, but he took it from my hand. "Fine. I'll finish reading it for you."
29. Edgar. I had Eveline Beckman begging me to stop, pleading with me, but I wanted to give her so much more. Here, I'll read this part, their conversation. "Mess," he said in his thick Scottish brogue. The kilt, his strong arms, I couldn't help myself. The need to touch him was too great. Decorum dictated a restrained approach, but something propelled me forward. His chiseled muscles.
"Okay, Edgar, you can stop now."
Eveline yanked the book from my hands and threw it over her shoulder. It flew across the room and knocked a magazine off the side table next to the floral love seat. "That was my book." I waved my hand toward the corner of the room.
"No, it was my book. I know what I wrote."
Eveline held strong. Her defenses were on lockdown. Arms folded and eyes narrowed, shielding her from my potential onslaught. I could break her with one touch. I knew that now. The heroine, Ivana, thought he was a woman. When she discovered he wasn't, she began to touch his arms, his chest. The hero, Udard, is in front of her in line at a shop. He's wearing a kilt. "Why does that sound so familiar to me, Eveline?" She snorted and threw her arms in the air. Eveline tried to turn from me, but I stopped her. I placed my hands on her shoulders. "Because that's us, isn't it? You wrote about how you first met me." Her chest moved rapidly. The scent of flowers filled my nose the closer I came to her. I tried to find her eyes, but they remained glued to the floor. Her robe slipped open just enough for me to realize nothing was underneath it. Eveline finally looked up at me.
"And what if it was? I'm an author. Sometimes I pull from my own experiences."
My hand slid to her neck as my thumbs trailed the lines and hollows that they found. She swallowed, and it rippled up my arm. "Are they all me, Eveline? Those heroes in your books?" I cleared my throat, trying to push away the tightness that was taking over. She wouldn't answer, so I slipped my hand lower over her chest. The gasp from her lips caught my attention. I stared into her azure eyes as they deepened. She wasn't stopping me. Her skin puckered, but that was the only resistance she had left to halt my advance. The robe slipped open as if a breeze came along to help me. But it wasn't a breeze. It was my hand, and Eveline did nothing to stop me. I gazed down to find her breasts firm and slightly flushed, just waiting for my fingers. Her nipples were already spikes, so I licked my finger and thumb and reached for one. The slightest pinch was all it took. Eveline's head fell back. "Are they me, Eveline?" Again, no answer, but her hand came to my shoulder as if at any moment she would fall, which was smart because I was going to push her over the edge tonight. I rolled her nipple again, but went a little further. My palm filled with her breast, causing her to whimper. Eveline put her hand over mine, but she didn't pull it away. She pushed, making my hand go farther. What she didn't realize was that she was chipping away at my control. I was losing it. My other hand went up and mimicked what the other was doing. She rolled her hips and the robe fell completely open. I helped it along. I let go of her breasts and pushed her only covering to the floor. I saw everything and took advantage of that rare sight. I took a walk. My fingers slid over her skin as I strolled around her body. And as I got behind her, my eyes drank her in. That ass was right there, the one I had thought about and lusted over for years. I wanted to cup it, fondle it, lick it, but I didn't do any of that. Instead, I undressed. This night wasn't about her anymore. That was last night. Tonight, it was about us. When she left last night, I thought she regretted what had happened. But when she told me on the plane about her past, how men had treated her, I realized how scared she was. Scared I would disrespect her as they had. And when she said she was an author of those books, it clicked in my head. She wasn't just frightened any man would hurt her. She was afraid it would be me. I had read her books. Her heroes were all so similar, but I never thought much of it. I figured her readers liked that, so it's what she wrote. But now I realized she wrote those heroes because it's what she wanted. Now that I knew what Eveline wanted, I could give it to her. As I discarded my final item of clothing, I stood still, admiring the silky curve of her back. Answer me, Eveline. Am I the heroes in your books? A sound came, but it wasn't a word. The noise primal. Eveline arched her back without a single touch from me. I wondered if I reached between her legs if she would be dripping wet. I did. I grabbed the hair that flowed liquid gold down her back and held it like a rope. Her head fell back as my fingers slipped between her ass cheeks and farther toward her slippery lips. Eveline's hands went forward to brace against the cart. That thing had wheels on it, and I knew with what I had planned that wouldn't hold her up. "Against the wall," I whispered into her ear and guided her to the wall. She didn't hesitate. "I got to taste you so much yesterday, Eveline. It's not fair. You should have some too." I lifted my fingers from between her legs and pushed them into her mouth. As she sucked, I let go of her hair and reached around her front, slipping my fingers around her clit. "Didn't Ewan take Eliza from behind in the Scottish hammer?" Eveline couldn't form words, her mouth so full, but she moaned as her ass wiggled against my cock. I shook my head to stay focused, though it was becoming harder to remain in control. How her body reacted to my touch was causing me to unravel. I pulled my fingers out of her mouth and stepped to her side. My movements felt sluggish, as if I couldn't touch her fast enough. My fingers slid back between her legs and I tried to hold back a groan, and when her head fell against the wall but turned to face me as my fingers filled her, I wanted to forget everything and take her. But I didn't. Even as her eyes lost focus and her lids grew heavy as my fingers dripped with her pleasure and my cock screamed to be inside her, I pushed my knee aside and watched her. "Do you like that, Eveline?" She tried to nod her head but couldn't seem to manage it. When she finally spoke, her voice was deep with want.
"Yes."
"Do you want to come?"
"Yes, Edgar. Make me come again."
I took a sharp breath at her words. Her eyes dipped to my hardened cock, and instantly I thought of her mouth wrapped around it. Her lips stretched, her eyes glazed, and that sweet tongue of hers curling around me. Even thinking of that, I still had to push for more. "Do you want me to take it? Take your virginity and fuck you from behind?" As much as I knew deep down I was those men she wrote about, I was still unsure if she was ready to have her virginity taken. Men in her life didn't seem to care what she wanted, and I would never treat Eveline that way. I would make sure she wanted everything I gave her, that every touch was crafted for the sole purpose of bringing her bliss.
"Yes, Edgar. Please take it. I want to feel you."
I had to steady myself. My fingers stilled for a few seconds as the last strand strained against the overwhelming desire to let go. I wanted to rip my hands away and just plunge inside her, but I didn't. For Eveline needed something measured. As much as I desired being carefree with her, it would end the night. It would destroy her, and I would lose the one thing that made me feel like I mattered. "Are they me, Eveline?" Her answer finally came, but it was soft and barely audible. Despite her whispered response, I heard it. I stopped everything I was doing and moved away from her. After she spoke the word, "Yes," I knew it was time to give her what she coveted. I found my pants on the floor and reached into the pocket for the condom I brought. There were a few condoms in my luggage, but they were old. I didn't really have time to find a store before I came here, so I figured I would just use it and hope for the best. Once I sheathed my cock, I went back to Eveline, still bent over, leaning against the wall as she panted, trying to catch her breath. I wanted to slap that ass, but I didn't want to do anything that might jolt her, so I rubbed my hand over her ass cheek instead. Eveline liked that, and I loved the feel of her thick flesh. She pushed back into my hand. I nudged her legs apart with my knee and positioned my cock where it was warm, wet, and tight. Her gasp was expected, and I leaned forward, pushing the hair from her neck. "I'm going to relax you. If you're relaxed when I enter you, the most you will feel is a sharp pinch. But if you tense, then it will hurt much more than that." I nibbled at her earlobe and felt her shiver. "It's my job, Eveline, to make this feel good, to make you want to do it again and again. If it hurts, then I failed." Her eyes, a mixed storm of lust and worry, gazed up at me. "Eveline, do you trust that I can make you feel incredible tonight?"
30. Eveline. If we stopped right now, I would be happy. But my curiosity and the fact that everything Edgar was doing felt incredible kept me saying yes to anything he asked. The days of youthful innocence died the day I ran away from home. I wasn't afraid that a man would think I was bad in bed since I was a virgin. I was afraid of everything after.
Every book I read made me want to find out how it felt. Was it just an exaggeration to keep readers' eyes glued to the page? Give them the fantasy? Or was sex really that gratifying? With all the things I feared, I wasn't scared that Edgar wouldn't know what to do with my body. I trust you, Edgar. Good. I'm going to guide you through this as much as I can. That he understood about me. How I needed to be aware of everything, to know what was happening, caused some of my uncertainty to slip away. I felt something between my legs, not his fingers. It was bigger, thicker, and in my current state I wanted whatever it was to keep coming. My cock is right there, Eveline. Can you feel it? Edgar's words were coarse and drove me as much as his hands. Yes. Uh-huh. He pushed, in small thrusts, and as I suspected from yesterday, he felt large. Too much. He swore it would fit, but I was beginning to have doubts. You're so big. His fingers slipped and he reached up to pinch my nipple. When he touched me like that, everything inside me burst from pleasure. I started to push back. His warmth on my back as he bent over me made me tingle. Eveline, you will be nice and tight. I'll fill every inch of you. I arched my back. His words should have scared me, but I yearned for more. I was aching to know how he felt. When I'm done with you, Eveline, you'll weep. For all those lost years when my cock wasn't filling you, when my mouth wasn't sucking you, all those lost moments when you could have been screaming my name. His fingers slid, they pulled, and they didn't stop as he seduced me with his words. Edgar's mouth landed on the back of my shoulder. It was sharp, the pain, when he bit me, but warmed quickly, and despite logic, I craved more. How did that feel, Eveline? Good. So good. He pushed farther inside me. I had no idea how far, but something changed in me. I felt the need to rock back into him. There was no sharp pain, so I knew he wasn't fully inside me yet. That's what it will be like, Eveline. Like a bite of pain. His fingers pulled me closer toward breaking. My hips now gave way to try to catch his hands. You're so incredible. Fuck. I want to be deep inside right now. His words wobbled as Edgar began to slip too. It was so much that the words that fell from my mouth weren't even completely out. They were lost in the moment, as was I. But they changed everything. Then do it, Edgar. I need you right now. Please, fuck me. He groaned, and it was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. But the only thing sweeter was when he did as I requested. Edgar, with a few intense thrusts, broke through, and I finally understood. Edgar was right. There was a sharp pain, and with each movement after, there was more of the ache. But after a few more thrusts, it subsided, replaced with a throbbing pleasure. But then something went wrong. It all stopped, and I feared what that meant. Did he change his mind? That seemed ridiculous, but perhaps that happened. A million questions went racing through my head as Edgar stilled. I glanced back to find his head fallen back, chest ripped, rose and glistening. He was any woman's wet dream. Forget that, he was my wet dream. But what made him stop? Finally, he raised his head, Edgar's eyes heavy and mouth slack. Are you okay, Edgar? The corner of his mouth hitched, gifting me with one dimple. I should be asking you that. How are you feeling, Eveline? Am I too big for you? The other corner of his lip rose. No, now get to it. So bossy. Edgar slapped my ass before moving his hips. I kept my eyes on him, his cock moving in a glorious rhythm that I had no idea could feel this incredible. He leaned over me, and I wondered if he was going to try and kiss me. But my head was too far. It was his arm that reached around, brushed past my ribs, until his fingers found my clit again. I hadn't even realized he had stopped teasing me with his fingers. When Edgar entered me, it must have wiped my brain clean. That's it, Eveline. God, you feel so good. Your pussy is so tight. I'm going to make you come because I don't know if I can last much longer. Edgar's eyes never let go. My peripheral vision saw movement, arms, torsos, and even legs, but I couldn't take my gaze off him. The deeper he sank into me and the more his fingers guided me closer, I only cared about Edgar watching me go over the edge. I thought when this point came, when I would finally lose my virginity, I would be too overwhelmed or fearful to show the guy everything. But now I understood it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with wanting to show him. That with Edgar, I found this happiness. Don't stop. Please don't ever stop. I meant it. Never. His eyes did not once waver as I climaxed, my orgasm bigger than before. I must have closed my eyes because darkness surrounded me. I called to Edgar, but all I felt was bliss, wave after wave. And when I thought it subsided, when I opened my eyes again, I looked up to find him coming, calling my name, his head falling forward. His movement slowed and Edgar's hands fell from me. I leaned forward against the wall, catching my breath as he eased out of me. I'll be right back. Edgar made his way toward the bathroom on shaky legs. I stood, my legs stiff, and I couldn't help but smile knowing why they hurt. But my grin quickly faded as I wondered, what now? What I feared the most. Will he come out and dress only to leave? Maybe he's more diplomatic and he'll want to talk everything out. Do we just go back to being coworkers? I should have been happy. Losing my virginity was #1 on my bucket list. If any young girl dreamed of the man that might one day take their virginity, I had a feeling that Edgar would be it. So why then, when Edgar opened the door to the bathroom and strolled toward me, did tears leak down my cheeks? Why did my lips tremble when he touched my arm? And when he picked me up in his arms and carried me to the bed, why did I sob so hard when I looked up at him to find just a big blonde blur? He placed me on the bed and covered me with the comforter. The bed dipped as he climbed in beside me, wrapping his arms around me. He kissed the lines of tears on my face before moving down to my lips. I kissed back. And the more we kissed, the more my tears faded. I slipped my hand around his neck, not wanting him to pull away, but he did. Edgar's eyes danced over my face and his dimples made an appearance. I told you. You told me what? His finger traced my cheek, down my neck into the tip of my breast. That I would make you weep. I laughed as relief rolled away. I didn't know how all this would be tomorrow or the next day or next month. But it felt good right now. He felt good. Well, it's official. I'm no longer a virgin. Yup, you're all used up now. My eyes widened as I pushed him back, but he grabbed me by the waist and pulled me close, laughing heartily. I can't believe you said that, Edgar. No, you let me go. I might get you dirty, since I'm all used up. You're only slightly used. There is a difference. His laughter grew louder the more I pushed at him. Edgar, you're terrible. He pinned me down with his hands and had me between his legs. Oh, Eveline, I thought you liked it when I was being bad. He winked, and I couldn't help but notice his cock growing hard again. I smirked, and as the sex fog lifted, I remembered when he first came to my room. What were the cookie and iced tea about? He slid his finger across my lips. You're the author. If you don't know, then I'm not going to tell you. I groaned as he laughed like the spoiled playboy he was.
31. Edgar. I created a monster, a sex monster to be precise. Eveline wanted sex all the time. We had to share offices as the London building only had 3 to offer our team. Eveline, my assistant John, and I used one of the cramped spaces. She would send John on wild goose chases all around the city so we could have a quickie while he was gone. I blame myself in all this, Eveline. If I hadn't been so good at giving you an orgasm that first time and then gave you 5 orgasms the night I took your virginity, you wouldn't be so addicted to my cock. I smirked as I gazed up at her. Eveline's eyes were hooded, her legs spread as she had her finger hooked to pull her panties aside. They were blue, and she was beautiful.
Yeah, well, right now I'm addicted to your mouth, so get to it.
I loved how demanding she got when sex was involved. She was so easy to please. I just showed up with my dick, and Eveline was happy. "Do you want me to finish with my cock? You know you want it," I taunted her, but secretly it was me who wanted her. Her fingers curled into my hair, pushing me back toward her clit.
"We don't have time, Edgar. Our last meeting is in 5 minutes. We catch a plane first thing in the morning, so maybe we hold off on sex until we get back."
I sat back on my heels, shocked at her restraint. "Who are you, and what have you done with my bossy, sexy Eveline?"
"I don't have to have sex all the time. I'm not some sort of sex robot. Besides, I was hoping to get some writing done tonight as well as a good night's sleep."
She winked at me. Eveline Beckman just used my wink flirt move on me. Except she wasn't flirting with me, she was telling me she wanted to be alone. I scratched my beard. A sex robot, you say? Eveline let go of her panties and hopped off the desk, straightening her oversized black skirt.
"If you can't be serious, then we won't talk about it."
I stood from the office floor and adjusted my teal silk tie. "I'm not being serious," said the woman who only seconds ago was telling me to get to it with her legs spread. She turned and pointed at me.
"You're the one who started it."
I leaned against the wood desk Eveline just got off of and chuckled. She was so easy, deliciously easy. Every person had something that turned them on. Sometimes it took me a while to figure out what a woman liked, but with Eveline it was effortless. Her body shivered and she melted like butter when I gave her what she wanted. And if I did everything right, if I gave her the kind of orgasm that shattered, she cried. That's when I knew I had her. All I had to do to get her started was use a few choice words. I was just reminiscing about last night. She walked around her desk, shuffling a few papers around.
"Don't, Edgar. Don't you dare. Your brother will be knocking on that door any minute about the meeting."
I shrugged my shoulder and moved around the desk to stand behind her. It might not be Jacob. Henrik could stop by.
"Oh, now I'm going to be sick. Don't put Payne's image in my head. It's bad enough I caught him. I really don't want him catching me."
Hold up. What happened to Henrik? Eveline froze, her hand in the middle of pulling open a drawer when it stopped. She turned with wide eyes.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Edgar."
I sniffed her neck. Then I licked it. Finally, gave it a tiny nip for good measure. "I smell and taste fear on you. What are you hiding, Eveline?" There was a knock on the door before it opened. Morgana popped her head inside.
"Hey, guys. Time for the last meeting."
She gave a cartoonish frown.
"Oh, Drake, there you are. Why don't we walk to the meeting together? We can talk girl stuff."
Eveline shoved me aside and raced toward the open door. Morgana appeared perplexed by Eveline's sudden request.
"Girl stuff? Since when do you ever want to talk girl stuff with me, Eveline? Are you feeling all right? Did you get mad cow?"
Morgana's voice echoed through the hallway as Eveline pulled her away. I followed. Eveline kept glancing back and picking up her pace when she saw me draw near. "You do realize we're going to the same location, Eveline? You can run, but you can't hide." Once we made ourselves at home in the small conference room, Jacob closed the door to start the meeting. Most of this trip didn't concern me, but I needed to be here as an executive with the company. I knew my brother was nervous. Changes in the laws with Great Britain and Europe made it almost impossible to continue distribution for our company. Since we are a retail company, distribution was a major part of everything we did. We had lawyers go over the new laws, but we had yet to find anything that would help us. I tuned out most of the meeting and was about to pretend I was reading a memo while really getting some shut-eye when I heard Henrik. "Can I just ask why Miss Beckman is here on this trip? Last I checked, she was the head of HR. Are we hiring someone that I don't know about?" I quickly scanned the table and noticed confusion on everyone's face except Eveline's. Hers was cracking. Before I could say something, she began to laugh, loudly.
"What? Why would you ask that?"
Oh no, Eveline was laughing. Not a good sign. Even Jacob appeared unsure. I told him some vague excuse before we left why Eveline needed to come on the trip, but Jacob still had questions, and, like the smart brother I was, I dodged every single one. There was no getting around it now. Henrik hated Eveline, and I knew the feeling was mutual. If this could harm Eveline, he wouldn't stop until he saw blood. I gazed over to her, and she was sweating. It made me think of this morning in bed, and last night on the floor, and yesterday after lunch in the broom closet, and all the places we had been together since arriving in this sex-inspiring city. "Yeah, why are you here, Miss Beckman? I'm a little curious myself," my brother said. "Think, Edgar, think. Maybe I could beef up the candidate story I used back in Chicago, the one I lied to Eveline about. That's what I'll do. I'll tell my brother we might have found a candidate for the job and wink at him. While my wink had the power to get women into bed, it wielded a much greater power on my brother. It confused the hell out of him. He liked to see himself as someone who knew what was going on, even when he had no idea. When I winked, he pretended he understood. Perfect. Only I didn't have to do anything. Henrik used his weapon instead. Business jargon. I'm sorry, Jacob. I forgot that Miss Beckman came along to help coordinate with HR here regarding individuals working in both locations and their taxation. The synergy... Henrik stopped when my brother cleared his throat. I exhaled in relief. Glancing at Eveline, I noticed she was nodding to Henrik, who nodded back. What in the hell was that about? First, she mentioned she caught Henrik doing something. Then Henrik saved her from Jacob's question, and now they nod at each other like they have a secret club where members nod at each other in greeting? I needed to get Eveline and find out what was going on. The meeting ended. As I walked toward the elevator, I noticed Eveline and Henrik talking to each other. There was still animosity in their glares, but something was off. They never voluntarily communicated to each other. When the elevator arrived, I tried to get inside with Eveline, but it was too full. Instead, I took the stairwell and ran down the 6 flights of steps. By the time I made it to the street, Eveline had hopped into a cab and took off. I managed to get the next one and pulled up to the hotel right after her. Are you avoiding me, Miss Beckman? Afraid of something? I said, a bit winded, as we stood in front of the hotel elevator. She didn't turn to look at me.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Edgar. Should I be?
The doors opened and we got on. Most of the people from the meeting went straight to a pub, so Eveline and I were alone in the elevator. She stood in the back and removed the pink silk scarf from around her neck. The blouse she wore today had a plunging neckline, and I spent most of the day dreaming of making a trail from her lips to her belly button and farther with my tongue. I moved next to Eveline, shoulder to shoulder. Leaning close, I whispered, I would be very afraid of what I might do to you here in this elevator. She stiffened, and I noticed perspiration beading on her brow, so I leaned so close I could smell her. I might spread those sweet thighs of yours. Then I bet if I dipped my fingers in between, I'd find you so wet. I wouldn't be surprised if your pussy was soaked right now just thinking of the nasty stuff I could do to you. Eveline shivered, and I knew I had her.
32. Eveline. I didn't get any writing done in London. Edgar and his wicked tongue. Don't get me wrong, I loved his tongue and his cock, and when he used both on me, I couldn't imagine anything better. But how was I supposed to use this newfound knowledge of sex in my books if I never got a chance to write them? I had to explain to him that I couldn't see him tonight. We had returned from London a few days ago, and he hasn't left me alone. I would complain, but how could I? The man was a god in bed. No, tonight, I put my foot down and told him I needed a night off. I just hoped he didn't start talking dirty to me. My utter weakness. Who knew I liked it when he spoke that way? I knew losing my virginity was a big deal, but I never knew it would open this intense sexual side of me. Knock, knock. Edgar walked into my office. I glanced up and smiled. You ready for the meeting? Jacob is on his way, Edgar said. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you while we had a moment, I said, and pointed to the chair on the other side of the desk. He smirked as he glided into the chair. Am I being fired for having sex at the office with a coworker? Ha ha, very funny, Edgar. He stretched and put his hands behind his head. That reminds me, we do need to talk. It's about Ashton Graham. Oh? What about him? He removed his hands from behind his head and leaned forward, resting on his elbows. The light-hearted sparkle in Edgar's eyes died as he stared at me. They found him. Great. Where is he? He's dead. I could feel the blood drain from my face. A million thoughts fluttered around my brain as I tried to make sense of that. Nothing that came to me was good. Like of a heart attack? I closed my eyes, mentally crossing my fingers. No. Some kid fishing in the river thought he got a big fish, but he pulled out a man's arm instead. My hand went to my mouth as I felt bile rising. Oh my God. We hadn't discussed Ashton since before we went to London.
I was in such a sex-fueled / world traveler fog that Ashton had slipped my mind. Being so happy with Edgar, I forgot that life never stayed perfect for long. I let my guard down and now reality slapped it back up. Listen, Eveline, I would feel safer if you stayed with me for a while. What? No, Edgar. No, I can't live with you. I couldn't believe he was asking me that. I got up and grabbed a pad of paper and pen, intending to leave for the meeting. Edgar stood, blocking my exit. Why not? Despite the age of my house, I do have it hooked up for security. There are cameras everywhere and the latest security system in place. Surprised, I reared my head back. Cameras? Were you filming us? Huh? No, Eveline. No. Well, maybe. Okay, yes. Yes, I was filming us. What? I said. The word disappeared on my lips the lower my heart sank. I trusted him. What a fool I was. Of all the men I had known in my life, Edgar seemed like the only one who was kind and actually cared for people. He called Payne a friend, and anyone who did that had to be a saint. But it turned out I was wrong. I mean, yes, I have cameras in most of the main rooms in my house, so technically you were being filmed, but I didn't do it on purpose. I'm not a pervert. I folded my arms and glared at him. His lips softened and the dimples made an appearance. Unless you want me to be. Edgar's eyebrows moved up and down. No, Edgar, I do not want us being filmed having sex, so you can do God knows what with that tape. He took a step backward, tripping on the chair he sat in minutes ago, but righted himself before he fell. Look, Eveline, I only want you at my house for safety reasons. Anyone could easily break into your apartment building. Now I feel great, I said, as I tried to hold back an eye roll. My eyes began to burn, and I knew I had to leave before the tears started to flow. Edgar was Edgar, and I had sex with him knowing that. That made sense, logically. But my heart felt something. It wasn't as strong. It was a little beat up from when I last opened it to men. Edgar enjoyed sex with me and nothing more. I knew that and tried to remind myself every time we were together. But I'm no sex robot. I happen to be born with a heart. I'm not trying to scare you, Eveline. That's why I want you to stay with me. He needed to stop talking. Let's discuss this later, Edgar. All right? I tried to move, but he grabbed my arm. My office door opened, and Jacob stood there. I glanced up to find his eyes jumping between me and Edgar. Ms. Beckman, I hope you aren't feeling faint again? Edgar let go of me and turned to his brother. He plastered his winning smile on his face. No, Jacob. I was just informing Eveline of what the police found. She was a little shaken by it. Jacob's face softened. Oh, I know. I couldn't believe it. Suicide. Edgar and I said at the same time, Suicide? I got a call from Detective Mackison about 10 minutes ago. They believe he tried to kill himself. They found a note in his apartment. Terribly sad. We should discuss this at the meeting, how to address it with the company. I glanced at Edgar as his eyes slid to mine. We all walked to Payne's office in silence. I had a bad feeling about this. Somehow, now that the case was solved, I felt worse. Of course, I was sad that Ashton was dead, but I didn't really know him. What disturbed me the most was Ashton's dealings with Damien Rosen. We stood outside Payne's door, and I asked Edgar a question. Did Ashton seem depressed or act strangely with you at any point in his 2 years with the company? He shook his head. No. Jacob knocked on the door but got no answer, so he opened it. We stepped inside, and what we found made Jacob gasp, Edgar curse, and I broke out into the biggest smile of my life. I quickly suppressed it, of course, but the grin was there, bubbling just beneath the surface. Payne and Morgana were in a very compromising position. They were having sex on his desk. There was no way Payne could talk himself out of this one. I felt glee as we scurried out of the room and headed back toward Jacob's office. There would be a very different meeting happening in a few minutes, one where I would witness Henrik Payne grovel for his job. I needed that today. What are you going to do? Edgar stared at Jacob as he sat at his desk, his head in his hands. Obviously they need to be fired. I mean, you saw them. That can't happen at my company. I don't care how much in love they may be. This is during office hours, and that was my office furniture they were using for their sex den." Edgar cleared his throat and glanced my way. That was something else Edgar and I needed to discuss. No sex at the office. I don't care how horny I get. He needed to be strong enough to turn me down. There was a knock on Jacob's door. "Come in," Jacob announced. The door opened and Payne's head appeared. I folded my arms and stood on the side of Jacob's desk, savoring every minute. "Please, Henrik, come and have a seat." Despite what happened, Henrik appeared confident and maybe even relaxed as he sat, like he had the secret to life figured out. Morgana must be really good at sex. "Mr. Mimir, let me explain. Ms. Drake tricked me. She knew I had an idea to help save the company with the distribution problem. She knew you would be coming by the office for the meeting. She wanted to get caught to claim the idea as her own and get me out of the picture." I cut him off. He was lying. I hated Payne. He was rude, disrespectful, and selfish. But he was excellent at his job. I may have wanted him fired many times but never said anything because he was good for the company. But fuck that. Morgana was my friend, and I knew for a fact it was her idea. She told me her idea the Monday we got back from London. "He's lying, Mr. Mimir, and I can prove it." I smirked at Payne, knowing he only had minutes left as a Mimir employee.
33. Edgar. I felt as if I needed a shower. Having just emerged from Henrik's place, I could still smell the scent of sweat and whiskey on me, the two things Henrik had been marinating in for the past few days after being fired from Mimir. He was a wreck, and I couldn't blame him. After the little trick he pulled and it not working out for him, I didn't blame him for wanting to drown his sorrows. As for me, I was fine. Evelyn and I came to an agreement. No sex in the office, and when we did have sex, she would go home at night to her mom. Of course, we hadn't stuck to that agreement as well as we would have liked. We did have a quickie in the supply closet yesterday. It was about time I showed her I didn't just want her sexually, but much more than that. I headed down the street and turned a corner to a less crowded street. I made my way into a shop with a wooden storefront and various colorful flowers in tin buckets lining the front.
"Welcome to the Bloom Room. How may I help you?"
A smiling woman with silky silver hair piled on her head, dotted with baby's breath, put down the bouquets she was working on and wiped her hands on her green apron. "Yes, I need a bouquet of flowers for someone special."
"Can you tell me about this person?"
She came up to me, clasping her hands in front of her. "She's beautiful." She smiled and adjusted her glasses.
"Aren't they all?"
"No, I don't mean she's physically beautiful, even though she is. I meant her heart. When she walks into a room..."
"She lights it up? I know just what you mean."
I shook my head. "No, she doesn't."
Okay. I'm sorry, sir. I'm trying to get an idea of this beautiful woman you speak of. Maybe if you tell me something else."
What I meant to say was when she walks into a room, heads turn. She's striking, tall, like she belongs on a yacht in the Mediterranean. But she hides that part of herself. She hates it. The last thing she wants is for anyone to stare at the one thing she never asked for, her looks.
"How does she hide it?"
I smiled, imagining Evelyn in front of me. She wears the frumpiest, most dowdy clothes you can imagine. Everything in her closet is navy, black, or brown. But there was one night, the night when she let me see her beauty, the rare moment that she hadn't ever shown anyone, when she wore something beautiful and full of color. The woman leaned closer, her mouth wide with wonder.
What? What was it?"
She wore a pink scarf, and that's when I knew. The woman gripped my arm.
"Knew what?"
"That I loved her. She had been hiding for so long, and I know why. Because if she showed everyone her true self, it would be too much. Her beauty is blinding." I heard a sniffle and looked down to find the woman wiping her eyes. She took a moment and then raised her head.
"I know. The perfect bouquet for you."
She scurried around the room picking flowers from various vases and brought them together at the counter by the register. Once she finished wrapping it in a simple brown paper bag with a pink ribbon, I took out my wallet to pay. "How much?" She shook her head.
"No, it's on the house."
"I do appreciate that, but I can afford to pay." Perhaps the scent from Henrik's apartment was stronger than I thought, and the woman believed I was homeless.
You have paid me more than you know.
She turned her head as a tear fell from her eye.
Today is a very hard day for me, the anniversary of the marriage to my late husband. You remind me of him when he was young, handsome, and could have had his pick of any woman, but he chose me. That woman sounds lovely, and I hope you understand that love may be easily given, but it isn't always easily won.
I nodded. I'm sorry for your loss. It seems to me that your husband was the lucky one. Thank you. I glanced at her name tag. Jackie. These are beautiful, and you are a wonderful woman. She came around the counter and gave me a hug. As I left, I felt like that was a good omen, that despite the hardships of life, there could be love. I waved down a taxi and directed the driver to Eveline's apartment building. It was a short 5-minute ride on Lakeshore Drive, and after I paid the driver, I got out. Shutting the door, I noticed a man across the street staring up to the 3rd floor of windows to Eveline's building. I nearly dropped the flowers when I realized who it was. Damien Rosen was standing directly across from me in a black leather jacket and jeans. I didn't hesitate to make my way to him, but he turned to head north. I kept up despite his quick pace. He made a few turns, and I was half a block away. Finally, he stepped into a coffee shop, and I knew I had him. When I entered the small shop, I noticed only 2 customers, both female, and one guy behind the counter. "Do you have a restroom?" I asked. "Yeah, but someone is using it right now." That's where he was. The coffee guy pointed to the back corner of the shop, and there I stood waiting for the door to open. As I waited, I imagined how I would take him down. Sure, I was going to call the police, but first, I was going to take a few swings at him. I heard a flush and some water running. A moment later, the door creaked open, and I stood, the blood racing through my veins, intensifying. Something crimson popped out, and short. A girl with red hair bumped into me, leaving the bathroom.
"Excuse me,"
she mumbled with her head down. After she left, I went to the restroom to see if there was another door or window, but nothing. I went back to the front and talked to the guy at the counter. Did a man with black hair and a leather jacket come into the shop moments before me? He tilted his head back, contemplating my question before nodding his head. "Yeah, dude. He just scurried inside and back behind the counter. I went after him, but he raced out the back door. Crazy. Fuck. Did the dude dine and ditch you?" "What?" I asked. He pointed to the flowers still in my hand. "You know, dine and ditch your date to pay for it? That's a dick move." Something like that. Where does that back door lead?" "Just the alleyway." He was gone. Damien must have realized I was following him. That means he saw me. I wonder if he recognized me. I was only a young teenager when he last saw me. I made my way back to Eveline's apartment, determined to get her out of that building. Checking the front door, I noticed it was locked, which made me feel a little better for her safety. But as I stood there, someone came out of the building and held the door open for me. Whatever relief I felt evaporated. I could have been Damien standing here just waiting for the door to open. I remembered her apartment from a few weeks ago and took the stairs to the 3rd floor. There was a woman at the door talking to Eveline's mom.
"No, thank you, Mrs. Charles. I would love to have some of your new batch of cookies, but I just started that new lemon peppermint cayenne cleanse,"
her mom said. I moved closer, frowning at the terrible thing she must be drinking for the cleanse.
"Oh, well, these would be perfect because those are the ingredients in my cookies." "Really? Doesn't that sound interesting? Edgar, what a perfect surprise. Please excuse me, Mrs. Charles, but I have a guest. Oh, maybe he would—"
Mrs. Charles smiled, turning toward me with a tray of gray-colored cookies.
"No, Edgar's severely allergic to lemon."
Eveline's mom stared at me, daring me to question her untruth.
"I made some without lemon. He's also allergic to peppermint and cayenne."
Eveline's mom pushed past Mrs. Charles and grabbed my arm, pulling me into her apartment.
"Good day, Mrs. Charles."
She shut the door and turned to lean her back against it.
"Oh, Edgar, I'm sorry I lied about your allergies, but trust me when I say I may have saved your life."
She pushed off the door and began to remove my coat for me before taking it to the coat rack.
"Wow, those are beautiful,"
she smiled. "Oh," I lifted the bouquet. "Yes, they are for Eveline."
"Of course. Let me get her for you."
She didn't move. Instead, she continued to stare at me as she yelled,
"Eveline! Flower delivery!"
We stood there listening to some noise coming from down the hall. Eveline's mother's smile grew wider as I became increasingly more uncomfortable.
Is it from your secret admirer again, Mom?
Eveline's voice turned my head and my jaw dropped. Her golden hair flowed down her shoulder over a coffee-colored dress. It was a wrap dress, and it fit her like a glove. I had seen Eveline naked, but I had never seen her wear something that added to her beauty.
Oh, Edgar, why are you here?
Eveline asked.
34. Eveline. Edgar was staring at my chest. I went to pull my top closed but realized there wasn't enough fabric there. As comfortable as this dress felt in my bedroom, it now seemed to be suffocating. I wanted it off and back into my oversized sweater and pants. "You look beautiful," Edgar said before swallowing and pushing his arm out straight to me. A bouquet of pink and red flowers was in his hand. I took them and noticed they were various shades of pink peonies, with a red rose tucked in the middle. "Wow, these are lovely, Edgar." "She said they would be perfect for you." Edgar's eyes were still glued to my chest. "Who said that?" "Huh?" His eyes lifted with surprise. I smirked. "Yes, there is a head and body attached to this chest." My mom snorted and tried to cover it up with a cough. "Oh dear, I think I should take a walk to get a breath of fresh air." Edgar turned and grabbed her arms. "No, don't go out there." I went and pulled him away from my mother. "What is wrong with you?" He shook his head. "I'm sorry. It's just, maybe I could make you both dinner. Have a night in with the two most beautiful women in the world." He released his dimples and my mother sighed. Despite my mother's gullibility, I wasn't easily fooled. I gave the flowers to her and asked to put them in water. Once she walked off to the kitchen, I poked Edgar in the chest. "What is this? Do you even cook?" He nodded furiously, but after a moment, it slowed until it changed into a shake of his head. "Not really. I can boil hot dogs." I folded my arms. "That's sad, Edgar. And we don't have hot dogs in our apartment. What is going on? First you bring me flowers, and then you attack my mom as she tries to leave." He held up his hands in innocence. I did not attack her. I simply placed my hands around her arms. It was gentle. You can ask her yourself if I hurt her. As for the flowers, it was because I came here tonight to ask you on a date. My heart tripped on his words. "You want to take me out? Not just have sex?" I found his gray eyes and was surprised at the honesty there. They say you can tell when a man is lying by his eyes, but I saw only truth shining back at me. "Of course." He stepped closer and slipped his hand around the back of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. "Eveline, I want to spend time with you, get to know you. The past 2 weeks have been fun, but I want more. I want you." My ears began to ring, and I could already feel the tears streaming down my cheeks. None of that made sense. Edgar had never had a girlfriend before, at least none that I knew of. Was that what this was? Was he asking to be my boyfriend? This isn't some ploy to get both me and my mom in bed for a threesome, because that's gross, Edgar, even for you. I pushed away, wanting to run into my bedroom and shut the door. He couldn't be asking to be with me, only me. There had to be something else involved. Edgar chuckled but stepped toward me. "No, Eveline, I don't want a threesome. Your mother is beautiful, but I only have eyes for you." "Aw," I heard my mom's voice from the kitchen. I turned my head to yell back to her. "Mom, I can hear you." "Well, it's about time your storybook hero came to his senses and came after you." I groaned and covered my face with my hands. Edgar took hold of my wrists and lowered them. "She's right, you know. I should have done this 5 years ago, but I was young and scared." "You were 29. It's not like you were 19 when you first met me." I shook my head as his lips thinned. My mother chose that moment to come back into the room and stop pretending she wasn't listening. "None of that matters, Eveline. 19, 29, or any age. You are never too old or too young to find love." She placed the flowers on the coffee table and stepped back, admiring her work. "Then take me out, Edgar. I'll go change." I turned but was stopped by the other two people in the room yelling no at me. "That dress looks amazing on you, Eveline. Why would you change?" my mother said. "It was just something Arya didn't want anymore and thought would look good on me. I don't know. I don't think it's me." "Oh, it's you, Eveline. It's so you." Edgar's voice deepened the more he spoke. I didn't feel comfortable in it, but the way Edgar looked at me made me want to wear it, so he would never look at me any other way. "Okay, I'll just grab my jacket." "No," Edgar said, "but it's chilly out there. I think there is a freeze warning tonight." He shoved his hands in his pockets as his eyes darted around the room. "Remember, I'm making you two dinner?" My mother came over to stand next to me. "Are you sure you don't want me to leave? There's a new Vin Diesel movie I've been wanting to see." Her eyebrows wiggled as she stepped closer to the door. "No, we should all stay here." Edgar held out his hands in front of us. "Edgar, what is going on?" I asked, fed up with his hot and cold routine. Why did we all have to stay inside? He liked me in the dress, but not enough for anyone else to see me in it? "Edgar, you aren't some crazy dominant asshole who refuses to let another man even look at me, are you?" He ran his fingers through his hair in obvious frustration. I hoped he didn't want to keep me in a cage and pee on me. That would be a hard no. "No, listen. I didn't want to tell you this, but I saw Damien outside before I came in here." My heart rate picked up and I had the sudden urge to hide my mother in the closet. "What? Oh no," I said. "Who's Damien?" my mother asked. She didn't know. I never told her anything Edgar said about Damien being Shane and that his friend saw him at the airport. I especially didn't tell her Damien and Ashton were pictured together. How does a daughter tell her mother that her worst nightmare had come back? The man that drove her daughter to run away on her 18th birthday. I felt the tears again, but this time they were justified. I turned to my mother and put my arms around her. "I'm sorry, Mom, but he's back." She tried to pull away, but I held her tight. "Who's back? What are you—" "Oh, God. No. No." We held on to each other for a few minutes, both of us crying until we gathered ourselves enough to let go. "Is that his name now? Is Shane Damien?" Her brown eyes wide as she gazed at Edgar. "Yes, that's his real name. Damien Rosen." Edgar guided us to the couch as he sat on the leather chair next to us. "Why did you never tell me?" my mother asked. She gazed at Edgar, but I knew the question was meant for me. Damien was involved in some way with a missing co-worker of Edgar's. The police contacted us and showed us a picture of them together. I knew he was back in Chicago, but I had no reason to believe he would want anything to do with us. "The detective I know seems to believe Damien is with some big crime syndicate, that somehow Ashton got involved. That's how he ended up dead," Edgar said while rubbing the back of his neck. I glared at Edgar. I wished he hadn't mentioned Ashton's death. "Dead? Oh, God." My mom clasped her hands at her chest. I knew that would freak her out. That was why I didn't want to tell her anything. "According to the police, he committed suicide. But how do you cut your arm off before you drown yourself in the Chicago River?" Edgar wouldn't shut up. "Okay, Edgar, I think my mom is upset enough," I spoke through gritted teeth. He looked at her and recognition widened his eyes. "Oh yeah, right. I rubbed my mom's back as she silently wept. She took a deep breath and pointed to Edgar. "You promised me he would never return. You promised my daughter and I would be safe. You lied, Edgar." Rearing my head back, I turned to gaze at Edgar. When did Edgar and my mother ever talk about Damien before now?
35. Edgar. May 31st, 15 years ago. As much as the house appeared tiny and run down on the outside, the inside was well kept with a feminine touch.
I just finished making some soup. Would you like some?
The beautiful woman stood in front of me as I sat at her small pine kitchen table. Her smile was warm, inviting, and everything I wasn't expecting. I thought she would be just as bad as Damien. A terrible mother who put her boyfriend before her daughter, causing the girl to run away. That's the scenario I made up in my head last night before I ripped open the letter her daughter left behind in that tree and read it. That would be nice, thank you. There's a bit of a cool wind out there. She nodded and gazed toward the window. Her smile faded as she became lost in the rustling leaves waving at her from outside. Miss Beckman? My voice broke her from her trance and she peered over at me, grinning once again. But it wasn't as bright as before.
Right. I'll scoop you a bowl.
She puttered around the kitchen and it gave me a minute to look around. There were 2 pictures in gold frames that were hanging on the wall between the kitchen and the eating nook. They were both of her daughter. One was when her daughter was in elementary school. A huge smile on her face, all teeth, except for 2 missing in the front. The other a sharp contrast, and I suspected more recent. She stood in the front driveway with her arms wrapped around herself as Damien draped his arm across her shoulders. Her head was turned away while his smile was wide and lazy and on full display for the camera. It sickened me the way he touched her.
He's gone, you know,
Miss Beckman said, as she ladled out the soup from a large metal pot on the old black stove. What? She carefully took the bowl to the counter and turned to me.
Shane, he's gone. Left this morning and said he wouldn't be back. Do you know him? Is that why you're here?
I took a moment to look at her, really see Miss Beckman. Her eyes held sadness with a tinge of worry, but the way her eyes held me, they were full of suspicion. If what her daughter wrote in that note was true, her mom was scared right now. Yes and no. After getting out a plate that she placed the soup on, she brought it over to me with a spoon.
Be careful, it's quite hot.
It smells wonderful. It did. My stomach rumbled as I realized I hadn't eaten dinner yet. I sipped at the broth on the spoon and my eyes widened at the amazing flavor. I took another spoonful, getting a chunk of beef and carrot. Blowing on it, I finally pushed it past my lips, and the beef practically melted in my mouth. Wow, this is amazing. I moaned the words.
Thank you, it's my daughter's favorite.
She glanced away. Her lip trembled, so I placed my hand on her arm for reassurance. That's why I came here tonight, Miss Beckman. As she turned back to face me, her eyes widened with hope. I do know Shane, but I'm not one of his friends. You see, he used to be my mother's boyfriend several years ago.
Oh, I see. You want to meet the woman who took him from your mother? Well, I have to tell you, I didn't know Shane had been with another woman when we met. Trust me, I would never have gone out with him if I had known. Besides, we only met a few months ago.
She took a deep breath. I shook my head. No, I'm not here for that. I was here last night to find Shane. I sat right outside your house in my truck with a gun in my hand waiting for him to come outside, but someone else came outside instead. She jolted from her chair, pushing it back so hard it fell backward.
What? Oh, God, Eveline, did you hurt her?
She backed away, so I got up and put my hands up, showing her my palms. No, Miss Beckman. No, I didn't hurt her. I didn't even get out of my truck or talk to her. But I did see her jump out of the second-story window with a large bag. That's why I'm here, to tell you I saw her, and to say that she saved me from making the biggest mistake of my life. Her eyes searched the floor, trying to make sense of my words. Finally, she lifted her head.
So did she even see you last night in your truck?
No, she didn't. I could tell she was scared. And then Shane, came to the window looking out, and she hid behind the front tree. The corner of her mouth curved slightly.
Our tree. When she was little, I used to tell her that if she was ever scared, she could use that tree for protection, hide in it, leave notes in the hollow, or take its fallen branches as weapons. She was 8 at the time, so it seemed magical to her. I'm sorry, I don't know why
Her breath caught and tears fell. I walked over and cradled my arms around her shaking frame. Once she calmed, I guided her back to the kitchen table to sit in a chair. I took my seat and explained the reason for my visit. Shane didn't see her, and when he stopped looking out the window, she put an envelope in the tree and left. I tried to follow her, but she slipped away. I'm sorry. She nodded.
Thank you anyway. You said she left an envelope? I looked for something, anything, this morning in the tree, but I didn't see anything.
I put that off long enough. It was time to give her back what her daughter left for her. Here it is. I took the envelope. I pulled it out of the inside of my jacket pocket and handed it to Miss Beckman.
Why did you take it? The envelope says Mom on it.
This may sound creepy, but your daughter, she had this hold on me. I don't know. Maybe it was my mental state last night. I mean, I wanted to shoot Shane, so you could say I wasn't in my right mind last night. I was angry from the way he stole from my mother and left us. I'm sorry, but your daughter felt like this angel appearing to remind me that hate isn't the answer, that being there for your loved ones is the answer. She placed her hand on my shoulder, giving it a good squeeze. Her smile was soft, and I felt a little more confident to continue. So when she left that envelope in the tree and ran off, I had to know more about her. So, like the selfish jerk I am, I took it. I knew it was wrong, and I'm sorry to make you worry needlessly. There really was no excuse.
I get it. I'm not happy about it, but I get it.
She took out the letter her daughter left and began to read. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see her reaction. Having already read it, I knew how shocking it was. I heard her gasp, and finally opened my eyes to witness the tears streaming down her face.
My baby! How did I not know that had happened? Under my roof! Shane never wanted me. It was always her. I was such a fool. My ignorance hurt my daughter. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself.
She dropped the letter and covered her mouth in a sob. I got up and found some napkins, which I offered her. She took them and gave me a sad smile. You had no idea Shane came into her room at night?
No. I should have known that, shouldn't I? I'm her mother. I should know. Of course I knew she didn't like Shane, but I thought it's that he was new. We had only dated 2 months when he moved in. He had lived with us for 6 weeks. I just figured she needed time to adjust.
Well, she stated in the letter that he never got anywhere because she woke up after he lifted her shirt. She scrunched up her face, shaking her head.
I don't know what to be more upset about. That he molested her as she slept, or that he tried to convince her to marry him. What sort of sicko does that to a 17-year-old?
A monster. I sat there seething over what that man did to my family, and to an innocent young girl. Anyway, he couldn't marry her. She's only 17.
She was 17. Eveline is 18 now. She turned it yesterday.
That's why she ran away last night. She knew something. Maybe he was going to force her to marry him. But why? He only went after women with money, and an 18-year-old girl that doesn't come from a well-off family is the last person I would have suspected he would want to be with. Is there any reason he would want to be with her? I know some things about Shane. He only goes after rich women. I'm thinking Eveline didn't have a big inheritance coming her way when she turned 18. Her mom shook her head, but then stopped and put her finger to her lip.
I wonder.
Wonder what?
I never told Eveline this, but her father is a senator. When I knew him, he was some intern at the mayor's office. But when I became pregnant with Eveline, he wanted nothing to do with her. I reached out to him several times before and after she was born, but he never returned my calls. Do you think he has anything to do with it?
That's the only thing that makes any sense. Maybe he wants to bribe the senator in some way. But no matter what happens, I promise you, Miss Beckman, that I will make sure you are safe from him. You and your daughter. I will make sure he never returns. I gave her my number before I left and decided not to update Mr. Marks on what had happened and never bring up the topic of Damien with him again. But if I ever saw Damien again, I would make sure to follow through on getting him.
36. Eveline. You both have known each other for how long? I kept bouncing my eyes between them, not knowing who to look at. My mom appeared frightened. Was it from me or knowing Damien had been just outside our building? Probably Damien. She was never afraid of me. If I ever gave her the evil stare down like I did some people at work, she would laugh and call me adorable. Edgar was no longer staring at my chest. Pretty sure he just saw me as a yelling, floating head out to get him. Which wasn't too far off considering how I felt. Eveline, it isn't like that. My mom tilted her head in such an angle that seemed to trigger a rise in my blood pressure. "Then how is it, Mom? How did Edgar promise you we would be safe from him? Did Edgar come here within the last month when I wasn't here and fill you in?" "No. We met 15 years ago, the day after you ran away," my mom said as I stared with an open jaw. "This whole time?" I whispered, glancing away from them. "It's not as if we kept in touch. Here, let's sit down." My mom tugged at my arm and I floated to the couch. My body felt numb from the revelation. "Remember when I came here last month and said I knew you? That's what I meant," Edgar said as he took a seat on the brown leather chair. "I thought you meant that night we got drunk 4 years ago and kissed, not 15 years ago. Did Mom fill you in on what happened?" They both shook their head and then proceeded to fill me in on the events of that night, when I saw Damien Rosen for the last time. "Is that why the police finally took my complaint seriously and began looking for Damien?" As they spoke about the past, tears welled up and spilled over. There was an anger in me from that time that I had shut away and hoped would never come back. But talking about it brought everything back, every fear. Now I was a woman, not a scared girl. I didn't care how bad Damien had gotten. This time, I was going to fight back. "Yes, Eveline. He went with me to the police station to help me look for you and to give them the information he had on Damien." My mother began to run her fingers through my hair, knowing how best to soothe me. "I remember the officer that found me at the women's shelter 2 days later explained they were trying to track him down. She explained how he left right after I did, and they would find and arrest him. I liked her. She seemed nice. Not like the cops I first talked to about it. They never believed me." "Why didn't you ever tell me, Eveline? I would have helped you. I would have kicked him out." My mother's blue eyes turned glassy, pleading with me. "Because he hurt you, Mom. I'm not deaf. I heard you two fight. I know that he hit you. I wanted to bring you with me. I'm so sorry I left you with that man." My shoulders shook hard and I gave in to a sob. I've felt so guilty for leaving her with him, knowing how he treated her. Maybe that's why I have always lived with her to this day, to make up for the few days when I thought she was left alone with a terrible man. "Oh, Eveline, no, please. You ran because you felt you had no other option. Don't feel guilty for leaving me, please. I was a grown woman and should have kicked that man out the week after he moved in, but I didn't. I believed him at first when he said it was an accident, and then the next time when he said he didn't mean it, that he was upset because he lost a job. Every excuse he made seemed to make sense to me and confuse me a little more, to the point where it began to feel normal." I wrapped my arms around my mom as we shared tears together. "In a way, it was a blessing you ran. It woke me up to how terrible life had become. I thought you ran at first because you heard him hit me, and I felt so ashamed. So very ashamed." She trembled as she spoke, but her words kept coming. "But when I saw your letter, all I felt was anger. Anger that he would do this to my baby. Anger that I was so lost in my own world that I didn't protect you. Anger at the world that this still happened." "Hey, Mom, I'm supposed to be the bitter one, remember?" I smiled, trying to help change the mood. It worked. My mom's eyes brightened a bit. "I'm just thankful he wasn't in our lives long enough to destroy us." "But he's back." Edgar's words were a cold reminder as to why we were revisiting the past. I gazed around our small apartment. Everything was nice, but a bit worn. Loved. Even the coffee table with a few nicks seemed to appear that it belonged. That somehow, after years of togetherness, all these pieces made up the puzzle of my little family of me and my mom. When we left that rundown house behind, we also left the furniture behind, too. Everything in here is filled with happy memories. Now, They are being tainted by the past we never wanted to see again. I'm going to make some coffee. I feel like we are going to be here for a while. My mother got up and went into the kitchen. That was her coping mechanism, puttering around in the kitchen. Whenever I had problems when I was young, I would tell her as she made a snack, especially the boy problems. I'm sorry about what happened to your mom. That, Eveline, I didn't know about. But I did know about you, and I've never told you how sorry I am that it happened, Edgar said, leaning forward and placing his hand on mine. It was warm and felt good. I had kept my distance for so long from anyone but my mother that I forgot how comforting it was to feel the gentle touch from someone else. Thank you, Edgar. I'm sorry for being so cold to you for all these years, for trying to avoid you. I knew you were a good person, and still, I stayed away. He got up and came to sit next to me. Tingles crawled over my skin as he tipped my chin so I would look at him. No, I should be sorry. You are clearly the most beautiful woman in the world, hands down. If there was a contest, you wouldn't even have to enter. They would give you the prize just for existing. He grinned, his eyes skating over my every feature. It's not just about looks, Edgar. I wasn't talking about... His finger touched my lips to stop me. I'm not just talking about your physical beauty, Eveline. I meant in here, too. His finger left my lip and went to the middle of my chest. It was bare as I still had the wrap dress on, and the V was wide, uncomfortably wide. But the way Edgar touched me, the way his eyes lingered on me, I never felt more at ease. Clearly, as you hold the title of most beautiful, I was too scared to get close to you. It was my fault for not being strong enough. But if you would have me, I promise to be strong and feel honored to walk beside you, anywhere you want to go, Edgar said. First a date and now this? Are you asking to go steady with me, Edgar? I flickered my damp eyelids at him and made kissy noises. He snickered. Here I was being serious and you ruined it. Thanks, Eveline. With an exaggerated groan, Edgar rolled his eyes. I laughed but stopped when I heard my mom from the kitchen. Would you two kiss already? I can only pretend to make coffee for so long. The problem with living in a small apartment, not a lot of privacy. You heard the woman. I have learned in life to never disobey a mom. Edgar leaned forward, moving his hand behind my head. Our lips gently glided toward each other until we were locked together. The kiss wasn't passionate but sweet. He nipped at me and the tips of our tongues danced together. It was just what I needed after the emotional roller coaster ride I had been on since he got here. When he pulled away, I saw something change behind his eyes, a determination that I wouldn't have expected. Here is the coffee. My mother winked as she came out with a wooden tray of steaming mugs and various saucers and bowls. She set it down on the coffee table. Someone at the door knocked, and my mom jumped up, pulling her gray cardigan closer to her chest. Edgar stood. I'll get it. You two head back into the kitchen. There are knives there if you need them, and take my phone. He handed it to us, which I was thankful for as my phone was in my bedroom. We scurried off and held each other as we listened to him open the door and talk to whoever was there. After a minute, he came back in the room with a clear glass vase full of roses. Did you get me more flowers? I asked. No, these are for you, Ms. Beckman. My mom reached for them. Please, call me Lucy. It must be from the guy who keeps sending me flowers. You have someone sending you flowers? Edgar's brow crinkled. Yes, some past boyfriend who won't tell me his name. My mom smiled, but then the revelation sunk in. She quickly put down the vase. You don't think it's him, do you? It might be. What does the card say? Edgar reached in and pulled out the small envelope. He gave it to her and she opened it. After a few seconds, she lowered it. He still won't tell me who he is, but he wants to meet me.
37. Edgar. I'd convinced Eveline and her mom to move into my place until we could track down Damien. They packed their bags and I got them a cab after Miss Beckman got the flowers. It had been a few weeks and everyone seemed to have settled in fine. I had 4 bedrooms, so there was plenty of room for them. Of course, Eveline hadn't really been staying in her room. "You look beautiful today." I turned in the bed to face her, my dark gray sheets a contrast to her pale skin. It was Saturday, so no work, but I'm an early riser. I was discovering she was not.
"What?"
Her voice sounded like a frog replaced it during the night. I leaned in closer, my hand wrapped around her naked stomach, and I pulled her back to me. I said, "You look beautiful."
"Oh, Edgar, that would sound so much better in 2 hours and after a cup of coffee."
I pushed my hand under the covers. My fingers skated over her plump ass before grabbing a handful and squeezing. She arched her back. I knew her pressure points, her sexual pressure points. But I'm horny now. I leaned down to discover her ear was in desperate need of nibbling. My naked cock felt her back required a good poking.
"Can you just sex me while I take a nap? I promise not to snore."
That remark deserved some punishment. I let go of her ass and moved up to her nipple, pinching it between my fingers. She sucked in a breath and arched her back again. "You can sleep when I'm done with you, Miss Beckman." Eveline's lips curled and she finally opened her eyes.
"Oh, it's Ms. Beckman, is it? I guess I should sit up and start taking notes."
She moved up onto her elbow and reached toward the bedside table.
"Now where is my pen?"
I sat up on my knees and placed my hands on my hips. "Here is your pen, Miss Beckman. You might need to shake it a bit to get the ink out." She leaned back and stared at my cock before she lifted her fingers, gently gliding them over my tight skin. Even with her fluttering touch, I sucked in air at the intense sensation. Eveline gazed up with the softest smile.
"There were so many times I believed this had the power to destroy me."
Her face reddened as her eyes became glassy, yet her smile remained.
"Did you know I used to panic when men flirted with me? Just simple flirting."
Tears streaked her cheeks and I began to feel silly. Well, sillier than I had, kneeling in front of her with my dick in her face. I sat back, crossing my legs, and beckoned her to my lap. She came over and tucked her legs up. There was something about the way she curled into me that made me think my heart might explode.
I hated men. I hated that every single man I had met had hurt me or my mother in some way. The way they looked at me was nauseating to the point that I purposely wore things to look ugly. And then I met you, Edgar, and you were everything I hated in men.
I closed my eyes, dreading what was to come, but she wrapped her arms around me, holding tight, easing my fears.
You were big, you were sexy, and you took advantage of your looks to get women. And you know what I hated most?
Eveline sat up, pulling out of my embrace to face me. No, I could barely say the word, not wanting to hear her response. Eveline took one of my hands and placed it between her breasts. Her skin warm, and the vibrations from her heart, though faint, traveled up my arm.
I hated myself the most.
I shook my head. No, Eveline. My eyes began to burn. I tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let me go. Eveline sat there with my hand on her heart, watching me with watery eyes.
I hated what I had become, what I allowed all those men to turn me into. I could have been the sexy one. I could have been the fun one, or the sweet one, or even the pretty one. But I'm the jaded one, the bitter woman no one wants to be best friends with, and no one wants to date.
I reached up to her cheek. "I want to date you?" That made her smile as she reached up to my hand and held it there.
Thank you, Edgar. But I spent 5 years hiding from you because deep inside I knew you were a good person. You weren't the monster I made men out to be. You helped me see that I was destroying myself by never letting go of those men.
Eveline sighed before continuing.
I was afraid that if I let you in, you would see how broken I was and run from me. And it took until now for me to realize that and not run for once.
She turned her head to gaze at the pillows on the bed.
But I have to know, Edgar. What is this? What are we doing? Because I'll be honest, I don't know if I can watch you date other women. I'm not as strong as you. It would hurt to see you with anyone else.
I had been so lost in being with Eveline and having her live with me that I hadn't even thought about other women. Never in my dating life had I been exclusive. I'd always dated around because no woman piqued my curiosity enough for me to want to stay around. I don't want anyone else, Eveline. I only want you. My hand rose from her chest to curl around her neck, and I pulled her forward. The kiss I gave her conveyed everything I wanted to say, that I wanted her in my life from now on. Only Eveline at my side, Eveline in my bed, and Eveline always on my lips. My tongue thrust its way inside her, and she whimpered at its touch, so I gave her more. I pushed her back and settled between her legs. My skin burned as her nails trailed down my back. She was warm, and my hand traveled on her body like it had never touched her before. I let go of her lips and traveled down her neck, inhaling everything that was Eveline because I couldn't get enough. I lifted my head to find her eyes heavy and lips bruised. You are the sexy one, Eveline. You're the beautiful one and the smart one. And no, you aren't the sweet one, but I love your spicy flavor. I tilted my hips and dipped my fingers between her legs. Her eyes rolled back as I pumped in and out of her. Fuck, she was so sexy like this. Removing my fingers, I lifted them to her lips, painting them. Then I descended on her, kissing and sucking her lips. Raw sounds came from us, and I couldn't believe how lucky I was to have her. After everything that had happened to her, as much fear as she clung to in her mind, Eveline let me in. She wrapped her legs around me and pulled me closer. She was so warm, so wet, and when her fingers dug into my hair, I did it. I pushed my cock inside her and she gasped. But then she melted, her eyes opened to tell me what she wanted. Tentatively, I moved, knowing what a mistake I was making. But I was lost to her. I knew I was clean, getting tested twice a year. We even discussed it when she moved in, but I had never actually had sex without a condom before. In my mind, it was something people did when they loved each other, when they knew they would be together for a long time. I loved Eveline. I wanted to be with her for a very long time. But did she love me? She let me take her virginity, but look how long that took for her to give up. How can I expect a woman closed off for so long to fall in love with me? What have I ever done to make her trust me with her heart? I reached between her legs, leaning to one side to give her the only thing I knew I could, an orgasm. I found her clit and pinched and rubbed it the way she liked.
Yes, Edgar. Fuck, I'm gonna come.
She didn't lie. I felt her squeeze and pulsate around me. There was nothing better, and I wanted to slow down, ride it out, but Eveline had other ideas.
Fuck me harder, please, Edgar.
I did. The sounds of slapping skin, a creaking bed, and moans filled the room. Her orgasm kept going, which sent me over the edge. It was longer than before, and without the condom, so much better. I didn't know if it was just my mind telling me this, but it felt like I was filling her with everything I had. Just that thought made me wild. I groaned, rocking into her. When it was over and I rolled off her slick body, both of us sweaty and trying to catch our breath, I turned my head to her. Taking her hand in mine, I said, "I'll be your best friend, Eveline."
38. Eveline. My door opened to my office. It was my bestie. "Up for lunch, Evie Peavy?" he said. I shook my head, turning back to my laptop. "Edgar, I don't like pet names, okay? And besides, Evie Peavy is dumb. Sounds like something a bully would say." "How about Schnookums?" He closed the door, standing just inside the room with a frown on his face. Apparently my distaste for pet names wounded him deeply. No. I closed my laptop and reached into my desk drawer to pull out my purse. When I looked up, he had his arms out and mouth open in shock. Not even baby cakes or dimples. I stood and walked over to him, pointing my finger at his chest. "You are just doing this to get a rise out of me, Edgar. Don't think I haven't learned your ways in the 6 weeks we have been living together. Also, I don't even have dimples. You do." "That is where you are wrong, Sassy McGee. I have dimples on my cheeks right here." He pointed to his face. "You have dimples on the other cheeks, right here." He slapped my ass. It stung, the burn slowly creeping to an ache between my thighs. My eyes shot to the window that looked out into the department. "Edgar, anyone could have seen you do that." "I know." He stepped closer, obviously intent to do much more, but my hands went up to stop him. "Edgar, I could get fired." "Then let's tell them. Tell Jacob that we are together." My eyes fell to the floor. and my hands busied themselves with picking at my nails. "How about we get lunch first? I'm starving." I avoided this topic. Edgar had brought it up several times over the last few weeks, but I always had some excuse to wait. Call me a coward. Call me weak. But I knew Edgar wouldn't last. The man was used to having a variety of women. It's not like I'm something special. I may be his first real girlfriend, but men like Edgar don't marry their first girlfriend. Men like Edgar never marry. When I opened up to him a few weeks ago and asked him what this was between us, I knew he was sincere when he said he only wanted me. But will he be that willing in a few months? I doubt it. Call me paranoid, but I get the feeling that once we tell people about our relationship, it will be doomed to fail. "How is your new hire, Trey Larson, down in IT? The one taking over Ashton's old job?" I pointed to the summer HR intern who sat in the middle of the department, playing on his phone. "Chip had sent him to your office 2 weeks ago for the interview, so I never got a chance to meet him yet." Edgar opened the door to my department, and we made our way to the hall toward the elevators. "He's good. Quiet, but knows what he's doing. I think Grace has taken a fancy to him." I stopped in my tracks and he leaned past me to push the elevator button. "Really? Oh, Henrik won't like that." A throaty laugh that I reserved for one person bubbled to the surface. "Don't you mean he will be relieved?" My lips quirked, savoring all the ways this will eventually play out for Henrik. Edgar, I may just be learning all the ways of sex, but I am no fool when it comes to feelings. Despite Henrik's protests about Grace, deep down he will miss having the doe-eyed girl following him around like he's her hero. We entered the elevator once it opened, but instead of pushing the ground floor button, I pushed the 26th floor. "Why are we going to my floor?" Edgar asked in confusion. "I must meet the man who has stolen Grace's heart. Then I will shake his hand so I can rub it in Henrik's face." "But I thought you two made up. Henrik doesn't even work here anymore, Eveline." I narrowed my eyes at him. Yes, Henrik had apologized last week for being a total ass to me all these years, which shocked the hell out of me. I really believed that man would die clutching his icy heart at his desk. But I can't be right all the time. Despite his apology, there was some lingering need I had to watch Henrik suffer. I never said I was nice. But that wasn't why Edgar was asking me. He was distracting me from what he really felt. He may fool his brother and everyone else he knows, but Edgar can't get anything past me. My eyes may leak a lot of tears at the wrong times, but they do have the power of making people admit the truth. It's a great power to have for someone in HR. Fine, I'll admit it. I'm hungry. He cast his eyes sideways with a sheepish smirk. With our morning sex, I never got a chance to eat breakfast, Edgar said. The doors opened and we stepped out. Edgar followed me as I made my way over to Trey's desk, which used to be Ashton's desk. Trey had his head down, focusing on something on his laptop. I saw brown, shaggy hair. You must be the new hire, Trey Larson. I'm Eveline Beckman, head of HR. I just wanted to introduce... My words faded away because my mouth fell open and refused to shut when Trey glanced up. He stood, rising and rising. He was taller than Edgar, but not an awkward tall like you might expect from a geeky IT guy, but big and beefy. He had a thick beard and I expected him to be wearing a flannel shirt and carrying an axe. I tried to configure how Grace and he would work, size-wise. He must crush her in bed, assuming he actually took advantage of Grace's advances, which wouldn't surprise me. Grace was a bit weird, but very cute. He held out his hand. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Beckman. Grace has told me a lot about you. Actually, she's been very helpful informing me about the company. Trey's smile was warm, gracious, and his stance confident. I giggled. I might have been blushing, too. How could I not? He was gorgeous. Was the IT field suddenly attracting ex-runway models? I pulled my hand away from his reluctantly and began to fan myself. Is it hot in here? Boy, you sure are hot. It feels hot in here. I giggled again. That's when I heard someone clearing his throat. I turned to find Edgar staring at Trey with a gaze that could only be described as murderous. I should pull it back a bit before Edgar whips out his penis and there's a debate about length versus thickness. Well, it was nice to meet you, Trey. Edgar has spoken highly of you. Grace is, sweet for helping you out. I hope she hasn't been bothersome? Trey lowered his gaze to his desk, blushing. No, she's been very kind. Damn, I never thought I would think this, but I hope Grace doesn't hurt this guy. He was so...
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Sweet. I tugged at Edgar's arm, having to yank hard to get him away from Trey. I thought Edgar was about to foam at the mouth. He was quiet the entire elevator ride, and it wasn't until we were seated waiting on our food at Chuck's Sausage Shack that he spoke.
What was that about?
What? I like the Chicago dog. He narrowed his eyes and pointed toward the door.
You know what I mean.
He fluttered his eyelashes and covered his mouth after what can only be described as a schoolgirl giggle came out. He lifted his voice in falsetto and fanned his face. "Oh, Trey, what big arms you have. Oh, Trey, can I blow you in front of Edgar?" He tried and failed horribly at mimicking my voice. I snorted. "I didn't say any of that. I was completely professional. As for you, I can't say the same." He sat up straight, adjusting his tie.
I was nothing but professional. There was nothing about me that was...
I believe the word you are looking for is sane. His eyes became slits as he gripped the corners of the square table.
Do you want me to bend you over the table right now to prove to you how better I am than Trey? Is that what you want, Eveline?
I folded my arms and tried to hold back the smile that wanted to burst from my lips. Yes. His eyes widened.
What?
When confronted with a ridiculous situation, call a person on their bluff. 9 times out of 10, it will cause them to backtrack. As for that 10th time, I don't know about that. I would advise running if that ever occurred. Here, let me help you. I started to stand and bend over the table, but Edgar shot up. He came around and made me sit back down.
No, Eveline, I'm not going to have sex with you in here. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me.
His shoulders sagged as he leaned back in his chair.
I have never acted that irrational before. Well, once, but you stopped me then, too.
His face wasn't so red anymore, and that vein in his neck went back to a normal level. I get it, Edgar. You were jealous. It's not easy watching someone you care for, someone you are attracted to, have eyes for someone else. But, just to be clear, I only have eyes for you. He smiled and took my hand. You do realize, Edgar, that's how I've felt every time I saw you with a woman for the past 5 years.
39. Edgar.
Not even the broth?
Eveline's mom held a spoonful of her amazing soup up toward Eveline. She scrunched her entire face and shook her head.
No, get it away from me.
Her mom quickly put down the spoon and placed her hand on her daughter's forehead.
No temperature. Is anything wrong, Eveline? I think I have that stomach bug that's going around. I know Daniels and Sales had it last week,
Eveline said after taking a sip of water at my dining room table. Once Eveline and her mom moved in over a month and a half ago, I removed the middle section to the mahogany rectangle table, turning it into something more intimate.
Maybe you should go rest in the bedroom,
her mother said before helping her up.
I'll go lay in the other guest room. I don't want you to get sick, Edgar.
I can take that room if you want until you feel better, I offered and felt guilty I wasn't doing more to help Eveline, but her mom swatted me away whenever I stepped near. I'll go to the drugstore after dinner and pick up some stomach medicine, also some gelatin, I said as her mom helped Eveline away. When I was young, my mom used to get me that when I had the stomach flu. It was the only thing I could keep down. When Miss Beckman returned, she appeared concerned. She stood in the entranceway of the dining room, folding her arms with the exact same posture as I was used to seeing on her daughter. How is she? I asked.
Not well. She ran to the bathroom before we even got into the bedroom and threw up. I hope it's not something she ate.
She did have a Chicago dog for lunch. I had made a joke when she ordered it again, as that had turned into a daily ritual, that maybe she'd try a different tubular meat for lunch. But I wasn't about to bring the joke up to her mom, or how I turned into a man-ape and suggested bending her over the table. I had a feeling Miss Beckman wouldn't find any of those things funny. We finished up the meal, which was delicious as always. I stood and pushed the muted green velvet chair into the table and took everyone's dishes out to the kitchen. I told Miss Beckman she didn't have to cook for us all the time, but she insisted. She used to work as a maid, cleaning office buildings, and even moved up to management, but Eveline knew she only did it to support them. Eveline told me when she made executive at Mimir, she told her mom to quit, that she would support both of them from now on. I believe they are a team. They take care of each other, and I couldn't imagine having Eveline in my life without her mom being there. Miss Beckman tried to wash the dishes, but I refused her help and made her relax on the couch. When I was done, I stopped by the living room on my way to the front door. Miss Beckman was lounging on the couch reading a magazine. I told her I was heading out to the drugstore. It was only a short walk from the house, and since the sun was still up and the air was warming up, I took a leisurely stroll to the store. Chicago was full of color, and everyone had their front yard gardens blooming with flowers. When I got to the store, I picked up the medicine and a few other things before making my way to the counter. As I stood checking out, I glanced up into the rounded security mirror on the ceiling. What I noticed there shocked me. There were two men talking one aisle back. One was tall, about my age, with brown hair and a black t-shirt. It was the man from the picture Mr. Marks had sent me with Damien and Ashton in it. He seemed intensely focused on what the other guy was saying, the other one being Damien. Once I paid, I grabbed the bag and went to stand on the other side of the aisle so I could hear what they were talking about. "I heard from Jay," said the distinctly dark voice of Damien. "Yeah, and?" the other guy asked. "Plan it on Monday. Did you get the documents?" Oh my God, was Damien part of a terrorist organization? I took out my wallet, pulling out the card that detectives gave me, but something stopped me from calling them. Two things, actually. One, those detectives were idiots who cared more about coffee than they did the security of our business and the people in it. Number two, they closed Ashton's case as a suicide. How does a person lose a limb while drowning in a calm river? Mr. Marks said the organization Damien was associated with went high up. Perhaps the detectives were bribed, or worse, part of it. As I was putting the card back into my wallet, the men left. I glanced up into the mirror and couldn't find them anywhere in the store. I hurried out and glanced to the right down the sidewalk to find them nearing the street corner. Luckily, many Chicagoans were enjoying the nice weather, so I could easily blend into the crowd while following them as they turned onto another street. Damien, wearing jeans and a black leather jacket, walked up to a limousine and opened the back door. I ducked behind a woman with a stroller as he turned to face the sidewalk to talk to the guy he was with. A moment later, Damien got into the limo and shut the door, leaving the guy on the street. I decided to follow Damien's friend. Maybe he could lead me somewhere that would give me a clue as to what they were planning. At the very least, I could find out where this guy lived or hung out, so I could find him again with Mr. Marks. I wasn't a teenager anymore. I understood the importance of help. The guy turned and headed toward me. I took out my phone and brought it to my ear, pretending to take a call. As he got closer, his eyes flickered up to mine, but I acted like I didn't see him, too focused on my phone conversation. Once he had passed me, I tucked my phone back into my pocket. I turned only to slam into him. He grabbed me by my arm and pulled me over to an alleyway nearby. I tried to get away, but his grip was unrelenting. He shoved me against the brick wall near a pungent dumpster. "What agency do you work for?" The guy still had a firm grip on my shirt, so I couldn't escape. "What? No one. I wasn't following you," I lied. His green eyes narrowed as he gazed up and down my body. Soon his free hand followed, patting me down and poking around in the drugstore bag. "I will ask you one more time, Blondie. Who do you work for?" "Nothing. I'm Ashton's cousin. He knew Damien, so I figured he might tell me what happened. I wasn't following you. I was following him." I held my breath, hoping that he believed what I told him. His grip eased, and I had never been happier to have a talent for acting. "Listen, I'm real sorry what happened to your cousin, but you gotta know something. He was involved with some bad people, all right? It's best you stay away." "What people? I thought he worked for Mimir." When in doubt, play dumb. "What do you want to know about Mimir?" His grip tightened again, pushing me back even harder against the wall. My back burned from the rough brick. "I just knew he worked there, that's all." "Is that where the bad people are?" He shook his head. "You sure are nosy for someone I told to stay away." I shrugged. I really cared about him. It's not like he had much family. I feel I owe it to him to find out what happened. I was pushing it, and I knew it, but something about this guy made me think he would let something slip. If he wanted to make me disappear, he would have done it by now. "I'm only telling you this because he's your cousin, so don't go getting any ideas. Your cousin was a good guy. He just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. He sacrificed himself for the greater good. He didn't do anything wrong, okay? In fact, he pissed a lot of people off by doing the right thing. Now, better not get any ideas about doing the right thing or I won't be able to help you, so get lost, okay?" He released me and tried to walk away, pulling out black sunglasses that hung from his leather belt before sliding them over his eyes. "Wait," I said, and he stopped. His shoulders tensed under his black jacket. His head turned, but his body stayed put. "What do you want now?" "I never got your name." He might be dumb enough to give it to me. I had to try. The guy turned with his brow pinched. He ran his fingers over his short hair. "Really? You want to know my name? So what? After you run off to the police, you have a name for them to go on? Did you really think I was that stupid?" "Yeah." He took his time walking the few steps back to me. "Out of the goodness of my heart, knowing what it's like to lose someone tragically, I let you know your cousin was a good guy. Now you want to rat me out? You must have some really big balls, Blondie." "I have a big dick. Does that count?" "I don't want any trouble. I'm sorry." He nodded in agreement. "You sure are sorry. You want to know stuff, do you? Fine. But know that there's a price to pay for knowledge." He stepped closer, so close his breath, which smelled of mint from the gum he chewed, blew hot across my face. "There are bad people everywhere, Blondie. Everywhere. Even at that place where your cousin worked. He overheard something he shouldn't have there, so now he has been taken care of. Now you know, too. If I were you, I'd watch my back." Before I could react, intense pain ricocheted from my balls throughout my body. It felt like lightning had struck earth and used my nutsack as an antenna. I collapsed to the ground in the fetal position, cupping my balls. The pain so intense I could barely hear him as he walked away and said, "Nah, your balls aren't that big."
40. Eveline. I was worried. Very worried. The more I thought about Edgar, the more panic would rise like a wave and I would giggle. Uncontrollably. "What's so funny?" Arya glanced up from her coffee. She had been unusually quiet since her boyfriend ran off across the country. "Define funny," I snickered again, then frowned. "Eveline, you are clearly laughing at something. My normal happy-go-lucky spirits are dead right now, and I don't know if they will be resurrected. You were the one who called to meet me on a Wednesday afternoon. Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Arya took a big bite of her flatbread sandwich. "When Edgar came up to my room last night, he was so worried about me being sick. I was thankful he got me the stomach medicine, but I threw that up too. It was odd sleeping in the bed without Edgar by my side. I had spent 31 years of my life alone. Wait, correction. 32 years of my life alone. I forgot about my birthday a few weeks ago. The one where Edgar thought the perfect gift to me was to spread icing on his penis and put a bow on it. He broke out in a rash and we had to lay off sex for a week. I need your advice on something. Is it about a man again? Because I have hung up my expert advice hat on that. I realized that I know nothing about them." She picked at some lettuce stuck in her teeth. I had to look away or I was going to be sick again. Yes, it's about a man, but it's not exactly what you think. He found out you go around telling people you write romance and wants a sample for his collection. She air-quoted the last part. I shrugged, still refusing to look in the direction of her sandwich or her teeth. Sort of? But I actually am a romance writer, and he is a fan, long before he found out it was me. She sat up and put down her sandwich. You're serious about the writing thing? Oh my God, Eveline! Why didn't you ever say anything? She slapped me on my arm in a friendly way. I did, but you and Blackburn were too busy rolling around in hysterics to realize it was true. She frowned and placed her hand over mine. I'm sorry, that was mean of me and Tiffany. It's just you are so very, cold, bitter, maybe even frigid, I said. She took my hand in both of hers, shaking her head. No, Eveline. Oh, no. If I ever gave you that impression that I thought you were like that in any way, I'm sorry. I think you're super cool. Kind of badass. Like if a character in a movie was based off you, it would be Uma Thurman's character in Kill Bill. I love that you are so in control. I smiled at that. Maybe I was too harsh on myself. Maybe I was the only one who believed those terrible things about myself. Perhaps I should think a little more like Edgar and believe in my own wonderfulness. Thank you, Dixon. I think I'm just a little scared about everything. My brain believing the worst.
What is it?
I might as well tell her. It's the whole point as to why I called her to meet me here today. When I found out this morning, I threw up again. I'm pregnant. Her eyes narrowed. Then they widened. After that, her head shook until it didn't anymore. Finally, it reared back.
But you're a virgin.
Not anymore. Her grin was wide as she sat back in her chair.
Thank God. I honestly considered having an intervention for you. Get a few guys I knew to help me help you.
Dixon, being a virgin isn't the worst thing on earth. I was very happy for many, many years. Her lips thinned as she cocked a brow.
Were you, Eveline?
Were you? Was I happy before? I thought about it. I guess I was happy in my ignorance. For almost 2 months, it had been like walking on air. That's not even because of losing my virginity. It was how I felt toward Edgar. I felt like there was a piece missing from my life, but I couldn't see it until Edgar came over and showed it to me. He didn't make me see it. He didn't even yell. Edgar just smiled and took my hand, and that's when I realized how many years I wasted avoiding him. Running from my love of Edgar. I was, Dixon, but now I'm happier. Not because I lost my virginity. That was a technicality. As frustrated as I was for still being a virgin, joy didn't just open up in my world because I lost my V-card. It opened up because I finally let someone into my heart.
Oh, no.
Not you, too, she said, and shook her head as if it was the most shameful thing. I nodded. It's the worst, isn't it? These men fool you into thinking they will always be there, and then, poof, they're gone. She waved her hands in the air. Edgar is still very much here, and that's part of my problem.
Edgar? Oh, that hot Thor guy who dropped in on the swim meet 2 months ago? High five.
Arya held up her hand, and I slapped it to please her. Yes, Edgar took my virginity and my heart, and all I got in return was a baby in my belly.
Does he know?
Arya took a sip of her coffee, her eyes intent on my answer. No, I just took the test this morning.
Well, he should know about it. It is his baby, too.
It was, and I did plan to tell him, but every time I got close to him, I would see the innocent happiness in his eyes, that sparkle that told me he was only in it for sex. Sure, Edgar told me he wanted to be my best friend, but would he still want to if it involved raising a child with me? It's easy to love someone when you have fun with them, share interests, but it's a lot more difficult with the lack of sleep, spit up, and everything stinks of poopy diapers. When suddenly sex is seen as a luxury, done quickly and in the rare moments when the baby is asleep, then maybe he would realize that being with me wasn't his idea of happiness. I made up excuses this morning when I would run into him. He didn't need to know right away. Let me get my own head around this before I involved him. Let me prepare my heart to be broken. You're right. I will tell him. Yeah, I will. Definitely. Was I saying that to answer Arya or to convince myself? Arya took another bite of her disgusting sandwich, and after chewing and swallowing, she lifted her finger to me.
You know what would help?
Vegas. I squinted my eyes at her and took a deep breath to swallow the bile rising in my throat. I have heard that Las Vegas is the cure for many ills, like heartbreak and wealth, but I have never heard it help pregnant women. All I'm saying is you should come with me. I am leaving tomorrow for L.A. And that relates to Vegas how? I asked.
Because after L.A., I will be driving back to Chicago and going through Vegas on my way back.
A road trip. A nice long time away from Edgar, where I wouldn't have to speak to him. I glanced down at my stomach and came to a decision. I'll go, but I can't leave until Friday. I'll fly out to L.A. to meet you. Arya raised her fists in the air in triumph.
Yeah! 2 down and 1 to go.
What?
Tiffany already said she would come with me. I just have to convince Morgana. But you know her and Henrik. I might get her to come for the weekend.
I nodded as my mind wandered off. Perhaps I could get some writing done while I was there, try for a new location for my book. Las Vegas. Instead of a Scottish hero, he could be a high-stakes gambler or a government agent like James Bond trying to take down a criminal mastermind. My readers might like a change. I know that the dashing romance with the Highland hero I had in my head didn't exactly turn out as I expected. It was time for me to grow up and realize that happiness was fleeting. With this baby, I planned to teach him or her the truth. That love wasn't a fairy tale wrapped up in a pretty bow. Love was rare, and even when you thought you had it, it could easily dissolve into nothingness. I loved this baby, even if I had only known of its existence for a few hours. I wouldn't let anyone break his or her heart, the way mine was broken by every man I trusted. Edgar would be told, but it would be through a letter because it was finally time for me to spread my wings. Maybe when I'm in Las Vegas, I'll look for apartments to rent. It's time my mom and I moved on and got our own place anyway.
41. Edgar. Eveline had disappeared. When I woke this morning, she wasn't in her room. She had been staying in the guest bedroom next to my room for the last couple of days due to being sick. But when I went to check on her this morning, she wasn't there. Luckily, her mother woke early and saw her leave and informed me she had a lot to do at work, so she went to work early. But now that I stand in her office, she was nowhere to be found. "Have you seen Eveline, Chip?" I walked over to the intern's desk, and he stood so quickly he nearly fell over. "Oh, hello, Mr. Mimir. Yes, I have seen Miss Beckman. She left the department and mentioned something about going to talk to Mr. Mimir." There was only one Mr. Mimir for Eveline, and that was my brother. Maybe she was finally going to tell him about us. I'd been asking Eveline for weeks to tell Jacob about our relationship, but every time I brought it up, she changed the subject. I felt relief that we didn't have to hide anymore. "Great, thanks." I waved at Chip and he went back to his phone. Once I was out of the HR department, I turned left and made my way toward my brother's office. As I moved closer to the far end of the building, I saw his door open. Out stepped two people I recognized, the Chicago detectives from a few months ago. They were laughing, and just behind them, moving into the hallway, was my brother. I wondered if Jacob was trying out one of his latest dad jokes on them. By the way they were enjoying themselves, I doubted it. As I stepped closer, I overheard the detective named Hardy say,
"We'll have the warrant soon, but we wanted to give you a heads up and thank you, Mr. Mimir, for being so helpful this year."
Then she did something that had me stop cold. Hardy winked at my brother. My eyes shot to Jacob, and he winked back. My body grew cold. Words from days ago swirled around in my head. Warning from a man in an alleyway about bad people, even at Mimir. I shook my head, but quickly stepped into the kitchen so as the detective strolled by, I wouldn't be seen. Turning, I almost knocked over Grace, who spilled some of the tea from her cup. "Oh, Grace, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were in here." I grabbed a few napkins from the counter and gave her one, using the others to clean up the floor.
"Hi, Mr. Mimir. Yeah, I'm just finishing up my break. I'm actually glad I ran into you. I was wondering if you could give this to Miss Beckman for me, as I have to leave for an appointment. I know you two are friends."
Her delicate hand took the manila folder from the round table and pushed it toward me. I went to grab it, but it slipped from her hands. Papers went everywhere. I bent down again to help her with the scattered things. There was a large 8x10 black and white photograph of someone. I lifted it and noticed it was Ashton, who appeared to be in distress. I couldn't tell for certain from the image, but it appeared he might be tied up. Grace smiled at me, holding out the items she picked up when her eyes drifted to the picture in my hand. Her face paled and she covered her gaping mouth, dropping the papers back on the floor.
Is that Mr. Graham?"
Her voice wobbled. I stood and helped her up, placing the photo on the table face down. She was shaking, so I wrapped my arms around her until she calmed down.
"He was so nice. I hated what happened to him. I had no idea he wanted to take his own life. I could have done something."
I cut her off. "Don't blame yourself, Grace. I don't think there was anything we could have done." I lifted my head and saw both the detectives strolling past the doorway. Crooked cops. I've read about them and seen fictional depictions of them in movies, but I never thought I would meet any. I heard their laughter fade as they moved down the hallway. "Grace, who gave you this folder?" I let go of her and bent to pick up the papers, planning to review everything in it.
"No one."
She seemed confused and looked around the room. "What? You had to have gotten this folder from somewhere." Grace nodded and took a breath, finally understanding what I was asking.
Oh, yes, from Mr. Mimir's desk. He called me at my desk, told me he had a folder for me to give Miss Beckman. I stopped by on my way to break and saw his office was empty and there was a folder on his desk. I just assumed that was what he was talking about. I had no idea what was in there.
She was trembling again, and we sat for a few minutes until she calmed. I didn't want to believe it. I still don't want to believe that my brother may be the bad person the guy in the alley warned me about. My brother was smart. He had to be smart to create a billion-dollar company from nothing. Yet he so easily believed the detectives that Ashton killed himself when it was obvious he had been murdered. Jacob was laughing and winking at the detectives. Now the picture in the folder? My heart didn't know whether to shatter in heartbreak or explode in anger. I told Grace to take the rest of the day off as she was still shaken up. Then I grabbed the folder and headed straight toward my brother's office. I wanted to punch something, preferably his face. How dare he gain the trust of so many hard-working people, only to use them for some sick gain? Wasn't his wealth and respect in this town, if not the country, enough for him? And our mother? Her heart would break when she found out. I may not be her favorite, but I loved her and never wanted to see her unhappy. This would destroy her. As I approached his door, his assistant, Kara, stopped me.
Oh, Mr. Mimir, he's in there with Mr. Payne at the moment. I can buzz him and ask if it's okay for you to come in.
I nodded. What was Henrik doing here? Was he a part of it too? Fuck, I was so confused, and my anger had my mind racing with terrible thoughts.
Mr. Mimir.
Kara, I've told you 1,000 times, call me Jacob. I'll be happy to call him something.
Yes, Jacob. Mr. Mimir is here to meet with you.
Edgar's there? Oh, send him in. He'll want to hear the good news. She waved me forward and I opened the door. My brother's office was big, the biggest in the building. When he first picked it out of all the rooms in the building, I didn't think much of it. It made sense that the president and founder of the company had the biggest office. But now it seemed garish to me. The gold frames that held pictures of dignitaries and celebrities he had met just behind him on a table for all to see. It made sense now. He wanted everyone to know how big he was, how important he was. My brother wanted to intimidate them with his office. The problem was he never intimidated me. Not once in my life was I scared of my big brother. Even when he threw punches when we were kids and Mom wasn't looking. I never cried because he was family and I knew he still loved me. Now I wonder if he was capable of love. To put so many people at risk, his own workers' lives, just for some false power or dirty money. My brother stood and walked around the desk with his arms stretched as I entered. Edgar, have you heard the news? That you're a common criminal? Yeah, I figured it out. I shook my head. Henrik is getting married. Can you believe it? He finally realized how great having people to love really is. My brother smiled, pulling both me and Henrik into a hug. If anything would shock me into temporarily forgetting about my brother being a crook, it was news of Henrik getting married. Congratulations, Henrik. I smiled and shook his hand after my brother let go of us. My brother patted Henrik on the back. We'll throw an engagement party next week. Okay, well, I have to get going. Gotta head back to work. Just wanted to stop by to tell you in person. You helped me so much when I needed it most, Jacob, that I wanted you to be the first one I told. Henrik was unusually emotional. Love changes a person. They hugged before Henrik left. If anything, that upset me even more. Henrik looked at Jacob like he was a big brother too, and he had no idea how my brother had let him down. I turned on him and dug my finger into his chest. Don't think I don't know what's going on. My brother's eyes widened before they skated around the room looking for help, but finding none. He sighed and went to sit at his desk. How long have you known? I just figured it out. Jacob, how could you? This is your company. My brother shook his head. I can't tell you much, Edgar, because I don't want to see you hurt. But know I'm doing this for the people I love.
42. Eveline. October 31st, 5 years ago. Edgar held the door of the coffee shop open for me and ushered me outside. The cool breeze was refreshing and everything felt electric. When I glanced at him, he smiled, but turned his head toward the street so that I wouldn't notice his blush. But it was there, and it made me start to wonder. Maybe I was too harsh on men. Not all of them wanted to use me for some selfish reason. Some of them were sweet. I realized Edgar was kind when he went along pretending to be Thor for that little girl, and then again for Chewie. I couldn't help but laugh thinking about it.
"What's so funny?"
he asked, walking with me. "Just back there. Your line about how you love some hammer." The more I thought about it, the funnier it seemed. I stopped walking as I tried to control my laughter. Edgar was chuckling too.
"So I never did ask you. Is your interview close by?"
He tucked his hands into his pockets and bit his bottom lip. It was cute, and I sensed he was a little nervous. Normally, I wouldn't tell a guy I just met anything about me, but the way he helped that girl and her mother had me believing he wasn't a bad guy. I pointed to the building we were approaching. "Right here? I'm interviewing at Mimir." Edgar stopped and stared at the building. His hands left his pockets and he lifted his arm to rub the back of his neck. If he appeared a little anxious before, Edgar was on edge now.
"Really? You don't say. Well, I guess this is where we part ways then. It was nice to meet you, Eveline. And good luck."
He winked while smiling, producing killer dimples, and reached for my hand to shake. In a matter of seconds, he made a complete 180 from being freaked out to turning into a lady killer. For a moment, when he couldn't let go of my hand after I shook his, I thought he might drool on it. I finally yanked it away and nodded. Perhaps it was best we part ways. For a moment, I thought he was friendly, but then he turned creepy. Once I was in the lobby, I noticed a few people stepping into the elevators, so I raced toward it. I managed to make it before the doors slid closed. I took it as a good sign. I smiled, something I rarely did in public. Since I was shoved against the side, I glanced around and was able to see the faces of my elevator companions clearly. Most of the people were facing forward, and that's when I noticed him. He was tall, with dark hair, and very handsome. His head lifted from his phone, and he looked at me. A thought popped into my head. I should smile at him. For once, give a man the benefit of the doubt. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, letting most of the people out. The dark-haired man frowned. He rolled his eyes, and I heard him mumble, "Great, stuck in the elevator with the crazy one." So much for feeling positive. No, you know what? I wasn't letting the one asshole ruin it for me. I was about to interview with a great company for a job in my field, and I helped make a little girl happy today. That's what I was going to focus on. I lifted my chin and pushed out my chest. The doors slid open on the 28th floor. The asshole exited with me, but luckily he turned to the right where I went left. I glanced at the directions I was given over the phone yesterday and found the door to the HR department. Stepping inside, I walked to the only office door in the whole department, as per the instructions. After knocking, I heard the woman inside yell for me to come in. "Hello, I'm Eveline Beckman, here to interview for the Human Resources position. Are you Ms. Carroll?" I moved inside but kept the door ajar. A woman with thick gray hair and those 1950s cat's eyes glasses looked up from her desk. She stood and swished at the mess of papers on her desk before pulling one out. "Yes, it's nice to meet you. I was expecting you. Well, actually, I forgot about the interview, to tell the truth. Sorry, long morning. I apologize for the mess. Sort of been stuck here for a while. It's quite all right. You should have seen my bedroom floor when I left. I think I tried on every piece of clothing I own about 2 times. "No! Don't shut that door!" she yelled and raced around the front. I stopped and she pulled the door open. "Actually, the door is broken, and if you close it completely, we will be stuck in here. I called Dan in maintenance, but he was on break. You saved me by coming in here." She chuckled before waving me out of the room. "I tell you what, why don't we meet a few of the people on the floor so you can get a feel of the environment, and hopefully in that time Dan will have fixed the door? He did promise his break wouldn't be long." She grumbled the last sentence. We made our way out of the department, strolling through the cubicles. She introduced me to a few people who seemed very nice. She pointed out the kitchen area, and finally, we made it to the opposite end of the floor. "This is Mr. Jacob Mimir's office, the president of the company." My eyes widened. Would we actually be able to meet him? I never imagined I might meet the man who built this company from scratch. He was kind of a hero of mine. I knew him and his brother were raised by a single mom after his father passed away. He started this company in her garage in college. I felt like I could relate, being raised by a single mom too, and not coming from much. It gave me hope that I could succeed, despite my struggles in life. "Hi, Kara. Is Mr. Mimir available to meet a candidate for a few minutes?" She held up a finger and lifted the phone. After a minute, Kara nodded and pointed to the door. My palms were slick, and all I could hear was my heart beating wildly. Ms. Carroll knocked, and we heard a deep voice beckon us inside. She opened the door to a large room with windows making up 2 of the walls. They overlooked skyscrapers, the lake, and a seemingly endless sky. I saw him at his desk. He was a handsome man, much more so than the picture on the company website. A few of the executives didn't have pictures of themselves, but Jacob Mimir did. Even if I didn't know him, I felt like he was proud of what he achieved and wanted everyone to know. His smile and his picture said it all. "You must be Ms. Eveline Beckman. I have heard great things about you." He rose and walked around his desk. I nodded like a loon. My head bobbled so many times I thought it would roll right off. He held out his hand, and I shook it, praying he didn't notice the massive amount of sweat. I couldn't believe he knew who I was. "It's such an honor to meet you, Mr. Mimir. I have to say I am a bit of an admirer of you and what you have done with Mimir." I sounded like an idiot. I was surprised he wasn't frowning and telling me to leave. At that point, I might as well have been jumping up and down like a moron. "That's wonderful. You know, I took a glance at your resume and I have to say I'm impressed. Oh, have you met my brother yet? Edgar. Don't be rude." I finally let go of his hand and Jacob turned his head, narrowing his eyes at the man in the chair. His back was to me and I was so enamored of getting to meet Jacob and being in his office that I didn't notice anyone else was there. The man stood and turned. My heart fell to the floor. It was Edgar, the man who, less than an hour ago, I molested in a coffee shop. I took a deep breath and realized at that moment that I was a fool to trust a man. To trust Edgar Mimir. "It's nice to meet you, Ms. Beckman." The smile that seemed so cute on the street suddenly appeared slimy. He held out his hand, his eyes devoid of recognition, and I shook it. My fingers slipped into his, and despite my anger, I felt the electricity searing up my arm. Edgar was gorgeous, and my body reacted, but I refused to ever respond to it. I told him I was interviewing here, and he said nothing. I firmed my grip, and his eyes widened. Maybe I shouldn't be crippling his fingers, but he took advantage of my trust. "Forgive my brother, Ms. Beckman. Edgar, please let the woman's hand go." I released his hand and smirked. "Fuck him." "Well, Jacob, Ms. Carroll, and Ms. Beckman, if you would excuse me, I have some work to get to." I watched Edgar's sleazy eyes stay glued to the floor as he left. Once the door closed, I heard Mr. Mimir clear his throat. "Please don't think the people here are like my brother. I love him and he helped me make Mimir what it is, but when it comes to women, he's a bit of a flirt. If he ever makes you uncomfortable, you let me know. We take that sort of thing very seriously around here. That funny business just isn't tolerated at Mimir." He waved me over to the chair by his desk before he took a seat. Jacob chuckled as he sat on the other side of his desk. "I love my brother, and this company is like my extended family. And like any family, you always have the one relative that will never settle down. My mom has given up hope of getting a grandchild from Edgar. He's sweet to my young daughter, but more than happy to leave the hard stuff to me." Jacob winked at me. Edgar wasn't just a slime ball, but a ladies' man on top of it. If I get this job, I know who to stay away from.
43. Edgar. Everyone I loved ran from me. My mother lived on the other side of the country in Florida. Jacob decided to go to the dark side, and now Eveline took off to Vegas. As much as I wanted my mom closer, she was happy in that state. She didn't like the cold winters here, and really, who could blame her? As for my brother, I wasn't speaking to him. The only reason I didn't quit was to try and stop him. Maybe there was a way for me to earn his trust enough to tell me what was going on. Eveline took the most work. I had to hop on a plane and fly to Las Vegas. It didn't occur to me not to go after her. I went because when you realize your heart has been captured, held hostage, you would race until your feet fell off to be with the person who held it. Not to ask for it back, but just to smile, knowing your heart was where it belonged. Something had scared Eveline, and I worried that Damien had contacted her. Maybe it was something my brother told her. It was difficult knowing she might be in danger. So when I saw a familiar face in the Vegas hotel lobby, I felt tremendous relief. "Tiffany!" I yelled, my voice echoing in the marble and gilded room. Her silky chestnut hair swayed as she turned her head in my direction, her smile wide as she lifted her arm.
Edgar.
I jogged over to her and she pulled me into a hug.
What are you doing here? Did Arya recruit you too?
I shook my head. Arya's here? Who else is here? My heart was so focused on getting to Eveline that my brain never thought to get to the reason why she would come here.
Morgana's here too.
I nodded. Is it a bridal shower thing? She shook her head.
No, I don't think it's gotten to that point yet.
Tiffany leaned over, cupping her mouth to my ear.
Don't tell anyone, but we kidnapped someone.
Kidnapped? My eyes darted around the room, and that's when I saw him. The guy from the alley who kicked me in the nuts, wearing a button-up shirt and a suit jacket. He didn't look so much like a lowlife this time. His eyes skimmed the crowd and found me. Fuck, Eveline was in danger. If that guy was here, then maybe Damien was too. He began to walk toward me, and I was about to push Tiffany away. I didn't want to put her in danger too, but someone called his name and he turned. He squinted his eyes at me, but turned to go toward the voice. Someone had called him Jagger. I'll remember that. If I found out his last name, maybe I could have Mr. Marks look into him, so I could find him and kick him in the balls.
Shh, Edgar, do you want people to hear?
Tiffany blushed. Listen, I need to find Eveline. Can you tell me where she is?
Oh, yeah. She isn't feeling good, so she's been in the hotel room the entire time. We're room 880.
I hugged her, being so grateful I would finally be able to find her after days of nothing. After I said goodbye to Tiffany, I made my way over to the elevators. Taking one to the 8th floor, I got out, stepping onto the thick burgundy carpeting with an oriental design, and followed the signs for room numbers until I got to 880. Taking a deep breath, I rapped my knuckles on the dark wood door a few times. Would she answer if she knew it was me? Somehow I doubted it.
Who is it?
I heard her voice call out. Room service, I lied. I knew I should have told her the truth, but I wanted to make sure she answered the door. Even though I had no idea what made her run, I felt like I was involved in some way, that she wanted to get away from me.
I didn't order...
Opening the door, her words trailed off as she saw me.
Edgar, what are you doing here?
Can I come in? She hesitated but finally nodded, her features softening.
Yes, of course.
Eveline stepped back and I moved inside. They had a suite, so I took a seat on the couch, beckoning her to come sit beside me. As she passed by me to sit, I smelled something terrible. Oh my God, what is that smell? Did room service forget to pick up your used plates?
No, that would be me.
Eveline frowned and I noticed her hair was tangled. I glanced down at her body and realized there were large stains on her shirt. What's wrong, Eveline? Laughter fell from her lips, but it wasn't filled with joy. It felt bitter and sad.
What isn't wrong with me, Edgar? That should be your question. I came here to think, to come up with reasons as to why we shouldn't be together.
I sat up in my seat and took her sweaty hand in mine. What? No, Eveline, look. If things are too intense for you, I can always back away. You don't have to live with me. When we get home, I can help you and your mom find a place of your own. That's what this was. Us being together was too much for her. Even though I was still on edge with seeing Jagger in the lobby, I felt a little relief that her running to Vegas didn't have to do with Damien contacting her.
That's not why I'm here. Well, that is a little why I'm here, but not in how you think.
Tell me, Eveline. Whatever it is, I will do what you want. I love you. You have to understand that if you need time or space, I just want you to be happy. I love you too much to lose you. Her eyes widened, and I noticed a tear escape. I lifted my thumb to catch it, but thought better and leaned forward to kiss it away. Eveline let me kiss her, but it only made her cry more. Her beautiful blue eyes shined up at me.
I'm pregnant, Edgar.
My face tensed, and I frowned. A million thoughts swirled around, some of them ridiculous, like we only had sex once without a condom. That couldn't have been enough to get her pregnant. Some of them sobering, like, will the baby be as beautiful as Eveline? The more I thought, the deeper the grimace became on my lips.
I know what you're thinking, Edgar, and don't worry. You don't have to be in the baby's life. My mother will help me raise it. It's not like I expected you to be there for the child.
Her tears were fast as they slid down her cheeks, and she turned from me. I shook my head and tried to take hold of her hand, but she pulled it away. Eveline stood and finally faced me.
I need you to leave now, Edgar. I think it's about time I take a shower. Morgana and Tiffany wanted to meet up for dinner in the hotel lobby.
I stood and tried to touch her arm, but she jerked away as if I was about to burn her. Eveline, no, please, we need to discuss this. She shook her head.
If you won't leave, then I will. I'm going into the bathroom and getting into the shower. You can let yourself out.
She left, and I heard the door to the bathroom close with a pop of the lock. I had no idea what to do. I was going to be a father, and if you had asked me months ago if I ever wanted to have a child, I would have laughed in your face. I reached into my pocket and called the one person who I didn't want to talk to, the one person who would know what to do despite my feelings for him. "Hello?" he said, answering my call. "Hi, Jacob, it's me." I sighed. "Edgar, how are you?" My brother had no idea I wasn't speaking to him. Obviously, I would have had to speak to him to tell him. "Fine. Wait, no, I'm not fine. I need to tell you something, and I want you to not be my boss, not my brother. Just be a friend when I tell you." He cleared his throat. "Is this about our fight?" "Now, I told you, Edgar." "No, Jacob, just listen. Eveline is pregnant." "What? Shouldn't she be telling me that? How is that any of your business?" "Oh, I just figured it out." I pulled the phone from my ear, prepared for the yelling, but it didn't come. Bringing it back to my ear, I said, "Jacob, are you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here. I asked, what are you going to do? That's why I called you. You have kids. Do you think—" My throat tightened, and I rubbed my eyes to push back the tears. "Do I think you'll make a good father?" "No, I don't." Fuck. At least he's honest. "Great," I mumbled. "I think you'll make an amazing father. Do you love her?" That I didn't hesitate in answering. "Yes, with all my heart." "Good. Good. That was the part I was most worried about. You don't hang around long with women, and Eveline is a good person. I didn't want you to hurt her. So then, what should I do?" My ear began to hurt from me pressing the phone to it so hard. "Pray she will have you. That's all you can do, Edgar. Pray."
44. Eveline. I didn't get any writing done in Las Vegas. "It's a bit small," my mom said, looking around the galley kitchen. She was right. "We need to pick something. This place is ready today." The landlord stood by the doorway and smiled. He appeared hopeful. "There's another unit I could show you." His voice became drowned out by the L train passing by. I walked to the window and watched it just across the alleyway as it whizzed along. I turned back to the landlord. He didn't seem so hopeful anymore. "This one just isn't right for us. Does the other unit face the train tracks too?" my mother asked. "Yes." That sealed it. A big no to this building. We left and found a coffee shop on the corner a block away. After my mom got her espresso and some herbal tea for me, we settled into one of the small booths that lined the windows that overlooked the busy sidewalk. "Why do we have to move right now? It's a weekday. We can look for apartments on the weekend. You should be at work." I got back from Vegas on Sunday and kept avoiding Edgar. Living and working with him made that very difficult, but I managed to do it. I didn't know how much longer I could keep that up. "It's time for us to move on, Mom. We can't keep living with Edgar. He needs his space." I picked at the cardboard sleeve around my tea. "Did you two fight?" "No, not really. But I have to ask, how did he find out I was in Vegas? I hadn't told him." I narrowed my eyes at my mother as she shrugged. "I didn't think it was a secret. I loved that you went away for the weekend with your gal pals. I didn't realize you never told him." My mother reached forward, her fingers gently rubbing my hand. "Did he do something to you, Eveline? Please tell me if something happened. We can stay at a motel if we need to leave right away. I'll help any way I can." "No, Mom. It was nothing like that. Edgar is a good guy. He would never hurt me like that. I guess that's what makes all this so hard." My eyes began to burn, realizing how sweet Edgar was, how funny and caring. The more I thought about him, the more I knew he would be a great father. But he didn't want this child in his life. He probably thought it would cramp his player lifestyle. "Then I don't understand. Why all of a sudden? Why did you run off to Vegas and not even tell the man you love?" I glanced up from watching her fingers sweep over me to find a firm glare, her mouth a thin line. I knew there was no keeping this from her anymore. I pulled away and folded my arms. "Who said I loved him? Eveline, don't you lie to me." "Fine. You're right. I do love Edgar. This isn't easy, Mom. I finally find a good man and give my heart to him, and then this happens." "What? What happened? I'm your mom. You can tell me anything. If I don't know, there's no way I can help you." Her eyes pleaded with me, and I felt guilty for dodging her, too, keeping this from her when she had done so much for me. "I'm pregnant." She sat back, cupping her cheeks, trying to hold in her growing smile. "Oh, sweetie. I'm going to be a grandmother." "Please don't call me sweetie. It's making me nauseous." She got up, the sleeves of her flowery blouse fluttering as she came over, trying to pull me from my seat. I let her. We began to walk toward the door. "No wonder you were drinking that terrible tea and wouldn't eat my soup. I can't believe I didn't figure it out myself. I had given up hope for grandkids, but now, I'm just so excited." As we made our way down the street toward the Red Line station, she kept her hands on me, guiding me. "This isn't 1950 anymore, Mom. If a woman is over 30, she can still have children." Of course. But you never dated. And when it became obvious you and Edgar were finally together, I had a small hope you two would marry. But knowing how you are, I didn't let that hope grow." The train pulled up just then, and we walked on. It was relatively empty, being the middle of the day. We got 2 seats together. "And how am I?" "I didn't mean anything by it. I think you are wonderful, smart, loyal, and have a big heart. But you hide those things from the world. You put up this wall, and I know why. It breaks my heart to know why you do it. I feel guilty for not protecting you more." A few tears ran down my mother's face. "Mom, don't. You didn't know he was doing that to me." She blamed herself for what Damien had done. But I was a teenager. I kept things to myself back then. Now I knew better. But back then I believed him when he told me my mom would be jealous, would blame me for being so beautiful that I stole him away from her. I hated my looks, hated how they made men look at me, and believed they were the reason I would break my mother's heart. It wasn't until my mom and that cop found me outside the women's shelter, 2 days after I ran away, did I realize how foolish I had been. My mother wasn't jealous. She was heartbroken that I hadn't told her. We went to the police station together, and they finally believed me. When I had gone the week before, alone, the cop rolled his eyes at me, told me it was obvious I was just trying to get attention. That's why I ran. I thought no one would believe me. They would all hate me. No matter how old you become, or even if you are a mother yourself, you will always be my baby, Eveline. Please don't run away again." The sadness that filled her gaze caused my heart to ache. I pulled her close to me, wrapping my arm around her back. My head leaned on hers. I don't know what else to do. And I didn't. I ran. It's what I did. And even if that hadn't been the best thing to do in the past, it was the right thing to do now. How can I stay with a man who doesn't want this baby? Oh, Eveline, I'm so sorry. That's such a shame. I thought he was smarter than that. We rode the rest of the way in silence. Once we were off the train, she held my hand as we weaved our way through the streets and back to Edgar's place. I threw my keys on his entryway table and felt melancholy as I glanced around. This was a nice place, and I would miss it. It wasn't big and showy with glass walls overlooking Lake Michigan like some expensive condo. It didn't even have an ultra-modern design as I would have expected a millionaire executive to prefer, especially a rich bachelor. It was warm and inviting. I'm sure the furniture was expensive, but everything felt like a home and not a showplace. How about I heat up some broth and some crackers? Will you eat that? My mom headed toward the kitchen as I followed. I think broth and crackers sounds great. It's so terrible. I'm hungry, but everything makes me sick or nauseous. I just want to be able to eat normal food again. I groaned and threw my hands in the air in anger. What's this? Did you leave cookies out? Oh, I get it. Eveline. That's so sweet. My mother moved toward the kitchen bar, blocking whatever she was looking at. Cookies? Mom, the only solid food I have had for 2 weeks are crackers. I did manage to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich a week ago, but that's it. I came to stand next to my mom and saw a plate of sugar cookies and a glass of iced tea. It looked like most of the ice had melted with only one small cube left. I think Edgar left that. He did the same thing in London. I guess it's his way of telling me he's sorry. Sort of a sad gift for an apology. It only reminded me of how he touched me that night. Took my virginity and promised things that rang hollow now. I saw an envelope off to the side and picked it up. He did it in London, too. Wow, are you sure he doesn't want the baby? I turned to my mom. What is so great about some sugar cookies and iced tea? Am I not getting it? Because they're cookies, Mom. Just cookies. Sure, I was pregnant and emotional because of all the hormones. But he tried to apologize with cookies. That's terrible. You really don't know? The cookies were in your book, The Scottish Prince, where Ewan feeds his new bride shortbread biscuits because she is nervous on their wedding night being a virgin. It's one of the sweetest and later on sexiest scenes you have ever written, Eveline. Oh. Well, now I felt dumb. But that doesn't explain the iced tea. I know I didn't write iced tea into one of my books. I put my hand on my hip, showing my irritation, knowing I was more irritated with myself than my mom or Edgar at that point. When was the last time you updated your author bio? Just answer the question, Mom. This has nothing to do with my bio. She groaned at me and stormed off. I shrugged and began to tear open the envelope. My mother reappeared with one of my books, slamming it face down in front of me. She pointed to my author bio. That's when I saw how I had referenced iced tea. Explaining the inspiration for the shortbread biscuits in my latest novel, The Scottish Prince, came from my happiest memories where I felt safe and loved. Sitting on the porch of our home growing up with my mom in the summer, sipping iced tea and eating sugar cookies. I glanced up at my mom. So I'm an idiot. She shook her head, smirking. I pulled out the letter. My love, I've been trying to talk to you, but you are never around. Have you gotten my messages? I am assuming no. When you told me about the baby, I was shocked and regret how I reacted to the news. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I love you now more than ever. Even if you don't love me, please know I want you in my life with the baby. I want to be a father, and I hope you trust me enough to be a good father to our child. Please, don't leave. I want to be a family together. Love no matter what. Edgar. Now I felt like the biggest moron alive.
45. Edgar. Eveline is here? I asked Grace as she stirred her tea in the kitchen. Her doe eyes widened and lifted up to me.
Yes, I saw Miss Beckman come in after lunch.
At that moment, I felt relief and also worry, thankful that I had a better chance of tracking her down in the office than I did at home. In my house, she had become adept at hiding in her bedroom or always being in the shower. She took lots of showers. I thought I would find her yesterday at the office party. I knew she had been there because I saw the box of crackers, but again, no Eveline. The cookies and tea idea came to me this morning, and I ran home before lunch, not at all surprised she wasn't there. Mr. Marks had told me she was apartment hunting. I asked him to watch her for the past few days. Not my best idea, but I had to know she was safe at least. I couldn't let her leave, not without knowing I wanted to help raise that baby. The cookies and tea were my last effort to stop her. Would she know what they meant? She didn't last time. At least she might think they had to do with how I cared for her body. Now that I thought about it, the idea seemed terrible, pathetic in an I can't think of anything else sort of way. They'll just remind her of how she got in this situation to begin with. No wonder she's avoiding me. I'm an asshole, a selfish dick who has only one thing on my mind, sex. What woman would want a man like that for the father of their child? As I dashed out of the kitchen, I noticed something in the corner of my eye. Eveline. She was walking into Jacob's office. Was she about to quit? Maybe move away and take the baby with her? I mean, obviously, the baby was still inside her, so it went everywhere with her. But I mean, after she gave birth. I couldn't let that happen. Racing down the hall, my only hope was that she had read the note I left her in the kitchen and didn't toss it away with my sad surprise. Just as I got to the door, I saw that Kara was away from her desk. Good. Now I could walk inside and stop her. Knowing Eveline, she would have told Kara that they'd not be interrupted if she was about to quit. I opened the door, and my jaw fell open at what I saw. Eveline had her back to me as Jacob stood in front of his desk facing her. Her hands were behind her back because she was being handcuffed. The two detectives that I saw with Jacob coming out of his office last week were arresting Eveline. "What is going on here?" I yelled and moved next to Eveline. She was crying and everything in me wanted to hold her while at the same time punch those cops. Also my brother. I wanted to punch him too. "Edgar, they have evidence that Miss Beckman was forcing Ashton to hack the system here at Mimir." I shook my head. "No, that isn't true. How could my brother lie like that about her? I was sure these cops were corrupt, but that didn't mean my brother had to believe them or help them arrest her."
It's true. We were able to find a file from Miss Beckman's own office that contained everything we needed to know. Mr. Mimir here helped us after our department discovered that picture of you we showed you a few months ago originated from Miss Beckman's computer.
Detective Hardy pointed to me before continuing.
She tried to cover her tracks by sending it to herself, but that didn't fool our IT guys. When we searched her office, we found buried in her filing cabinet a file labeled the Attraction File. See for yourself.
Detective Mackison threw a folder on Jacob's desk. I opened it and found some memos about different employees. My eyes widened when I came across one about Morgana being put on leave a few months ago, that Eveline herself had caught Henrik having sex with her. There was Henrik's signature at the bottom. Every single document in here looked like something that was damning to different employees, something that could get them fired, yet these particular employees all still worked here. The last two files were on Ashton and me. Apparently, Ashton had gotten arrested in his early 20s from a bar fight. He lied on his application for the company and never put it down. She knew of it. Mine was worse. It was more than one piece of paper. There were photographs of me with women I had been with, some even taken in my own home. "Is this yours, Eveline? Did you really have this file in your office?" Her eyes were wide with pain so great I only remembered seeing it once before, 15 years ago. But Eveline didn't say a word. She didn't deny any of it. "Tell me it's not true, Eveline. Tell me they're lying and somehow planted this in your office, or someone planted it. Why would you have this?" I held it up in front of her face. She turned away and the only sounds out of her mouth were cries.
You have the right to remain silent.
Detective Hardy began to read Eveline her Miranda rights and pulled her away. She stumbled but finally righted herself just before leaving Jacob's office. I slumped into one of Jacob's office chairs, angry by what had happened. She fooled me. All this time I was trying to protect her from the bad guys and she was with them all along. "I'm sorry, Edgar. I had to do this for the company." My brother came over and placed his hand on my shoulder. "But why, Jacob? Why would she do any of this? That's what I'm having trouble with. Part of me, no matter the evidence, no matter her refusal to deny the attraction file, still felt like something wasn't right. I don't know, Edgar. Maybe they got her too. I know Eveline, and she never struck me as someone who would be the criminal type. Perhaps someone got to her and threatened her. I'm sure when this plays out in court, we'll find out the truth. My brother wouldn't look me in the eye. But the hack wasn't that big. About a month after Ashton went missing, I figured out who had been compromised. But only 2 customers had been targeted. We reached out to them and informed them what happened. I even told them what to do to secure their data and accounts. Everything is fine now. They aren't pressing charges. Jacob walked over to the other chair and sat. Edgar, this wasn't about the hack. A man is dead because of her, killed. And now they have to find whoever was involved. Hold up. But you told me it was a suicide. You never said anything about Ashton being murdered. It was obvious to everyone Ashton was killed, but my brother kept insisting it was suicide. Why the change? I meant suicide. Driving a man to suicide, which is the same as killing him. My brother stood and walked over to the wall of windows, refusing to face me. Why don't I believe you, Jacob? I discussed Ashton's death with you several times, even mentioning that I think he was killed, but you insisted it was suicide. He wouldn't turn. The image of the detectives laughing as they came out of his office last week kept running through my head. Is this some sort of setup, Jacob? Are you framing Eveline for maybe something you did? I stood just as he turned, his eyes wide as he waved his hands in front of him. No, Edgar, it's nothing like that. But it's something. God damn it, Jacob, she's pregnant. You had a pregnant woman arrested for something you were trying to hide. I ran to him and grabbed his arms. Tell me right now what is going on. I love her. If anything happens to her, you will have that on your conscience. I was shaking him now, but I didn't care. I hated what he had done to her. Edgar, please stop. Stop and I'll tell you. I did as he said, and my brother ran his hands through his hair to collect himself. We'll talk, but not in here. Jacob walked to his private office bathroom and took out his key. It was locked at all times, as only he used it. He even insisted on cleaning it himself, not letting anyone inside. I thought that was weird, but he once told me it was the only place in the world that was his, and his alone. He opened the door, and based on how secretive it was, I expected porn magazines and pictures of naked women on the wall, but there wasn't any of that. There were frame posters on the wall, but they were of superheroes and even some villains. Growing up, I knew my brother liked comics and was a bit of a nerd with it. He even once saved up to go to a comic convention in town. But what I saw in this bathroom blew me away. A rack of comic books lined the wall, action figures on shelves. Even the towels were comic book themed. Nerd! I pretended to sneeze as I said it. That is why I don't let anyone in here. Let me have this one thing, Edgar. He closed the door and turned to me. Okay, what is going on? Jacob sighed. The CIA contacted me right after those detectives came here a few months back to question people. Apparently, they are involved with Ashton's disappearance and are trying to frame Eveline. And you let them? Wait, don't corrupt cops get investigated by the FBI? He held his hands up. This goes beyond that. The FBI and CIA are working together. The guy who contacted me was with the CIA. Edgar, this involves Damien Rosen. Damien had threatened Ashton to hack the Mimir system. But he only gave them 2 names and lied to Damien, telling him he was caught hacking and couldn't do more than that. He saved a lot of people from the attack. Oh, God. I had seen Damien around. That's why I asked Eveline to move in with me. I felt she and her mom were in danger. But why would she be in danger? My brother didn't know about Eveline's past or my relation to it. It was time I told him. We spent the next 15 minutes updating each other. So you've been in love with her this whole time? She's blue eyes you always talked about, he said, leaning against the marble sink counter. Yes. He rested his hand on my shoulder. That must have been hard. I wish I had been there to help you through that. Maybe if I'd tried to be more of a brother to you instead of trying hard to make up for Dad's absence, you would have trusted me with that. We hugged, and I felt the distrust and any anger I had of my brother since I was a kid melt away. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I took it out. It was a text from Mr. Marks. I saw Eveline being taken from the Mimir building in handcuffs by the detectives, but they didn't take her to the police station. They kidnapped her. I followed them to a warehouse just outside of Chicago.
46. Eveline. Ugh, it smells, I said.
It's a warehouse. What do you want? A fancy hotel, sweetheart? You could have had that if you married me like I wanted so long ago. not run away on your 18th birthday like a scared little bitch. It was as if you didn't like me."
Damien frowned, his voice just as gravelly, just as menacing as when I was a teenager. Only this time I wasn't a scared little girl. I was a woman with anger coursing through my veins. That fury took root the day he walked into my house 15 years ago, but it has grown and flourished since. He's just a sad bully past his prime, believing he could tie me up and scare me. I'm not frightened anymore. I tried to pull my arms from behind the chair, but it was no use. There was another chair beside me. I tried to shift mine toward it, but discovered the chairs were bolted to the ground. Those dirty detectives took off the cuffs once we got here, and then tied me with a rope to the cold metal chair. Yes, because that's what a teenager dreams of, marrying a man old enough to be her father and living a life of crime. How dreamy. I glared at him as he pushed off the table he was leaning against and strolled toward me. "You always had a mouth on you," Damien said as his fingers curled around my jaw, with a grip just tight enough to cause pain, but I still didn't give him the satisfaction of showing him. Instead, I smiled as best I could, to show him he no longer scared me. Even tied up, I held rage. Frowning at my reaction, he brought his hand back, slapping me. The burst of pain was so intense, I thought for a moment my eyes would explode. "At least your slut mom learned not to piss me off. She was a quick learner. You, not so much." I raised my head, my cheek and eye still throbbing, and spit in his face. Damien's stubble-covered jaw tightened as his lips thinned. He raised his hand again, and I stiffened, bracing myself for another slap. But he stopped when the door behind him opened. I heard someone walking, but only saw darkness. It wasn't until the person stepped into the light that I said, "No, it can't be you." All the background checks I did on him, and he was working for Damien.
"Nice to see you again, Ms. Beckman."
Trey Larson tipped his head toward me with his devastating smile. My heart sank, wondering how far this went at Mimir. Jacob had no idea his recent hire was working for a very bad man. Maybe no one knew. "Trey, why would you do this?" Damien turned his back to me and waved his hand.
"Never mind the bitch. Is she there?"
Trey nodded. I twisted my fingers, attempting to pick away at the knot. It was a long shot, but I had to do something.
"Yeah. Do you want me to get her?"
Damien nodded and turned his head to me with a smile on his face. "It will be nice to have a little family reunion again. I will enjoy playing catch-up with Lucy." I let go of the rope. Strands of hair stuck to my face as I shook my head furiously. "No, not her. Not my mom. You have me, Damien. Why do you need her?" Damien waved Trey off. I yelled after him as Trey walked away. "No, Trey, please. What have I ever done to you?" My face burned with tears and fury as I twisted in the chair. I had to get out.
"I need backup, Eveline, for when I call the senator. He may not care that I have his daughter, but when the police find Lucy's body, they will do some digging into her past. He will pop up. That would be terrible for his career."
"Her body? No. What are you talking about? Daughter?" His eyes widened, and a few moments later he threw his head back in laughter.
"She never told you?"
Damien's dark eyes twinkled in the sparse light of the room. My heart pounded in my chest as my mind raced with anything my mom would have said that would have caught Damien's interest. As much as I sought to escape, run from this monster, a part of me wanted to find out what he was talking about.
"Oh, that's wonderful. Her own daughter doesn't even know her father is a powerful senator in Washington," he said.
"My father? How would Damien know about my father? My mother always told me she had a one-night stand and couldn't track down my dad. I believed her because my mother would never lie to me. Would she?" Damien leaned down so that his nose was only an inch from mine.
"Why do you think I wanted to marry you all those years ago? You had an in. I thought when I hooked up with your mom, it would be a one-time thing, but then she let it slip that your father worked in D.C. and wanted nothing to do with you. A few choice questions, and I had enough information to do a little digging."
Damien's lips curled into a sneer and he stood, beginning to walk behind me. A shiver went down my spine as he ran his fingers through my hair.
"Senator Gabe Thompson. Yeah, that one."
Everyone knew Gabe Thompson, the senator for Wisconsin. There was talk that he might run in the next presidential election. My mind raced with images of the man, his eyes, his nose, the shape of his face. I had my mother's eyes and hair color, but his nose and jawline. It was all so clear. Damien was right. He probably doesn't even remember my mother, and if he does, that was over 30 years ago. Even if he runs for president and anyone uncovers this, he can claim he didn't know me and has nothing to do with her. That's what most people didn't think about when they planned things. They didn't look for the holes. That was my job. In HR, I had to look for the holes in the resumes, the background checks, and in candidates' stories. He yanked my head back, pulling on my hair until every follicle felt like it was bleeding. I stared up at him as my eyes watered. He waved a wrinkled piece of paper in front of me with a perfect evil grin on his face.
"That's where this beauty comes in."
His laugh matched his smile.
"I found it behind one of those pictures of you as a kid in your mom's kitchen. It's from dear old Daddy."
He frowned but began to read from it.
"It says here, Daddy was surprised by Lucy's letter informing him of her pregnancy, but he worked hard to get a foot into his career."
Damien cups the side of his mouth and whispers to me,
"I'll give you a hint. He gets into politics. He didn't have time to raise a child. There was mention of a check in the envelope to help your mom financially, but that was it. You, Eveline, are his secret."
He let go of my hair.
"I laid low for a while after you ran, but I kept this note."
Damien walked around me, my scalp throbbing, and I wondered if that was blood or sweat rolling down my temple. He moved in front of me, his finger reaching from my neck as he slid a lone finger down. My blood ran cold as it moved closer and closer to the edge of my blouse. I could feel his fingernail digging into my chest as my breathing picked up. His smile slipped as his gaze became lost.
"You were my prize, so sweet and innocent, beautiful, sexy, and worth so much money. I knew the senator would pay if you only hadn't slipped away in the night."
The collar of my blouse dug into my neck as he yanked and tore the fabric. He grabbed my breast and yanked at my nipple. It hurt, but I was thankful. The adrenaline racing in my veins kept the tears away. I ground my teeth and held back a painful scream. Just as quickly as he grabbed my breast, his other hand came at my neck, gripping just as hard. Any pain disappeared, grasping for breath, as his fingers tightened around my throat. He pressed his forehead to mine. His hot breath scattered over my cheeks.
"When I was offered the chance of a lifetime, money and power, I was done with hitting up desperate women willing to give me anything to make them happy. Now I can use that note, my golden ticket, to get me one step closer to everything. All thanks to you and your stupid mother."
Just then the door opened and he let go. My head fell forward and I gulped at the musty air, thankful for the interruption. My eyes a blur as I gained my breath, but I could hear 2 sets of legs moving toward us.
"Perfect timing, Trey." "It's not Trey. It's Dino. Found someone lurking around outside."
I heard someone stumble and watched as Edgar fell to the floor. Just as fast as my heart rose to the moon, it tumbled just as hard. Edgar found me. He knew I wasn't guilty of the awful stuff the detectives accused me of and tracked me down, but now he was caught too. What would they do to him?
"Ah, the little brat who thought he was a big boy and tried to track me down."
Damien grabbed Edgar by the back of the shirt and lifted him just enough to punch him in his stomach. "No, stop, please. Haven't you done enough, Damien?" I screamed, my voice hoarse from what he did to me. Damien just smiled as he punched Edgar in the face and once more in the stomach. When he was done, he threw Edgar to the floor. I tried to pull at my ties but was too weak to make any difference. Even if I had my strength, Damien and his crew weren't dumb enough to not know how to tie someone up properly. Damien pointed to Edgar and stared at his thug. Dino lifted Edgar and threw him onto the chair next to me. I watched him moan, hunched over as he got tied up. Damien and Dino went to talk near the door so I couldn't see them anymore. "Edgar, Edgar," I whispered, leaning toward him. He lifted his head. As Edgar turned toward my voice, I noticed his right eye was red and swollen. "Oh, Edgar, I'm so sorry." I tried to hold back the tears, but my emotions were raw. I felt tired and wanted this to end, but I had a bad feeling it was just the beginning.
"Eveline, how are you? What did he do to you?"
Edgar's eyes cemented on my chest as he tightened his jaw. He tried to pull out of his binds. I shook my head. "It's no use, Edgar. I've been trying since I got here." I forced myself to smile to settle him. "I'm fine. You shouldn't have tried to find me. You should have gone to the police." He turned his head toward where Damien and Dino were before turning back to me. He lowered his voice.
"Don't worry about that. Why do you think I'm here? This is all part of the plan. The CIA and the FBI are outside, but they need to listen in to what's happening. I'm their microphone."
"They put a wire on you?" He nodded. "Oh, thank goodness. Any moment that door would open and the government would come in to rescue us." I felt relief. As if on cue, the door opened, and I heard some voices. For the first time since I left Mimir, my heart filled with hope. The good guys were here, and we would be free at any moment. I forgot about my blouse. I forgot about my father. I only focused on the footsteps moving out of the darkness and the hope they brought in the form of CIA agents. But I was wrong. Horribly wrong. Trey and Dino moved closer, untouched, smiling, and still with guns strapped to their chests. How did Trey get back in with the agents outside? I turned to look at Edgar as they were untying us, and he gazed at me. Maybe there was a deal, and we're being let go. "Are you letting us go?" I asked.
Both men started to laugh. "Oh, honey, that's the funniest shit I've heard all day. No, we are locking you up so we don't have to hear your blubbering faces anymore. Then Damien will be able to take care of all of you the way he likes."
Both men chuckled even louder at that. I had trouble swallowing as bile rose in my throat. We were taken to a room in the corner and shoved inside. The door closed and it was dark. I couldn't see anything, but I heard a voice. "Hello? Mom? Oh, Mom, are you okay?" "Yes, Eveline, I am. How are you and the baby? I'm tied up so I can't come to you." My eyes adjusted to the darkness and I made out my mom's form, seated in the corner with her hands behind her. I went to her and was thankful they untied me just before shoving me in this room so I could hug her. "What are we going to do, Eveline?" "Edgar said agents were outside and going to rescue us. Can you tell them, Edgar? Talk into the wire to let them know we are in a room locked up?"
"Yeah."
He repeated where we were several times, but we heard nothing. We sat there for a while in silence, desperately listening for any clues. Finally, we heard a man's voice outside the door. The longer we sat there, the more dread filled me. Thoughts of the agents being discovered and killed before they could get to us took over my thoughts. It had been too long. Maybe the wire on Edgar had stopped working when Damien punched him? As much as I wanted to hope for the best, it seemed any time I thought something good would happen, it turned out to be wrong. Dreadfully wrong. That voice. The turning of the doorknob. I knew it was Damien coming to take the people I love away from me, to use me for his sick gain. I didn't even want to think about what he would do once he found out I was pregnant. It opened, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. He was tall, in a gray T-shirt, with short brown hair, and had a gun in a holster tucked under his arm. Another one of Damien's thugs come to take care of us? I turned to my mom, fearful this would be the last time I would be able to lay eyes on her.
"Jagger,"
Edgar said.
47. Edgar. Well, if it isn't the man with the tiny balls, Jagger smirked at me, folding his arms. And if it isn't the asshole, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. I wanted to charge him and throw him to the ground, but I knew Damien's men would be on me in seconds. I didn't want to risk being taken away from Evelyn and her mom. He shook his head. The asshole what? That's it, you're just an asshole. He laughed, his body shook from the surprise merriment. Reaching behind his back, I moved quickly in front of the women. If he was about to pull a gun or knife, at least I could use my body as a shield. Jagger pulled something small and black, like a cell phone, but with only one button. He clicked it, and I realized it was a walkie-talkie. This is Agent Morrison. I got them. They appear to be safe, but have an ambulance ready just in case. My mouth fell open. He was an agent? I glanced around and saw Evelyn crying, holding her mother. Jagger's eyes fell to them, and he walked past me, bending to their level. Don't worry, ladies. I'm with the CIA. We have Damien Rosen and his associates in custody. No one will hurt you anymore. You will need to be checked out by the medics. I know you were shaken up, but if you could come with me and give a statement, that would help move our investigation along.
Anything to put that man away,
Evelyn's mom said as fierce determination laced her words. I was still in shock and walked over to Jagger. You kicked me in the nuts. He stood and shrugged. I was undercover. But no one was there. You didn't have to kick me. No, I didn't have to. He turned just as some other agents entered the room. He may be an agent, but he was still an asshole. We helped the ladies up. I took Evelyn in my arms before she could go off with one of the agents. I can't tell you how happy I am that you're safe. Her hand came to my temple.
Your eye, how does it feel?
Grasping her wrist, I lowered it, brushing her fingertips over my lips. I would take 1,000 punches to this beautiful face of mine if it meant you were safe. She rolled her eyes, but a shy smile bloomed.
I love how you still flatter yourself while talking about me.
Well, it's a big sacrifice, but if you enjoy it so much, I'll give myself more praise in the future. Her face grew serious.
Edgar, you have to know. That file in Jacob's office, the attraction file, it was mine, and some of those documents about the employees were from me. But those photographs of you and the women with you, they planted that. I only had a few background checks from employees that had some issues in their past, but I felt they understood their mistakes and were good workers. Also,
I stopped her before she could go on. You don't have to explain, Evelyn. I understand. When you freaked out when I told you I had security cameras in my place, I kind of figured that you couldn't have gotten those pictures from years ago. It did take a moment of doubt, but once the surprise of everything wore off, I knew you couldn't have done anything as terrible as that. I pulled her close for a kiss. Despite the chaos of the past day, her hair felt soft and so welcoming, curled in my fingers as I pressed her to me. My lips joined hers, and it felt like home. Nothing urgent, just relief and tenderness. A few sweet kisses to let her know I wasn't ever going to walk away from her. Evelyn grasped at her blouse at her chest and turned to go with an agent. I went to make sure her mom was taken care of. Jagger chose to walk with me as we made our way out of the warehouse. The sun was fading as dusk fell, and it didn't take long for my eyes to adjust and find swarms of cars and an ambulance. You can thank your brother for me, Jagger said. I glanced at him. My brother? He called me after you talked to him. I made sure my agents got to you before you went to that warehouse and did something crazy. I was too busy keeping an eye on Lucy Beckman and following Trey Larson to get to you in time. I shook my head in disbelief. So you're the CIA agent my brother has been talking to these past few months? He stood a little straighter. Yeah, and it hasn't been easy for him to keep all this a secret. He said many times he wanted to tell you, but if he did, it would have possibly compromised our investigation and his company. I felt ashamed for not trusting my brother. When he told me about keeping it a secret, I was still a little pissed he couldn't confide in me. But then I realized how long I've kept my feelings about Evelyn a secret from him. I let my youthful resentment for my brother easily paint him as a bad guy. There was no other way around it. I felt ashamed. My brother is a good guy. I should never have doubted him. Jagger slapped me on the back. Sometimes in life we have to imagine the worst in people before we can see their best. I nodded and shook his hand. Thanks for all that you've done. No problem, small balls. He winked and turned to go. I walked over to find Evelyn and her mom with blankets around them sitting on the back of the ambulance. Evelyn took off her blanket and threw it at the medic.
It's 90 degrees. Do you want me to have a heat stroke?
I couldn't help but smile at my sassy woman. If it isn't my sweet lady. She groaned.
More like sweaty lady. They want me to come to the hospital since I'm pregnant. Make sure everything is all right with the baby.
May I? I showed her my hand and glanced at her stomach. Evelyn nodded.
The only thing you are going to feel is the rumbling from my stomach. Kidnapping makes a woman hungry. I'll make you some soup for when you get home from the hospital,
Miss Beckman said as she handed over the blanket and stood. The medics were packing up and assisting Evelyn into the ambulance.
No, Mom. Ever since I got pregnant, I can't eat your soup.
Her mom smiled up at her.
It's all right. I'll make anything you want. You know what I could go for? A Chicago dog.
Got it. I'll take your mom home and pick it up on the way to the hospital. Evelyn fist-pumped the air.
I finally want to eat something other than crackers. Man, that's the best feeling in the world to want real food.
Her mom gave her a hug and went to talk to one of the agents. I wouldn't call a hot dog real food, I noted.
Edgar, don't ruin this for me. You know how I love my tubular meat, and I'm going to love that tubular meat all night long, or at least until I throw it up.
Well, I was hungry, I laughed. I reached up to take her hand before they had a chance to close the door to take Evelyn to the hospital. I love you, Evelyn. Leaning down, I kissed the back of her hand when I thought I heard her whisper something. Raising my head, I saw her beautiful smile. Her face flushed, and a lone tear fell off her cheek. What, Evelyn?
I said, I love you, Edgar.
I tried to step up on the ambulance, but one of the medics grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back.
Kate, time to get her to the hospital. Sir, I'm going to need for you to step back.
But, I pointed to the woman of my dreams waving from the window. He turned to me after securing the door.
I said step back, sir.
You obviously have a heart of stone for stopping me from whisking my true love up in my arms, Princess Bride style, and giving her the kiss to end all kisses. Don't you understand? She finally told me she loved me. I pleaded with him to see reason. He folded his arms and looked me up again. You get drugged in there? You want me to check your vitals? How many fingers am I holding up? The medic nodded toward the warehouse while lifting 3 fingers. No, I wasn't drugged. Haven't you ever been in love, like really in love? Nope. You never married or lived with someone you loved long term? The guy must have been in his 50s. Surely he had to have experienced love at least once in his life. No, I didn't say that. He held up his left hand to show me the silver ring around the finger next to his pinky. Married 30 years this October. Oh, okay. The guy came over and placed his hand on my arm. I'm going to give you some advice. Something I should have realized when I was your age. Never marry anyone based on their looks. I began to frown. That poor guy. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the advice. Thought you could use it. The ambulance pulled away after a minute, and I stayed rooted to the spot until it disappeared. Evelyn's mom finally came over.
You did well today, Edgar. That baby will have a great father. I wished Evelyn's dad had been there for her, seen how wonderful she is. But now she has you.
She took hold of my hand with tears in her eyes.
Loving someone is hard, and raising a child is even harder. But don't be so foolish as to think you can find something better than my daughter and the life inside her. You haven't learned this yet, and neither has Evelyn. But you will realize that love earned through blood, sweat, and tears is the truest and deepest love there is.
I nodded and pulled her into my arms. I can't wait to find out.
48. Evelyn. 7 months later. I love you so much right now. Edgar was crying, holding my hand. His eyes focused on me, and all I wanted to do was punch him. You loved me too much, Edgar. Too much. And now look at me, I grunted. A head lifted from between my legs. Just one more push. I felt something touch my head, and I swatted at it. That damn nurse was wiping the sweat on my brow with a cloth. I had informed her many times not to do that, and by informed, I meant I screamed at the top of my lungs. Giving birth sucked. I won't sugarcoat it. It hurt like hell. Not just that, but I had already thrown up. Yeah, they don't tell you that part. When you give birth, you can get sick and puke all over your hospital gown. Twice. I don't even want to know how terrible I looked down there. I'm sure my vagina was more like a war zone now. Poor Edgar. This baby was going to destroy what he loved most. He was left with rubble now. From what I have been told, I had a typical pregnancy. No complications. Nothing that made the doctors worry or put me on bed rest. I didn't agree. Pain, mood swings, gas, and heartburn plagued me the entire time, making my life and anyone I came in contact with miserable. Surprisingly, Payne and I got along great during my pregnancy. I hung out a lot with Tiffany over the past several months to get a feel of what motherhood was like and to ask her questions. Payne stopped by often to watch movies and hang out with David. I think we both came to appreciate each other's moodiness. It was our little bitch sessions. I needed to have someone around me who wasn't so positive all the time. Plus, my mother had started to date someone, so she was gone a lot. I found myself hanging out with the ladies of Swim Meet more and more. My mom and I found out the flowers delivered to her weren't from Damien, but her old flame, Ronald the gymnast. He had moved back to Chicago and was dropping hints he wanted to see her. A good hint would have been leaving his name and not scaring the shit out of us thinking a crazy person was after us. But my mother thought it was romantic, so that's all that counts. The pressure was too much and I gave a push and squeezed the life out of Edgar's hand. Like a trooper, he took it and didn't say a word. "Touchdown! We have a girl." Dr. Kingston Marks held up the pink, wrinkled baby covered in slime, and my heart had never felt so full in its life. The baby began to scream and cry, and I broke. Uncontrollable sobs spilled forth as I had never heard anything so beautiful. I hadn't even held her in my arms, and the love was so intense that all I could do was cry. "Cut the cord, Edgar?" Dr. Marks asked, holding up our baby. I narrowed my eyes at Edgar, warning him not to hurt that child, but he couldn't see me anymore. His eyes were glued to our little girl. I don't think that's a good idea, King. I might hurt her." Edgar's face paled at the sight of the metal scissors presented to him by the nurse. The doctor shrugged. "Suit yourself." The doctor quickly snipped the cord, and the baby was whisked over to a lit table near my bed. I kept my eyes on her the whole time. What felt like forever but was only a few minutes before my little girl was brought to me. I untied my gown and let her rest on my bare chest. So beautiful. I never thought I would see something that could make me so happy. Edgar bent down to kiss her sweet head. She is the loveliest thing in the world. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The doctor came over and slapped Edgar on the back. "Congratulations, Edgar. I never thought I would see the day when you became a father. Do you remember that one time when Kelly from Dorm 5C kept, 'Okay, King, maybe now's not the time to take a stroll down memory lane?'" Dr. Marks nodded. Right. Well, I'm glad I could be here to catch her." Edgar frowned. "Yeah. Good thing you were on call." He nodded. "Right. It was lucky Dr. Lewis was on vacation, ringing in the new year in the Big Apple." Edgar slid his eyes sideways toward me. "Yeah. So lucky." Dr. Marks was a bit crass and silly, but I'm happy my daughter is healthy and safe in my arms. That was all that was important to me. When Edgar found out our doctor was on vacation, he was upset, but accepted it. Until he discovered his old friend, Dr. Kingston Marks, was the one helping in the birth. I had to spend the first few hours of my labor calming him down. Time seemed to fly by holding our daughter, and before I knew it, all the nurses and the doctor had left, leaving us alone as one family. So, the first most important question of the day. "What's her name?" Edgar asked, as I handed her off to him for some father-daughter bonding. We came up with a plan. If it was a boy, he got to name the baby. If it was a girl, I got to name her. Lucille Amelia Mimir. Lucy for my mom and Amelia for your mom. I love it. Our little lamb, he cooed to her as he swayed her gently in his arms. I don't like nicknames, Edgar. Then don't give our daughter a name with that acronym. I reared my head back. Oh, I didn't realize that when I thought it up. She was so sweet and her baby skin so soft. Maybe I can make an exception for her. So how about it, Eveline? I have the baby. I bought the sedan you specifically picked out for safety, and I already had the home. What do you say now? Of course, he would ask me this when my hormones are going crazy, and I haven't slept in 24 hours. It was about time I gave him a definitive answer. He has been wonderful to me and supportive. Jacob wanted me to come back to Mimir after the incident with Damien this past summer, even after I told him that some of the things in the attraction file were from me and not just planted by Damien's mole. I admitted to Morgana and Payne's stuff as real, and a few of the background things I had on some workers. At the time I got that information, I thought I was being protective of the company. Now I realize I was being paranoid and overstepping my bounds. I gave him my resignation and put all my efforts into writing. As much as I miss Mimir, I think I'm happier now making my own decisions and doing what I loved. Writing. Plus, I get to spend as much time as I want with my little Lucy, since I am in charge of my own schedule. Fine. Edgar glared at me. That's your answer? You act like I'm asking you to take out the trash instead of asking you for the 5th time to marry me. You blindsided me. The first time you made this big romantic gesture with dinner and flowers. The second you were naked and covered in rose petals with the ring box covering your penis. What was the third one again? I hired that guy to dress as a bear to sing for you. I didn't expect you to chase him down the street with a knife. I opened the door to a bear. Who wouldn't be freaked out from that? He actually growled at me. It's the costume they had available. The 4th one was good, though. Edgar spoke in baby talk to little Lucy. Yeah, you bought the car and I thought that was my Christmas gift. But then when I opened the glove compartment, I found the ring. It was snowing and I was so big that I wasn't even cold. You knelt in the snow and asked me to marry you. I did like that one. His lips thinned. Then why did you say you would think about it? Because everything was so good. Because I was happy and at peace for the first time in my life. Because I was afraid if I said yes, it would all crumble apart. Because I was an idiot. Yes, Edgar Mimir, I would love to spend the rest of my life with you. Because I love that little Lucy as half you. But half of you just isn't enough. I also need all of you. Always. Edgar put little Lucy down in the bassinet before coming over to me. He leaned down to kiss me. It was sweet and loving and exactly what I needed. You're tired now, aren't you? I just poured my heart out saying I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you, and you tell me I'm tired? I love you, Eveline, but you get mushy when you're tired. Sleep. You had a big day giving us this beautiful baby. And when you wake up, we will still be here, and I will only love you more.
Epilogue. Edgar. 5 years later. Love was the key to life, but it wasn't my heart that made me realize how wonderful and awe-inspiring love could be. It was my mind. My heart pumped the blood that enriched my mind to clearly see how lucky I was to find someone that challenged me, fought me, made me laugh, and with only a twinkle in her eyes gave me the most pleasure I could imagine. I was willing to use my body to protect her, and in turn she used her body to create the best of us, our daughter.
How is Lamb? Is she almost ready?
Eveline's back was to me as she put the final touches using our bathroom mirror for the special night. Almost, but I think there's time until... My words trailed off as I placed my hand on my wife's firm ass. It was a daily ritual. I felt my day was not complete unless I fondled her cheeks. Maybe even slapped them a few times. She turned to face me, putting down the mascara wand on the marble counter.
Edgar, please remove your Thor hand from my ass. I need to finish getting ready before the villain shows up.
I placed my hands on either side of her, pinning her back against the counter. You know what this outfit does to me. It's like you only break it out to taunt me, forcing me to act like I don't want to drag you to bed in ancient Nordic fashion and have my way with you. To make babies number 4 and 5. She dug her finger into my chest. Luckily, the hard plastic vest protected me from her fierce pointing ability.
First thing, that isn't medically possible. Secondly, don't you even joke about that, Edgar. We are already having twins. Don't jinx it and make it more than that.
Eveline was pregnant again and just entered her 2nd trimester. When the doctor realized we were having twins, I had to console Eveline for days. I was ecstatic, but she kept looking at her boobs and mumbling,
"They won't ever be the same again."
She eventually understood how lucky we were, but then the doctor told her she might be put on some form of bed rest toward the end of her pregnancy, and she lost it again. Eveline pushed me away and turned back to the counter.
I can handle 3 kids. I've done enough research to understand that 3 won't kill me. At least I hope.
Humankind has survived for over 100,000 years, raising more than 1 child at a time. I am sure this won't kill you. Besides, Tiffany said David would love to babysit. That boy loves kids. I wouldn't be surprised if he became a teacher one day. She nodded but frowned as she tugged at her top.
I don't know if I can pull this off. I should have gotten something new at the store. My belly is too big for this.
I reached around and placed my hand over her small baby bump. It just makes your costume sexier.
It's the original 1970s Wonder Woman, not the more recent movie version, though I did love the movie.
Well, I love this version standing in front of me. I brushed dark strands of her wig aside and began to nibble on her neck. She groaned, giving me the first sign that she was becoming too weak to resist my kissing power.
Mom, I need help!
We heard little Lucy yell from her bedroom. I stepped back to let Eveline out, but called after her. You may have escaped me this time, princess, but know my hammer's waiting. I gave a guttural, evil villain laugh, but Eveline just shook her head as she walked away. Turning to the mirror, I puffed out my chest and pushed the plastic Thor vest down as it rose up my neck. Lifting my arms, I made fists. Yep, still got it. I thought back to the years I spent running around with all those women, keeping my distance from Eveline, and cringed at my foolishness. My brother was right. Finding love was better than any hot one-night stand I could have had. All the sleepless nights I've had with little Lucy, and my body becoming some sort of petri dish to every type of flu in existence thanks to daycare and school. Even with all that, I felt like the happiest and luckiest guy in the world. My brother had understood for all those years and tried to tell me, but I wouldn't listen. Now, I don't just listen as his partner at Mimir, but also as his brother. I understand the true importance of family.
Dad, I need help!
Lucy barked again. I knew what the problem was and hoped that for once she would accept one person's opinion. Making my way down the hall, I walked into my little girl's room. Her oak loft-style bed had a green vinyl tent curved over the top. Butterflies, stars, and rocket stickers lined the wall around her bed. In the middle of the floor was a green circle rug that both my wife and my daughter stood on, glaring at each other. One of the traits my daughter got from her mother, the stubborn determination.
Dad, Mom says I should leave the helmet at home, but I can't be a true god of mischief if I don't have the helmet. Lamb, it's a little big for you. I think the costume is for an 8-year-old boy.
Eveline said while lifting the horned helmet.
I'm Loki. I do not know of this lamb you speak of.
She folded her arms after flicking the tendrils of her black wig from her shoulder. I blame my brother for teaching Lucy about comics. I knelt before Lucy, taking the helmet from Eveline's hand and turning it upside down while scratching at my beard. You know what, Loki? This helmet is a lot bigger than your trick-or-treat basket. I bet it would hold a lot more candy. My daughter's gray eyes rounded and her mouth formed an O.
You're right, Dad. I would have more candy than everyone.
I nodded and pointed into the helmet. See here? The horns are hollow. You can even get more candy down in there. She turned and held the plastic helmet up to Eveline.
Mom, I'm going to use this as my Halloween basket. I can't wait to show everyone all the candy. Now, Lamb.
Lucy frowned at her mother.
I mean, Loki, you can't have all that candy. You can keep some, but the rest we give away. But, Mom, I want to give the candy to all my friends.
I smiled at how sweet our daughter was. She may be stubborn and demand her way more often than not, but she loved to make people happy. So much so that she would rather give her candy away to make people smile than to eat it. There were chimes at the door. My daughter began to bounce up and down.
That's probably Quigger and Amber. Wait until I show them my Halloween bucket.
She raced off. I heard voices and knew Eveline's mom was down there greeting little Lucy's friends. There was a slapping sound, and I turned to find my sexy Wonder Woman wife clapping at me.
Genius, Edgar. I thought I was going to have to spend the entire night making that helmet fit to her head, but you fixed it. What would I ever do without the mighty Thor in my life?
She moved closer and pushed her arms through mine, embracing me. We heard the front door of the house open and close as the voices disappeared. Miss Beckman had volunteered to take Lucy and her friends out trick-or-treating this year. She didn't live with us anymore, so when she visited, she loved to give us a break and spend time with her granddaughter. Evelyn's mom had moved in with her boyfriend, Ronald. They'd been together 5 years, but Ronald had the same problem I did. He kept asking Miss Beckman to marry him, and she kept replying she needed more time. Something about the Beckman women being hard to tie down. I don't know, Princess.
Don't call me Princess.
But Wonder Woman is a princess. I skated my finger along her tiara.
Fine, but she's the only princess I will ever be.
I slipped my hand from her waist to grab her ass cheek. She gasped, but melted into my chest.
Oh, Thor, where's your mighty hammer?
I stood back and cocked my fist on my hip, and with my other hand grabbed my cock. It's here, Princess Diana. No one can take my hammer from me. Evelyn moved around me and walked to the door, turning just before she left the room.
I could. You know how I love me some hammer.
We both laughed, and I chased her back into our bedroom. Evelyn had already given me more than I could have thought possible. It was time to give my wife what she wanted. This concludes The Attraction File by Elizabeth Lynx, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Alexander Sendes. Copyright 2017 by Elizabeth Lynx. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Lynx and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.